Launceston, and thank you for all of those who are here in attendance for our last council decision-making meeting of the year before the AGM this afternoon. And as we do meet here today on the unceded lands of the Palawa people, the original and ongoing owners, I do open today's ordinary meeting at 1 p.m. May be seated. In the opening of the meeting and the attendance, we do have an apology from Councillor McMahon. Thank you, Councillor Walker. And I believe Councillor Britton is also on his way. At agenda item number 2, we have the mayoral acknowledgements. I would like to make an acknowledgement to Isabel Perry. Yesterday, with Councillor Kai and Councillor Palmer, we were very privileged to be able to present the second award for the Ariane Titmus scholarship. So it was a great day to be out there. It's got some good coverage in the media as well as inside local government as well, which I did see. And coinciding with that, obviously some fantastic recognition for Ariane Titmus with the Sportsperson of the Year as well now. So some great achievements happening with our athletes, particularly in swimming, a great initiative with the City of Launceston. At 3, we have declarations of interest. A councillor must declare any interest that a councillor has in any matter before any discussion on that matter commences. Thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest today? Okay. There being none, we will move forward to the confirmation of minutes. At 4.1, we're looking for the recommendation being the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the City of Launceston held on the 28th of November be confirmed as true and correct record. Somebody to move? Councillor Dawkins, seconded. Councillor Britton, all of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 5, we have council workshops. 5.1 is council workshops from the 28th until the 5th. So 28th of November, 5th of December, with the recommendation being that council notes the council workshops conducted and attended since the last council meeting as published, described in this agenda. Somebody to move? Councillor Dawkins, seconded. Councillor Britton. Councillor Dawkins, would you like to speak?
Just to say that the presentation by Helene Boyer on the swamp, looking forward to the 100-year anniversary of the 29 floods, was really something special. I think we all agreed that Helene was able to create the atmosphere of what it must have felt like for people in 1929, and to give a cautionary tale that we're not out of those woods yet and we've still got a long way to go to be able to protect our community.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Britton, anything further as the seconder? Any comments around the table around conducted workshops? Nothing further to close? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We don't have any leave of absence applications or community reports, I don't believe, have been identified as a part of this agenda, so we'll move through to public question time. At 8.1, we have public questions on notice, which have been published and responded to as a part of this agenda. At 8.2, we have public questions without notice. Noting that the rules and regulations, they're displayed and available upon entry. You may ask a total of 3 questions each, and please just start with your name and your suburb. Any questions? Questions without notice? Just move to the microphone and then Mr. Bromby.
I believe
Whoa.
Yep. I believe I submitted a piece of paper, and is that available for me to read from with regard to the questions?
To our administration office? Yep. So would you like that piece of paper yourself? Or from
Yes,
yes, so just down there, please. All right.
My question of council is this.
Sure.
Hi, Susie. Good, thank you. That should be better. Thank you.
Just continue.
Is council aware that the failure of process regarding parking infringement 1007-6860 due to communications problems resulted in the cancellation of the registration of Honda E08PV? can council investigate the failure of process and withdraw the action with MPES?
Just your name and surname to start to, and I was a
Ah,
little
yes,
disjointed.
Philip Brumby of Launceston.
Thank you, Mr. Bunbury. We can definitely take that question on notice and look into the process there for you for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bunbury. Any other questions without notice?
Yeah.
Cool, okay, thank you. I would very much hope that someone from our team is looking into those technical issues. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kai. In the back. Okay, there being no further questions without notice, we'll move forward through the agenda. We have no petitions or deputations which have been identified as a part of this agenda. So looking to step into Planning Authority at 11. Planning Authority, under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in Agenda 11, Planning Authority. At 11.1, we do have 18 White Street and 44 Hill Street, West Launceston. Before we get to any recommendations, we will open it up to the floor for speakers. And I do appreciate the correspondence that we've had this week around the number of dedicated representations that have come through too. So each speaker who would like to speak, who's been here registered as well, will have the allocated and allowed 2 minutes, and then there will be an additional amount of time allocated to 2 further speakers who has been delegated to do that there as well. So if we were just to keep it in a little orderly fashion, I might run through the list in order of those who have presented here to us upon entry. So if I could, and please forgive me if I can't read your writing too. I do have first perhaps Michelle Holmes.
Mayor and councillors, I'd like to read my statement, please. I spent over 20 years living on White Street, and even 60 years ago, the area of proposed development was difficult for traffic and pedestrians. If a car was parked opposite the driveway to our residents, we could not drive our car out at times onto the street without trying to find the owner of the parked car and get them to move it. The unsafe conditions on White Street are much worse now. I still have occasions to drive along White Street. There are usually many cars parked on both sides of the narrow two-way street. Most cars are parked on the footpath after hours, making it unsafe for pedestrians. Anyone who knows White Street well knows that it's unsafe to add more development and more residents and cars using this street. The traffic report accompanying the development application does not adequately address these problems. The photographs used were taken at a time when no one had yet got home from work to park. That time of day also didn't show the cars using White Street to transport their children to and from the back of West Launceston Primary School, or parked on the street waiting to collect their children walking from the back gate. And many school children walk White Street, and there's risk for them of increased congestion on the street, and particularly with increased development and use of such a narrow, hidden right-of-way with such limited sight lines. Please refuse this development application. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I've just been informed by IT, because there's so many people in the room, it's actually interfering with the transmitter with our wireless system. So what we would like to provide is, Councillor Britton, your microphone in the middle there, we can actually have that pointed to our speakers, and that will allow the volume to increase and be picked up as well for those who wish to speak. Thank you. Yeah. Yep, okay, so next on the list I've got Ms. Bailey, Denise Bailey from Longford.
Hello, I've been a nanny for Eamon and Elizabeth at 42 Hill Street for 16 years.
Okay.
I'm at their property every week, childcare. I drive out of their only vehicle access to the property, a dirt lane, into White Street to travel home. It is always very difficult and dangerous to drive in and out of this part of the lane. There are usually cars parked right up to each side of the lane, and cars parked directly opposite. I often feel like I will hit one of these cars or will be hit by one of these cars that travel so fast on this road. This is a problem along this entire part of Wyatt Street, including where the proposed development is. By the time I leave home after 6 p.m, when residents have come home from work, there are usually many cars parked on both sides of this part of the street. It's very hard to see what is coming along the street because I can't see beyond all the cars parked on both sides. I think the proposed development will make these traffic conditions worse, as will other developments in the area that will follow. I also want to say that I love the outlook and space from Liz and Eamon's beautiful kitchen windows, and I think this will be ruined by the large proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you. Got Andrew. Andrew from Stone Street.
Thank you. I've lived in Stone Street since 1978, close to White Street and Hill Streets, which I know well. From 1979, my mother-in-law lived at 42 Hill Street, a property spanning the block dividing the horizontal Hill and White Streets. My family continued to live there. White Street and surrounding streets are very congested. White Street is narrow and usually has cars parked on both sides, making it difficult for two-way traffic. Cars are parked on footpaths, making it difficult and unsafe for pedestrians. I consider that further developments allowed in relatively small backyards of White Street will create further unsafe conditions of additional traffic and parking congestion on White Street. People coming into town from White Street and Hill Street residents and the surrounding neighbourhoods travel via Hill Street, past Stone Street and often down Stone Street. I've seen this traffic increasing exponentially in recent times due to increasing development. Every morning as I walk to work, there's a long line banked up of traffic in Hillside Crescent of people trying to get into town. Further development in Wyatt Street is only going to increase this problem, diminishing the qualities of the neighbourhood. An inadequate infrastructure roads around historic and crowded areas like Hill Street, where people travel far too fast going down, Hill Street and White Street will not safely sustain ongoing increases in traffic congestion. I also oppose the development of 18 White Street because it's too big for the site. The proposed two-storey, three-bedroom building appears to be confronting on such a small parcel of land. It seems likely that this is going to cause disputes between neighbours who will no longer have the amenity of the space around them that they've had through all these years. I think this should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reverend Valentina.
Honourable Mayor and councillors, I live at 46 Hill Street, along with my husband and my 88-year-old mother, who is in our care and will continue to be in our care until she dies. Access to our home is between 18 and 16 Wyatt Street, since the driveway on Hill Street was dismantled by the Launceston City Council. Wyatt Street is narrow with car parks on both sides, including the sidewalk. The laneway that provides access to our home is narrower. Moving trucks were unable to access this lane to unload our stuff when we moved in 2021. Survey markers at this point in time, as noticed in this last week, indicate that the said construction will further narrow that laneway access and the right of way. The resident at Wyatt Street wrote to the Pilgrim Church, which owns the manse, which we live in, on October 18, saying that we could park on Hill Street. Fine. But how could my 88-year-old mother with arthritic knees, a damaged vertebral disc, access our home from Hill Street? With bilateral knee replacements myself in March this year, I am still relearning how to climb stairs. I drive home during breaks on weeks to check in on my mother, who also has a form of dementia, to make sure she has lunch and her meds. If the right of way is obstructed, like it was last week, it will be hard for me to access my home to tend to my mother. Last week, the tree cutting crew blocked the lane and did see me, but did not move until some other neighbor asked them to move. Fortunately, it was only a meeting I was attending. However, if an ambulance, it was called, a narrower and an obstructed right-of-way would restrict care for my 88-year-old mother. A formal guarantee that the right-of-way will not be narrowed and that we will have unobstructed access at all times is requested if you support the construction plans before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Claire from Campbell Street.
Hello, Mayor and councillors. I would like to explain my objections to the DA for 18 Wyatt Street. My concerns about the proposed DA are for traffic and pedestrian safety, driveway access, dwelling size and land area. And critically, the DA doesn't comply with several criteria within the planning scheme for permissible building envelope, driveway access and privacy. I'm a regular visit to Wyatt Street and I walk my children on the footpath to visit friends. We know that the traffic on Wyatt Street already faces limited parking and there are significant visibility issues when you're on that footpath, when the driveways are steep, because the impact of coming out a steep driveway either downhill or uphill, you don't get the visibility either way with young children. The steep laneway driveway that gives access to 18 Wyatt Street, proposed construction, will have limited space for parking and turning on that site, so then it has to use that laneway. It will provide extra laneway traffic, and then that raises significant pedestrian safety concerns when you're crossing the laneway up there. You've also got the crest of the hill, so that if vehicles end up reversing out onto Wyatt Street, as happened last week, then they've got no visibility of anyone on that footpath, and anyone coming from north comes over the crest of the hill to find a truck reversing uphill with no visibility of the road. In the future, neighbouring blocks may look to add additional dwellings as densification in that area proceeds. I strongly urge the Council to consider the impact of approving this DA and what effect it will have on future DAs, and I request that you prioritise upholding the need to comply with all the planning scheme criteria, since this DA will be a precedent for further densification that happens in that area. Do not grant concessions lightly that will lower the requirements and planning scheme compliance that future DAs will require. If you set a lower required standard this time and waive the need for compliance to several planning scheme criteria, you will set a very low bar for future DAs. I urge the Council to reject this application on the grounds of non-compliance with multiple planning scheme criteria and the traffic safety concerns. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Claire. I've got Helen Tate. Okay, it's just been written down for both, so thank you. We'll get to that one in just a moment, or maybe a few moments. Lisa Williams.
I'm a resident on this particular block of Hill Street with my husband and young family. I'll be speaking to a lot of the matters that have already been addressed, but I think that just shows that it's a concern for many people. We often drive to and access our property via the dirt lane, extending between Wyatt Streets and Upper York Street, as well as parking in that lane as the only access we have to the rear of our property. The conditions in that particular area of Wyatt Street are very difficult. The street is a narrow two-way street and it's not sufficient for two-way traffic flow. This is especially true because the usual situation is that many cars are parked on both sides of the street and really often parked up on the footpath as well. The vehicles are mounted up on the footpath. And the fact that so many Wyatt Street residents and visitors need to mount the footpath for parking shows that the road is not sufficient or safe for its current levels of use, much less an increased use from new occupants and visitors. The line of sight for drivers and pedestrians is shocking on Wyatt Street, particularly at the crest of the hill there, which is the area for proposed development. It's quite a blind spot, especially when you're using those access lanes. When I was a pedestrian with a pram on Wyatt Street, I found it difficult to negotiate the narrow footpath and the parked cars mounted on the footpath, so I would often have to take my pram with my baby onto the road to walk around said cars. Now when using Wyatt Street to drive in and out of the way to the rear of our property over the dirt lane, there are usually cars parked too close to the left and the right of the laneway, as well as directly opposed on the junction there of Wyatt Street, and it makes it very difficult and unsafe. I've actually physically had to get out of the car as a passenger and go up the street to check that we will have clearance to get down our laneway before taking our vehicle up, because otherwise we'll be trapped in that narrow space. We brought in this area because we fell in love with the picturesque views, the large houses on large lots with plenty of space and greenery around us. This is what I believe the third application for this development, and it is still not able to be designed to fit within the building envelope, which to me suggests that the size of the land is not at all suited to the type of development that's proposed. We would hate to see the very essence of what we love and enjoy being eroded by developments trying to squeeze oversized buildings into the backyards of this neighbourhood.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Lisa. I've got Bernadette from 40 Hill Street.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for hearing us out here today. I know that everyone has been speaking a lot about parking and the ability of accessing that street. I absolutely concur with all of that, so I'm not going to touch on that again. I also know from last time, obviously there was a unanimous verdict to reject this application last time, and that a lot of that, he does a wonderful job and the rest of our community in representing us here. They will talk a lot about amenity, okay? And this is really something that means a lot more than just a word to me. We relocated here from the mainland. We reside now with my partner Sandy at 40 Hill Street. We all loved it so much that we bought 38A Hill Street as well, which is a vacant adjoining lot to us. When we talk about amenity here, this is something we haven't really experienced to this degree before, and that is a testament to the area and to council. This is not just a faceless community here. We are actually a community. I mean, at 5 o'clock you can go and walk your dog with all the rest of the members of the community. We have each other's keys. We swap vegetables that we have in excess. If the amenity means something, to us, we're all very passionate here about our community, and that's why us, as well as another 100 other objectives, are here and are representing. Unfortunately, not everyone is able to take a day off work to be here. But I think what we're really concerned about is the appropriateness, the sustainability and the safety of this development for such a small site, like everyone else has mentioned here. I think it's important to note, again, with so many objectives, that it is this appropriateness question that we're talking about. And we believe that appropriateness is why, in fact, that these planning requirements do exist, and why guardrails do exist, to ensure that we can maintain as this community moves on and develops and evolves. We do expect it to develop and evolve. We're not saying it can't, but we want it to do in a really respectful, mindful and appropriate way that's suitable to maintain the amenity and to maintain our community here. With this particular application, let's face it, it is a very substantial building on a very small plot of land, okay, I'm going to wrap this up. But essentially, you're being asked to waive, the requirements that are needed to present this under this section. And we believe that, we as a community shouldn't really be asking you to enforce those, but we should be understanding why it's not possible to build on that plot of land within that those requirements. Essentially, amenity is not an abstract concept to us here. We believe that the proposal as it stands does not meet appropriate development for the area, and we'd like to see that reconsidered, especially now it's not a strata title, it is just a unit attached to the dwelling. We'd like to see the space of that site better used, to meet the planning requirements that we do have here.
Right, we might just finish it. We'll just finish it there if that's okay, because the bell's ring. So, thank you. I've got next here. Where did I get to? Ellen.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Chiller and I am the applicant facing this. I've also been given permission by the owner of 42 Hill Street, who has approved the bill, to speak on his behalf as well in approval. In the brief time I have, I will address the point of concerns raised at the last meeting on the 18th of April earlier this year and add some additional points I believe should be considered in your decision making today. To begin with, I have actively listened and acted upon the council members' concerns that resulted in the motion being rejected last time we met. Two main reasons were outlined by the council as to why the build should not go ahead: the appearance of the proposed property and concerns regarding driveway access. To address the first point, the original plans have been changed and we are now presenting a timeless weatherboard home with a hipped roof to provide character and seamless blend with the surrounding neighbourhood, as requested by council. The second point is the driveway access. The driveway is currently shared with 4 homes who have legal access. The opposition argues that it is a dangerous and busy side street. It is not a side street, but a private driveway only used by the homes of 18 and 16 Wyatt Street and 46 and 44 Hill Street. There has never been an accident in this space during my time there, which is over 20 plus years where I raised my children. I can prove traffic has decreased in the driveway across the last 5 years at my own property. I used to have 4 cars at my property, 2 in the carport and 2 permanently on the street for my daughters as they grew. Since then, life has changed as it does. My husband has passed and my 2 granddaughters have moved interstate, removing traffic by a factor of 3. The new build will only have a 2-car garage, so traffic will not even be at its peak with the addition of the new home. A traffic report was commissioned firstly by 42 Hill Street, who do not even use the driveway or have access. And in that report it states, as does your record, confirms the proposal is workable as existing properties can safely continue to access the row and the proposed development can as well. I also commissioned a report and suggestions were made by them for changes to the design to make access easier. These changes have been incorporated into the plan submitted before you today to ensure the continued safety of that driveway. Further points I would like to address. My neighbours of 16 Wyatt, 44 Hill Street have no objections to the build and continue to support my application. Owners of 46 Hill Street, the Uniting Church, as mentioned previously, have concerns about access during the build. And I have assured them that during that time, communication will be forthwith and dealt with in a manner not denying access to any emergency vehicles as mentioned. A complaint levelled with the build is it will overlook other properties. My neighbours at 44 Hill Street and 16 Wyatt hold no objections. The area of Wyatt Street is a hilly suburb. We all overlook each other's properties, some more than others. The biggest, most recent build of 42 Hill Street overlooks every backyard in the immediate area. A point in the representations was about green gardens being removed. That portion of the block is mostly lawn, and the only person who has a view of it is myself, 16 Wyatt Street, who have no objections, and 42 Hill Street, who overlooks everything in the neighbourhood. I wish to also point out a large green area on Hill Street is Arbour Park. Lastly, none of the current 108 representatives have discussed their concerns with me, which I would have been more than welcome to. I have no idea who these people are or who they are. I only know that 42 Hill Street is the driving force behind them. Some council members previously stated the reason for rejecting the proposal was the number of representations being unhappy with the build. I wish to point out that only one of those complainants is actually a direct neighbour to me, and they are not even impacted by the shared driveway. To conclude, the 2 points officially listed that halted the residential build approval in the last meeting have all been addressed and rectified. I have listened actively to meet the concerns of this council by following all necessary steps and guidelines. The building itself has been approved by Launceston Town planners as listed with all their guidelines being met and approved. One mention in response to all the comments that have just been made, I wish to point out the driveway they are all talking about is nothing to do with this. It is another internal driveway that links all the rest of the properties that have mentioned this beforehand and have no reflection on my property or my request. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellen. I have Tim.
Councillors, Mr Mayor, I'm speaking on behalf in support of the application as a consultant in this instance. I think Ellen's really beautifully articulated her objection, her argument against some of the concerns made about traffic and car parking. We've worked as best we can with council to ensure that we've addressed these concerns up front. We knew that this would be particularly concerning to at least one neighbour. I feel like it's worth stating that my client might not have the privilege in this case to bring her gardener, her nanny and her long list of friends to come and support her case in this instance. I think it's been quite a well-organised effort, an expert effort against it. But I did want to speak quickly to the right-of-way. It's a right-of-way, which means it cannot be obstructed. I think that's just how it is. Her builders can't obstruct it or stop anyone from using it. That's just the rules. There's no widening, there's no narrowing of the driveway to happen. I think that was stated, that's incorrect. It sounds to me like maybe we should consider some speed humps along Wyatt Street, but I can't speak to that. That seems to be anecdotal to me. We have engaged the services of a traffic impact engineer to deal with that. In terms of the scale of the building, we've done many such developments. It to us seems entirely appropriate. And as far as the envelope is concerned, the building is pushed towards the laneway slightly in relation to the overall envelope. That's partly due to the nature of it being an internal block. That's also partly due to there being an easement through the property, which does push the building to one side and not the other. Completely appropriate in scale, I would suggest. And in terms of the concessions that you're being asked to make here, there are no concessions you're being asked to make here. It is very much designed in line with the performance criteria, though it doesn't meet some of the acceptable solutions, which is obviously why it's here. So we have carefully considered the performance criteria and made efforts to make sure that we are within those. I would suggest that, again, we're very much within those criteria.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you. I've got Matt at 18 next. 16? Oh, yes. It's been scribbled out.
Councillors, I'm Matt Hughes, owner of 16 Wyatt Street. Just want to stand here today and say that I have no objections to the development in the way that it's been proposed. I would add that I have got a contractor to remove the fence that was collapsed over the laneway, which has been narrowing the laneway. So there's a contractor engaged at the moment to come and widen it by 1.5 metres, which was the height of the fence that had collapsed. So it will be widened prior to the original outline of that driveway. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, mate. Thank you. Elizabeth.
So it's not the time yet. I just want a bit of relief to say relief to know I'm not speaking as long as I did last time.
And a point of order, if I may, Chair. I have been contacted by the Launceston Ratepayers Association, who did explicitly ask via email to your office that Elizabeth be allowed to speak on their behalf. So I'm not sure if any provision has been made for that.
It has.
Very good. If you're comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Before I start, I'm going to speak quickly to keep in time limits, so please slow me down if you need me to stop. There's a lot to cover. So I'm starting now, councillors. Thank you. The planning scheme mandates site areas greater than 325 square metres per multiple dwelling. The planner doesn't analyse this, but a much smaller area is shown on plan boundaries and recent survey marks. These plans obstruct analysis through no specified site areas, despite this development standard being provided on previous applications, misrepresented size of existing dwellings, and claiming land of 42 Hill Street, ignoring fences existing over 50 years and reinstated twice by the proponent. Any attempt to analyse dimensions is speculation because the proponent's most recent surveyor challenges every fence line. His August notes on title significantly narrow access, compounding safety problems that were previously sufficient to refuse the application. The proponent should litigate to resolve this crucial issue, as she has threatened, not use council as pawns in a land grab, risking appeal costs over uncertainties. The new narrowing of access isn't mentioned in the proponent's traffic report. Our traffic assessment identifies many ignored issues, including swept paths, showing that two cars cannot park on site because collisions occur when one enters or exits the garage where the other is parked. A clash of expert opinions makes uncertainty about safety, especially when representatives, including the former owner of the right-of-way, describe it and Hill Street as unsafe, as also demonstrated by parked cars on footpaths. The private right-of-way is relevant to the safety of Wyatt Street because it adds to congestion of entry and entrance on Wyatt Street. Planning scheme wording demands certainty on safety, requiring authorities to ensure safe access for pedestrians, vehicles, cyclists, and ensure convenient, safe, efficient parking, and ensure parking doesn't cost lost amenity to others. You cannot be certain on this when approval results in at least 5 large houses and/or visitors with a right-of-way that is too narrow, and when the proponent's surveyor and neighbour at 16 Wyatt Street says he'll use his right-of-way to add a similar development, and the new 44 Hill Street owner is interested in developing his block. Financial interests make developers dismiss safety issues, but council should reject this application on the grounds of letting proponents back safety plans with a referral to TASCAT. Traffic generation negatively affects amenity, and legal precedent establishes that amenity involves views, subjective emotional concepts, including quality of life, and whether proposals are harmonious. Council's heritage study proves these aspects aren't satisfied, identifying this area as unique, with significantly coherent timber and brick houses of high quality, demonstrating importance of garden settings to overall character. These qualities are also identified in many written representations. The proposed modern development with a massive solid block wall isn't harmonious. Plans inaccurately minimise bulk with drawings from people who haven't been in our house but speculate about what we'll see of the building extending almost 12 metres along our kitchen windows with a hipped roof now higher than the previous application, which the planner suggested would obscure half our windows. The law states that subtle variations in dimensions can create unacceptable visual impact. This proposal exceeds the envelope with a wall and half a roof, creating an entire second story. The scale is too large for the proposed area. Scale is perceived size in relation to surrounding objects or space. This building will seem larger by destroying existing separation. That separation that's existed when the council approved our development that was on a large acre block and that was within the planning scheme. Separation creates privacy, helping avoid disputes that arise between two close neighbours. The proponent knows the importance of privacy. The proposed wall facing her is the only one without windows. Loss of amenity will be compounded by further inevitable developments following this precedent. In conclusion, councillors, you are a safeguard against unconscious bias occurring when planners spend months consulting with developers on plans. Please don't favour financial interests of a few, disregarding 110 objectors, 11 here today, and another 30 who advised the Mayor that they wanted to speak but were unable to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. We've got Eamon next.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm here in my private capacity only. This application is complex. Site and access is severely constrained. It relies upon 5 performance criteria covering scale, bulk and proportions, privacy and safety. The previous application was refused on most of these grounds, so should this one. I refer to the planning report, agenda attachment 1, building envelope and visual impacts. This application is substantially the same as the one refused in April, but instead of a flat roof, there is now a hip roof. This causes an even greater visual impact and building envelope protrusion than the refused application. This is not discussed anywhere in the report. Why? Instead, the report states visual impact has been exacerbated and compounded by the design choices of 42 Hill Street, which undertook an extension to their dwelling in 2013. It is not this application's increased scale, bulk and proportions that exacerbate and compound its visual impact. It's my and my wife's design choices 11 years ago for our council-approved extension. Surely not. Assessment of the design change to a hip roof should have occurred. It did not. Why? The report states, as though it is a good thing, that the proposed dwelling has ensured the majority of the built form is located within the prescribed building envelope. So as long as 51%, the majority of any building is within the building envelope, council should approve it. Again, surely not. Protrusions beyond the building envelope are a matter of degrees, not of majority. The report also states that the dwelling has reduced its window proportions facing north. No, it has not. Northeast and northwest elevations on plan A301 are no smaller than the same elevations on plan A300 of the refused April application. How is this conclusion reached? In short, the planning report takes over a page of text to minimise and blame us for the visual impacts of this application. Lots of words, not a lot of substance. The application should be refused. To the Parking and Transport Code, the Sustainable Transport Code. Safety was a reason council refused the application in April, but the planning report relies without question on the traffic impact assessment, the TIA, submitted with the application. A traffic review by Pitt and Sherry submitted by me and my wife is largely disregarded on basis it incorrectly counts 5 properties utilising the right-of-way, because 48 Hill Street, without access to the right-of-way recorded on its title, has been included. No, it is not. The traffic review by Pitt and Sherry does not once mention 48 Hill Street. Pitt and Sherry's engineer reviewed the planning report and commented, I do not once mention in my entire report that 48 Hill Street accesses the right-of-way. The entire report still stands, it should be considered by councillors. Neither the TIA nor the council planner state what the sufficient walking distance is, nor what the available parking is on Wyatt Street. Vehicles are parking on the footpath, impeding access for vulnerable users. If all items regarding manoeuvring into and out of a site meet horizontal and vertical requirements of the Australian standard, then this information must be provided. There is insufficient information in the site plans, TIA or council assessment to show this. As my wife said, the vehicle swept paths, confirmed by our traffic engineer, showed the vehicles collide with each other. And the traffic engineer says this is not acceptable. I do not believe that reversing in this location onto the street is currently safe. Again, the traffic engineer. And finally, she says several issues were identified with safety and accessibility of this site. Further investigation should be undertaken and the identified issues resolved before the proposed dwelling at 18 Wyatt Street is considered for approval. Pitt and Sherry's advice is that this application as designed has transport-related issues that impact the safety and operation of the site. In short, it is unsafe, it should again be refused. My wife addressed the survey, the resurvey that's occurred. There are a number of markers on the right-of-way that indicate that the fence line and the block wall are upwards of 1.3 metres inside the property boundary. So the markers are actually out towards and in the surface of the right-of-way. One final thing, if I may. Representations. There were 19 issues discussed. One was omitted. It's a very important one. It was in my representation. The Land Use Planning and Approvals Act requires the owner of other properties involved in the application to be formally notified. Nothing in the documentation says that that's occurred. It's one thing to give a notice or a letter or whatever to an occupier, doesn't mean they're the owner. The estate owner informed me and my wife that the first he knew of the application was when we informed him of it, well after the application was made. Why is this not addressed in the report? Is council sure that it is considering a valid application? Finally, taking all of this into account, council must again refuse this application due to visual impact, that is, protrusion beyond the building envelope, and safety concerns, as I've just described. There's a bit of technical commentary in there. I've got copies, Mayor, that I can leave on the table if you wish.
I'm happy for you to leave them on the table if councillors wish, but I think there's been a good plethora of information that's been shared today, and I really do thank those that have taken the time to not only attend, but to also have corresponded with council throughout this process. There being no more noted speakers. Okay. Yep, okay.
Thank you for your time, and I'm on short notice. I have
because we missed it. Sorry, just name and suburb because I don't have it written down.
My name is Sandy Cook. I live at 40 Hill Street. So yes, I had a lot of things written down, but they've been covered so eloquently by other people. I guess my main issue with this development is that it doesn't satisfy the requirements, which is why we're here today and why so many people are here. The question is, could it meet the requirements? And I believe that possibly it could. We've got plenty of size block there. We seem to be trying to cram something on which is not in character of the locality, and therefore is too big, and therefore needs to have some requirements alleviated a little bit. So I just want to say that I think that there's an ability for the house to be part of the community, but at the moment, the way it stands, it doesn't meet the requirements. So that's my.
Thank you. Okay, no further speakers. I will move to the recommendation. So the recommendation is that a permit be granted for residential construction of an additional dwelling in 18 White Street with access over 44 Hill Street, West Launceston, subject to the published conditions. Now, I will ask for councillor move and second, but just to reaffirm that by moving and second doesn't mean you support the motion. It just means that we start the debate, just so we're clear for everybody. So somebody to move to start the conversation. Councillor Harris has moved. A seconder. Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the people who came to speak on this one. It's still a contentious issue. It was last time that we met and talked about it earlier this year. A number of questions that I might ask, and I'm sure the planners are expecting to perhaps give their thoughts on it, that has been raised today before I speak, if I may. Where to start? I think I might start with the traffic impact studies. There seem to have been two done, which have come to different conclusions on a right-of-way. Who do you believe? Now, if one says left and one says right, do you just go whoever pays the tune, whoever pays the piper calls the tune, or is it in fact some form of analysis undertaken to see what the actual traffic studies are telling us?
In the sense of the planner's report, the council has a number of professional engineers, and we refer the applications to them with the supporting information, and our professional engineers, our infrastructure team, will assess that, and they will provide advice to the planners, and we will incorporate that back in our report. And that's the evidence, and that's the report that we've provided back to you. So our report has considered the different positions and has provided advice to you that we believe that this is appropriate, the arrangements are appropriate.
Thank you. And I guess that is backed up by the applicant who said in 20 years of living there's never been an accident in the right-of-way, despite the fact that the right-of-way is narrow. People do, I guess, see each other. You're not going to speed up and down that right-of-way. And so people just adjust. They go forward, they go back to let the other one through. And that's been going on for 20 years, and I'm sure that will happen in the future as well. Some of the people have mentioned that the property extends outside the building envelope. Now, building envelopes on the side of hills Because a building envelope, as I understand it, is a building envelope on a flat piece of land. This is clearly not a flat piece of land. So therefore, is there a minimum or maximum amount that if a building protrudes from it, it can still be approved? One of the speakers seemed to mention if it was over 51% inside the box, then that would seem to be cognizant to approve it. I don't believe that to be quite the case, but I just wondered if there is any guidelines on what councillors can be guided by as to what excludes, what is external to this mythical box that is called the building envelope.
From the council planner's perspective, there are two ways of achieving the objective. There is a deemed to comply envelope, which if you are within, you are deemed to comply with the scheme. It's generally written conservatively, and as you rightly point out, works on standard blocks and standard situations. There is an alternative pathway, a performance pathway, that allows designers to design buildings that they believe are appropriate in the area, and provided that in the view of the designer and ultimately the council, that the impacts of those that design is acceptable on the area. So it's a performance criteria. And if you look in the officer's report in this case, we have assessed those issues and provided advice to you that we believe that the impacts of the discretions, particularly in the building envelope, are appropriate. It's important when assessing the building envelope to not to make sure that you read the words in the standard and have a look at what the actual issues are. And if you see in the, they are very specific words and they have a specific number of tests. And if you look in the planner's report, each one of those elements is broken down and there's a view provided for each one of them. Yeah, it's more than a general feeling, it's a specific test. You need to read the words and apply that to the plans.
Thank you. But in your words, this meets that criteria. In your professional opinion?
That's our view.
Yeah, thank you. There was some discussion about the setback from the, I guess, side boundary with, I think it's 42 Hill Street, if I'm not mistaken. Is there any, and it being crowded, if you like, onto the right of way, have you got any comments to make on why the building might be located where it is, and also the amount of area around the building, should, if in a future period of time, it might be subdivided off from the house that fronts onto White Street?
Sorry, can you hear me from there? Look, it's generally a design choice by the applicant and what's put towards us in terms of its location, as to how we assess it and where it's located on the site. I believe this one was constrained due to an easement over the property, so they've chosen that location. It also gives them further separation from adjoining dwellings. With regard to any future subdivision, it would be entirely up to the landowner to consider under the provisions of the scheme in place at that time.
I think one thing to add to that is that generally speaking, when you're on a street or on a road, we don't necessarily consider the impact. Overlooking is generally lessened. You overlook the street, but because it's not a private space, the impact of overlooking is generally lessened from a planning point of view. So if you're overlooking, if you're closer to a right of way, although admittedly the right of way isn't as wide as a normal street, but it tends to mitigate any overlooking because it's a public space or a shared space as opposed to a private back garden. So I think in this case, if we were to look at the design has pulled as far as possible away from, or as far as significantly further away from the neighbour who is obviously concerned about this, it's entirely within the building envelope in relation to the neighbouring property that's most concerned, and the projections that come outside the building are towards the laneway where the impacts are inherently lesser because it overlooks a shared space. So in that sense, it's responsive to the issues on site. could be seen to be responsive to the issues on site.
Thank you. Just in regard to the parking aspect of the building itself, but also on Wyatt Street, there is obviously the two-car garage being provided. Are planning officers satisfied that the swing areas in the design are sufficient to allow cars to actually enter and exit the garage freely without hitting each other?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. I would think that myself. I think it was 6 metres wide, which is quite a wide garage. Just the other comments that were being made is about amenity. Now, amenity is one of those words, a bit like love. It's hard to describe and it means different things to different people. How do planners ascertain what affects the amenity of either neighbours or the neighbourhood when new buildings are being introduced?
I mean, you can give a very long answer to that. I mean, these are difficult concepts that have been determined over time. But I think the important thing with this is that, generally speaking, if you are inside the envelope, the amenity is generally taken to be acceptable. And then the amenity impacts of those things that are outside of the envelope tend to be considered. So if you are adjoining a piece of this building that is inside the envelope, it's going to be hard to argue that the built form is damaging your amenity. Now, as was pointed out, people can perceive amenity differently, and some people get used to, and we've had this quite often, people get used to the amenity of neighbouring blocks and vacant land next to them. And, you know, we have talked previously in council meetings about borrowed amenity, and you borrow amenity from your neighbour's block, you get used to overlooking your neighbours and seeing their garden, and then when someone proposes something, you feel like you've lost something. So I'm not suggesting that those people don't believe they've lost some amenity, because if someone builds something next to you, you suffer a change, and so you believe would be a feeling that you lose some amenity, but is that an unreasonable loss of amenity when that's the question, because there is an acceptable building envelope for these, and it's largely within the envelope, particularly when in relation to the neighbours to the north. So I hope that goes some way to saying that amenity is a bit of a broader concept. It is defined in the scheme, and it's experienced by individuals is different. I think that the job from the planning perspective is to work out whether these things are reasonable, and we do that with definitions of the envelope. And so particularly in relation to the property to the north, the building is overwhelmingly within the envelope for a significant portion when compared to the building to the north. So in my view, and in the view of the planning team, we wouldn't believe that would have an unreasonable impact on the amenity of the neighbour to the north.
Thank you. And in fact, as you said, on virtually every time you build on a vacant block or piece of land, you will be affecting the amenity of those around it, because simply you're changing it. And so that has to be considered as part of the planning scheme. So today I'm happy to support this motion for the second dwelling at 18 Wyatt Street. The block is just under 1,000 metres squared, so therefore each dwelling is deemed to have half of that, or around about 500 square metres. As others have pointed out, the minimum is 325, but because this is not a subdivision, that doesn't become relevant. We have also talked or heard that the development application has been significantly modified based on the refusal of this council earlier in the year. The appearance has been changed to be more, I guess, in vogue with other weatherboard and brick houses in the area, rather than a modern interpretation of a house, which was perhaps what was proposed last time. And also some minor changes made to where the driveway and the right-of-way intersect to enable easier access to the right-of-way and also to just improve how that might work. I think in listening to those people who are most affected by this development application, that is the owners of the property, the property owner, Jeff, who owns 44, 44 Hill Street. It's his right of way, and he has written to us all to say that he is supportive of this development application. Also, we have heard from the immediate neighbour who shares access to the right of way at number 16 White Street, and he also is supportive of this application. He also told us that there is some work underway to perhaps widen the laneway because a fence that has been fallen over is now being removed. I think it was him that told us it was that. Maybe it wasn't. Just trying to look at my notes. That was Tim. Tim may not be at 16 White.
It was Matt.
Matt, was it? Sorry, you
At
get so many
16.
people talking at us, it's hard to keep track.
Let's keep going.
That the building is now, that the laneway is what it is. And it is just that. It is a laneway. It is not a street. Many people were talking about a gravel road, which I don't think they were referring to this right of way. My recollection was that this was a sealed right of way. So hence, when many people are talking about a gravel roadway, it is in fact further up the road, in fact on the other side of 42 Hill Street, which actually is closer to the crest of the hill, and so would be more difficult to see. But I think at the end of all this, council parking staff may need to go and investigate the traffic that is in White Street to see whether in fact there needs to be some controls over the parking, because ultimately, if it is a narrow street, I know it well. I lived in West Launceston for the first 21 years of my life and knew White Street intimately. So it is something that we have to be aware of, and maybe we need to introduce some no parking on one side of the street. The downside of doing that is that no parking will actually increase the speed of the cars through the street. So sometimes you've got to be careful what you wish for. But parking is not necessarily an issue for this particular DA. Look forward to hearing what my other colleagues might say, and look forward to coming back to wrapping up in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to thank all the people that have come in. I can't match or disagree with anything my colleague has said. I'll just read, but I am struggling with all this, and I personally don't like being put in this position. But on the 18th of April, it says quite clearly here, and we all voted unanimously, that the amenities was a real matter, and we disagreed with this. We also led the developers to believe that if they amended the drawings, that the application would be seen in a more favourable light. Well, they've done that. But so what happened to the amenities? That hasn't changed. The house is still pretty well the same, and I'm not good at jumping ship. In my heritage, I can't support it. I feel very sorry for the lady concerned, and if I can do anything to help in some other way, but surely there's got to be, there can't just be a yes or a no. I mean, we've encouraged the applicant to spend a lot more money, to be led to believe that she'd be given a favourable hearing, and I suppose from our recommendation she has been. But I do still believe in democracy, and I think I'd be letting the majority of people down if I didn't support them, which doesn't necessarily mean I agree with them. It just means that democracy, majority rule. And I'm very sorry for everyone that they haven't been able to sort it out. And I hope that maybe there'll be a third time at this, for some sort of resolution where they all get together and everyone's happy. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments around the table? I've got a question from Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much, Mayor. There was concerns raised by one of the representatives about the boundaries and the location of those exact boundary lines. Obviously, we're only assessing what is in front of us today, I'm assuming. And if it is deemed that there is anything wrong with those boundaries, what happens to our decision today?
It's not unusual in older areas of Launceston where boundaries by way of description or by historical fence lines or other mechanisms to determine the boundary for there to be concerns at the time of development about the location of the boundaries. And if you remember, we had it most recently at Lytton Street, where that was quite a significant issue. Ultimately, the boundaries will be determined by a surveyor or either for the applicant or in response to a neighbour's concerns, and the boundary will be established. There is a hierarchy of evidence that establishes those boundaries, and it's not something that we can do at the time of assessing this application. We're assessing the documents as they're submitted to us. If the boundary is established and it's meaningfully different from the development that we've approved, then we'd have to address that at the time. We've got no evidence to suggest that's the case. And it's not unusual for there to be, particularly in a contested planning application, arguments that fences are in the wrong place. I think for today's perspective, I think we make the decision based on the application that we've got in front of us, and then should there be any concerns proven at some later point, then applications could be amended or modified accordingly, if necessary. It's a hypothetical, obviously.
No, thank you.
Further questions or comments? Deputy Mayor, then Professor Razak.
Thank you, and thank you again for all the commentary that's been made by the people that have come in today. I voted against it last time. I've seen a new set of plans come in which have modified things to take into account the things that we said at the last meeting. If I was the owner of 42, I'd probably be doing what they've done as well in regards to challenging it because it's going to affect my view. So I have no problem with anything that anybody's said, and protecting my outcome is what I would do as well. But we sit here as a planning authority and we need to make decisions on that basis. I was most concerned as I was listening to most of the first lot of representatives talking about the traffic management and the TIA. I then went back and just quickly looked at the TIA again, and I note that the TIA was done for the proponent, came through, the TIA that came in for the representatives came in, but then it was assessed by our engineers and they interrogated both of those to look at it and say, do we have a traffic impact assessment? I'm not a traffic impact assessment. I understand and I can see commentary that's been made. I'm confused about the right-of-ways and the gravel drives, but that aside from things, our traffic engineers have sided on the view that the traffic impact is not such that it would be dangerous for the use of this property. So I've taken that on board. Amenity, again, a very vexed issue, and your view is not your view. If there's a vacant block in front of you, you buy land, you don't know what somebody's going to build there, so therefore you really have to put up with what's going on. This house, yes, it's maybe of a reasonable size. Yes, it's outside the building envelope. And what we need to understand, and I think Councillor Harris made the comment, is that the acceptable solutions are based on basically blocks of land on flat plains. This one's not. And then when I look at what the out of scope is, it's all on the southern or south-eastern side of the building, which is orienting itself to the laneway and or a tree that's in front and orienting towards number 44, I think, slightly. As Councillor Harris also said, number 44 has actually written a strong letter of support in relation to it and doesn't believe that the amenity impact on him is sufficient for him to be concerned about it. He also makes commentary about the laneway and how those that have used the laneway over the years, it is a one-way laneway, but they've worked it out and they've managed to go up and down that laneway without issue for a number of years, and he didn't see another 2 cars adding significant detriment to that laneway. Commentary was made about the building activity that's dealt with in a separate section in the building code, and therefore they will need to meet the requirements and not being able to park and leave things on rights of way as part of that determination. So I then look at what are the issues that I'm trying to work through. I think that the proponent went away, took advice on the decisions that we made last time, gone and made some modifications, and I can remember one of the other issues was how they got into their garage because it was so close to the laneway. They've moved that garage back to enable a much easier access to that laneway, to the garage, and therefore a safer ingress and egress out of it. Now, I can't comment on whether they're going to bash into each other or not. All I'm told is that that's okay, the swept paths work from our office's perspective, so I need to take that as being where it's at. So as much as if I lived at 42, I wouldn't like a house being built in front of me, I don't believe on the terms that I've seen here today that I can see that it doesn't meet the planning scheme. The performance criteria it's needed to meet have been reasonably assessed. I think the other one was in relation to a visitor's car park, and the fact that I think again a traffic impact assessment suggested that there was sufficient room on the roadway for another car to park out there. But I think even if they did provide another visitor car space, I doubt anybody would drive down there and park there. Anyway, so from my perspective, I'm looking at this purely from a planning scheme point of view, understanding that everybody's individual interests will have a view that this is not fair, but the reality is I think our officers have done a great job in assessing a difficult situation and have made a recommendation to it. I voted against their recommendation last time, but I think sufficient intent and sufficient deliberation and change has been made by the proponents, so therefore I'll be supporting it today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Professor Raze.
I stand here to show how hard it is to make decision today. We went through this a few months ago, and I totally respect the proponents about trying to address all the issues that were raised in the past. I'm not going to indulge into talking about all the issues, the size, the amenities, the traffic, the parking. We know all about them. I totally respect you have done all what you can, and you worked with our planning officers, and you feel that you have addressed most of it. But at the same time, look how much stress had caused to the neighborhood. It's not just the 2-3 properties that are around the property, but look, we have more than 40 owners there who are concerned about the issues. Sometimes I feel, is this a way we can create harmonious society? I really believe that the importance of neighbors talk to each other and try to address issues. And I did mention that actually in the last meeting, how it's important that proponents should go and talk to the neighbors and try to address some of the issues. And a lot of time, actually, they can reach agreement. And I am disappointed, like after all this, we still are facing more than 40 people opposing it. And I think that should be an important consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Councillor Walker.
Oh, thank you. I want to start with a couple of questions, if I may.
Yes.
Just in regards to that, it's not a road, but there is concerns about the width of the laneway. That would be true to say. It is under 3.6. There's some concerns around that still.
Thanks. The concerns from the laneway width come from one of the standards that generally relates to the number of vehicles accessing it. And due to the number of vehicles, including this property, also this proposed dwelling, there is a requirement that it's wider, I guess, at the front from the road carriageway into the site. Now, obviously, this is an established right-of-way and access strip, so that widening isn't possible. So I think that's where some of those concerns stem from.
And it's been addressed, the turning space that's been created for 2 cars, but the other issue of ideally a parking space for visitor car parking, and yet we've assessed that that's not necessary. I mean, that's the acceptable solution, I suppose, is Wyatt Street, is what you're saying, that in this development, that visitor parking is just not required, but that could apply to any development, I would presume, at that point. That visitor parking is no longer required for anyone.
The vast majority of houses in Launceston wouldn't have a dedicated visitor space. So the fact that one's required for multiple units is essentially around where there might be lots of units, and therefore you might overload the available space on the road. Generally speaking, is that you would, if there was 20 units down here, there wouldn't be enough space on the road, presumably. So that's why we would require them. But I think in this case, with the single additional unit and the double garage, and the generally low number of people using that, we've seen it as acceptable not to have a visitor space.
Yeah, I certainly see that as acceptable, and I accept that, but it's not a unit, is it? It's bigger than a unit. It's a house.
It's a second house on a title, which is assessed under the multiple dwelling density. I mean, hypothetically, there are different ways to achieve this. It's a subdivision or multiple dwelling at strata title. You could strata title this potentially, or you potentially could subdivide it. It's not something that we've turned our mind to because it's not being proposed.
But if it was assessed, I mean, theoretically, as under strata title, you would no longer consider it a unit, but it would be a house on a separate title.
If it was a strata title, it would still be a unit, multiple dwelling. Yeah. And it would be very, very likely, if a strata was proposed, that this would meet it, should it have been given a planning permit.
I accept that. Thank you very much for those answers. Of course, the much maligned building envelope, the much misunderstood building envelope is probably at the heart of the planning side of it. And it is true that efforts have been made to bring this building closer to the building envelope. It's also true on a sloping block. But it's probably harder, unless you're prepared to step down a block of land in your design, it is going to be harder to fit within that building envelope. But of course, there's not enough room on this site to really create a step down approach, as you might often see with buildings that are on larger blocks of land. It's their way of complying with the scheme, step the property down as the property slopes. But the building envelope is there as the best guide that we have, to get designs that somewhat comply or somewhat consider their surroundings and somewhat match or complement their surroundings. That's indeed why, one of the prime reasons why this is back at this table. The first time round it had a flat roof that protruded far more exceedingly outside that building envelope. I do acknowledge the efforts that have been made to bring it closer to that, and I have spoken with people in regards to that. I think that in doing so, it also brings the building closer to a conducive character for the neighbourhood, notwithstanding the fact that some green space may be lost. I mean, it is an established area with lots of greenery. The general visage won't change much at all for most of us, unless perhaps you're living next door. So, in terms of the amenity, I suppose. You know, you might find that if it is outside the building envelope, then amenity could be impacted. It comes down to a definition of what you believe amenity is. And that can be tested here, it can be tested in a tribunal. In this case, we're not talking about privacy as much, as you say. It's next to a laneway. It's not overlooking a direct neighbour. It is not taking away someone's sunlight from their house. So I think the arguments for amenity are extremely limited. It comes down, for me, to the traffic movement and the traffic considerations, and that's why I started asking those questions in regards to visitor parking and laneway widths and things like that. It's the changing nature of our community that there is infill buildings, and yet infill by itself is not a policy of Launceston Council. While we might encourage infill, we don't have a policy that states this is our preferred position. It just happens because there's opportunity. Now, if that opportunity had been taken with a single-storey building, perhaps with more room for parking, that might have also improved the outcomes here, but that's not what we're dealing with. What we have is what we have. What we have is a negotiated outcome between the last iteration and this one. And it's a very simple choice for councillors today to decide whether they feel that the developing ideas have gone far enough to answer those questions. I've said that I'm inclined to believe that they do. I'm inclined to believe that if this was tested at a tribunal, it would be very difficult to argue that amenity is the reason that this cannot proceed. And I also think it would be difficult to argue based on the traffic impact, which is small. And that is probably the central characteristic there. There may be one extra car parked on the street. There may be 6, I think it is, movements extra in that laneway a day, but that's small impacts. And yes, it might be true that the neighbours, 3 other neighbours may also want to do a similar thing, and that'll have to be assessed at that time. And I think people around this table know that if I think anything's got a chance of being addressed at a tribunal and a case to be made, that I will support that. I'm struggling in this instance to find that reason. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Further comments from the table? Councillor Kai?
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for coming in to speak, and I really like to thank the developer for making these changes as we have requested. But I still feel that this DA has too many uncertainties. So I'll just run through my thoughts on those. So you've got 2 different traffic reports. You've got boundary uncertainties. You've got the DA is still outside the building envelope. We've got safety issues, amenity reasons for not to approve, and then it doesn't meet the acceptable solution. So there is a lot on this development application that relies on the performance criteria, which is discretionary, which then is up for interpretation. So if this was to go to the tribunals, pretty much from the performance criteria, it is then up to the panel to see how they interpret these part of the planning scheme that we interpret it to. And with 110, I'm told there's 110 representations. That is a lot of our community members who feels that this DA doesn't suit that area. And I'll make it short. We've got a long meeting, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. Councillor, a question before we get to Councillor Britton. A question, Councillor Dawkins?
Thank you. I was waiting to see if it would come out in the debate, but there was a concern around setting precedents. Can you please speak to setting precedents in the planning scheme? From my understanding, that's not a consideration of planning. I just want to confirm that, please.
Yeah, thank you. Look, it's not. We can't consider what someone might do in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. I might just sit down now. Look, thanks for, I only stood up very quickly because I'm only going to say the same things as everyone else here. And I'd just thank you to everyone who has come in. Thank you to representatives as well. Obviously, I have spoken with them. But to me, and I think to a lot of people on the table, unfortunately, this DA, in the position we sit in, we say this a lot, there's nothing there that I can say no to, and think that is going to stand up at a tribunal. So, yeah, look, I will just sit back down, but I am all for it. I think we've got a job to do. We act as a planning commission, and that's the right call for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Further comments around the table? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I obviously reflected quite a lot after all the words that were used in the April meeting pertaining to the development application at the time. And I make the point clearly that this is not a development application that's simply gone away and done what councillors said to do when they were making contributions during the debate. Planning doesn't work like that. This is a new development application. New fees have been paid and it's been assessed completely of its own accord. Of course, you can't help but bring into your thought patterns what was presented last time, and you can't help but hear all of the words that are spoken. I think, though, when you drill all of those words down, for me, the two standards that are of most relevance are 8.4.2 with regard to the building envelope and 8.4.6 with regard to the privacy. And there is clear justification with regard to the criteria that's been triggered as a result of it not meeting the acceptable solutions as to why, in very good reason, that it meets those criteria and therefore, on this occasion, should be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further comments before we close? Okay, Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Thank you to my fellow councillors for their thoughts and wisdom. Just might ask a question. Councillor Kai said that it didn't meet the acceptable solution. Is that correct? Or does the revised plan meet the acceptable solution?
For which standard?
I think she was referring to the building envelope.
So this make reference to this diagram.
Yep.
It shows it outside the building envelope. So it doesn't meet the acceptable solution, but it meets the performance criteria.
Meets the performance criteria. Thank you very much. So look, I wasn't here to see the final vote of the last meeting. I did wonder why people were saying it was unanimous. It was because I wasn't here to perhaps vote for it in support of it. I went to the doctor. I have listened to what everyone has said, and I think that they have said it all beautifully, that really this new DA, as Councillor Gibson has said, has been assessed on its merits as a standalone, and while the comparison to what was there previously is almost unavoidable, it has to be considered as it stands today. Also, what is being approved today does not impact what could be applied for in the future by other applicants. So I'm quite happy to ask all of my colleagues around the table to today support this motion for this DA to be approved. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Putting it to the table, then putting it to the vote. All of those in favour? Those against? Councillor Palmer, Kai, Raze and Pentridge. The motion is carried. Okay. Continuing through as Planning Authority, we are looking at 11.2, which is the Planning Scheme Amendment Flood Levy Protected Areas Specific Area Plan. I don't have any noted speakers in here for this one. Is there anybody who would like to speak to 11.2? Oh, you're 11.3, I think, again, Tim. Okay. Before we get to the recommendation, Richard, just a brief summary for councillors around the planning scheme amendment to your team through Acting General Manager Ogulin.
So this is a combination of a significant amount of work over quite a number of years. We started back in 2019, where we started with a discussion paper, and we looked about bringing our levy protected areas into a more contemporary framework. A number of our, we have three key levy protected areas in Invermay and Veresk, in the city side of the levy to the south of the North Esk, and then we have an area in Newstead. And the planning scheme treated all areas differently. and none of them were really aligned with best practice. We did a lot of work in Invermay and Inveresk around the reconstruction of the levees, but it was time for us to move towards best practice. So in combination with Erica's team and Michael Newby and a few others at the time, where we embarked on this with the stated ambition of meeting best practice, of targeting best practice. A lot of work was coming out of the Brisbane reconstruction efforts and the flooding and the experiences of flood management in Brisbane. And we aligned with national best practice consultants to develop a process to get us to where we are today. Now, it's been a long journey. And, you know, we've had a lot of consultation with people in Inveresk particularly, and it's highlighted that we've got some way to go to make sure our community is prepared and ready for flooding, or the potential for flooding. And this is going some way to making sure that the land use decisions we make in those areas are the best that they can be, to keep our community safe and resilient as best they can be. So that's really the origins of this. It's about getting consistency across all our levee protected areas. And basically, this is a component of a broader flood considerations for the city about preparedness and readiness should flooding ever return.
Thank you, Richard. So to the recommendation. The recommendation is that Council prepares the published amendment to the Launceston Local Provisions Schedule. Somebody to move. Moved by Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Only standing up now to repeat something else that someone said, but yeah, look, essentially the work's been going on in this space for quite a long time. We know Launceston is very prone to flooding, particularly in Invermay and other lying areas, Newstead and things like that. This specific area plan will put controls on future land uses and developments in the area to ensure that flood risk is considered and guidelines are formed, hoping for an outcome that increases the overall tolerability towards a flood, minimises the damage caused by a flood, and we create a more flood resilient community.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. I've only risen twice today and spoke about floods, so let's hope they sort of portend to things to come. Yes, of course, we need to initiate this planning scheme amendment. Unfortunately, best practice is changing all the time because, of course, Australia is flooding more frequently. So we have a different standard to meet and we have different experience to be able to guide us. It's entirely appropriate this work's done. We have made these amendments in the past. Our communities are somewhat primed for this. And I think it's important that we keep this as a topic of conversation for our community until we reach the point that we need to reach to ensure that Launceston has got the bright future that it needs well into the next 100 years.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Further comments around the table, Councillor Walker.
Thank you. If I may, just a question. In removing the previous proposed or the protected areas and inserting this, we have expanded the area to include more than just Invermay and Inveresk. Is that correct?
Yes. We've added some and we've taken some away. I think that would be right to say from the previous SAP. So I think the overall area might be bigger, but we've actually excluded some areas that were in the SAP that are now outside the levy.
Yes.
So it's a bit of give and take, but I think overall it's bigger.
Bit of give and take, but you know, floodwaters don't really behave that way, do they? But nonetheless, it's a step forward in terms of us having the levers in our hands to be able to make changes. So I suppose I would encourage anyone in the new proposed area to make themselves familiar with those changes and to make themselves familiar also with you know, what current requirements we have in terms of building and appropriate zones and uses and things, but more so, I suppose, what we can do in the future as far as that goes. It gives the council that ability, and we do have to work with the people in those areas as much as possible. So I suppose bring people along that journey, the first step being here to advertise these and to get considered representation back so that in a month or so's time we can sit down and have a look at that and go from there. We don't want to be overly draconian when it comes to these things, but nonetheless we're dealing with a very serious issue. This is one step out of many that Council's taking. So congratulations on the work that's been done so far, and long may it not flood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Further comments around the table? Councillor Pentridge.
Well, once again, I totally disagree. We've got this council has spent a lot of money with previous experts. We've sent them to New Orleans. I did actually think there was one here that might have supported me in what I'm saying, but we're going right against all the comments that ex or former council engineers, Steve Ratcliffe, Jeff Rayford, who were considered Darluck, who were considered experts in the flood thing, in the flood situation. We've just put another overlay and more restrictions on what was originally our first settlement, and we're not achieving anything. All we've done is spend a lot of money and making it harder. There's got to be better ways of solving this problem. We're doing nothing about mitigating the floods. All we're doing is causing the swampies more headaches and restricting them from being able to do anything, to live where they've wanted to live here since the settlement originally began. So I can't support it, and I think if we go back through our records, this doesn't stack up.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments around the table? Deputy Mayor?
Look, and Councillor Pentridge, unusually I can't agree either. But yeah, my view is we live and learn in the world as we've gone on, and the people you mentioned have given us great advice over the years. The thing is that there's a lot bigger body of information that's now available to us. I think the technology available to do our flood studies have got greater, and therefore the ability for us to tweak the things that they're being asked to do under the SAP to try and make sure that we keep people as safe as we can if these circumstances arise is just an ongoing learning journey, and I won't be surprised if we have another SAP at some stage into the future, which will change this yet again, because we'll know more information and things will have changed. Technology will have caught us. So I think what we've got to do is we've got to be responsible. And I appreciate your comments in regards to what happened. People want to live there. We've got a lot of people who live out there who don't even want to know about it. And that's one of the problems I see in the emergency group, is actually getting to a group of people who actually don't want to know anything about it. And if a flood comes, I hope we can get them out. So I think this is a sensible way forward. It's taking on board all the things that we know now. We might not have known them then, and just continuing to ensure that we keep our people as safe as we can.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further comments around the table? Councillor Britton to close. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried. Okay, next item on the agenda is 11.3. Before we get to the recommendation, I do have some noted speakers. So thank you very much for your patience on this one, Helen. We're doing the DA65A now at Burke Street. So Helen, also, if you don't mind, we might be able to use the big microphone again with the less bodies interfering with the frequency, perhaps. We'll try it anyway.
Can you hear that okay?
No. Come forward to Councillor Britton then again, please.
Sorry, my bad.
So Helen Tate, 67 Burke Street. Mr Mayor and all the councillors, I'm a neighbour of 65A. I support the passing of this DA. I particularly appreciate that this application keeps all of the historic 1860s boundary wall. So I appreciate that that's happened, and the proposed development behind the wall. So that's a great improvement on the original application. And as you'll all know, I've been here a few years ago with quite a different application that affected me massively. So So I just want, this is more a statement than anything. I want to say that I appreciate the process for a discretionary development, because that one requires opportunity for the public to comment. I appreciate that this allows matters of concern to be raised and addressed and to be addressed before it comes before you. Professor Raze, I think you'll be pleased with the attitude that's happening here. We had some issues that were raised. The applicant worked with the council. We got a good outcome, and that's a happy community position. So it is important, and if it can be done, I think you councillors have a role in, when you're interpreting your planning scheme, also to do the best you can, to read it the best you can to get the best outcome. So that's just a bit of a sideline one. And I've said in this case, the applicant, everyone's been able to accommodate most of the concerns raised. So I haven't got a bit more time. There is, however, still outstanding a matter of concern raised by me and by other representatives. Now, this concern refers to the fact that the development proposed interferes with the symmetrical steep gabled roof line of this little building. Oh gosh, it's a registered building. Oh, come on, we've got time now. It is disappointing that a satisfactory solution cannot be found to avoid disturbing this. TAC has reviewed the application for the building, but they don't review, now I just want to say this to council, they don't review in the context of how it fits in the streetscape. And I take this opportunity to say that the problem here is that we don't yet have our precinct, our historic heritage precincts taken into the new planning scheme. I know it's a priority with the council, and this area is a priority area. There's other priority areas, and I think what I'm asking is that, I mean, is there any way that you can have some interim provision? Because, I mean, this is happening in high priority areas. If the integrity is lost, well, then we've lost that whole character. So it's a plea to you all, really, to get on with that one. And if it's possible, to put some interim provisions in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Further speakers to the item? Tim?
I will be quick because I'd have to go pick up my children from school. So, look, a couple of things I just wanted to note in relation to this particular proposition. We've taken to meeting very early on with particularly the Heritage Council of Tasmania in relation to projects that are of a heritage nature, which is no different in this case. So we caught up with them very early on and very quickly adopted the suggestions and recommendations of the Heritage Council. Another thing we've taken to doing, having undertaken more and more heritage work, which we love doing, especially in the Launceston setting, is to see how it is that we can actually improve the heritage fabric, so to speak, of those particular projects, whether it's a heritage building or a heritage precinct. In this particular case, we talk about some very modest adjustments to the building, as well as reinstating some features that had actually been lost due to previous works. So we are happy to accept all of the conditions that the Heritage Council have proposed, and look forward to getting on with it. It'll be a nice little project.
Great. Thank you. Okay, getting to the recommendation now. There's been a recommendation that's been forwarded to us, an amended recommendation, and that is that a permit be granted for residential partial demolishment, construction of alterations and additions to a dwelling, and construction of a crossover with right-of-way access over 65 Burke Street and 65A Burke Street, Launceston, subject to conditions. So somebody to please move. Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Pentridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased, Helen, that we're having a better conversation than we had at the last iteration of this. and I'm pleased that the issues that you raised have been dealt with by the proponent as well, so it's really pleasing. I take on board the commentary you made about sitescape and things like that, which unfortunately the Heritage Council are the ones that make the rulings on. I do note that there was a decision, I think the THC came out, so just the thing that's not in our papers is the notice of decision does not approve the proposed car park platform, while the notice forms part of the decision recommended in the respect of the conditions have not been met. So therefore the car parking won't be included, and that's been done by just adjusting a couple of the recommendations by altering condition 2 and deleting conditions 3 and 11. That probably will make Mr Morrell happy. So anyway, I think that this, as Helen mentioned, is really sort of a great conversation between the proponent and the representors to come up with a really good outcome. I endorse your commentary in regard to heritage precincts. The sooner we get those done, the better, because some things that might happen as a result of the fact that it not being everything being heritage listed, can sometimes be considered a bit more. So I'm pleased that we've got I think a good outcome for the neighbours as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, before we get to the second, I just have a question from Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. I apologise, I missed the memo with regard to the changes. Would it be possible just to have a very brief?
Sure.
I heard the numbers, but just to clarify.
Yes. Senior Town Planner.
The change to the recommendation was in relation to the Tasmanian Heritage Council decision. So we received that very late on Thursday afternoon, and I got put into the agenda without actually addressing the conditions. So the conditions that got deleted related to the more infrastructure related. One was about the car, because the Heritage Council have not approved the raised carport. So therefore, the conditions that we deleted were specifically, we was approving that, but so the conditions that were deleted were in relation to the proposed car parking space.
Councillor Pentridge.
Well, I couldn't help hearing one of my colleagues here telling us we've got to move on with the times. I mean, we really want to preserve, and I'm on the Heritage Committee, and I'm all for preserving our structures. I think this particular building, it's still got to be usable. We do live in 2024, going on to 2025, and I don't think the request is unrealistic, and I think we've got to start looking. I have actually gone up and down that street a few times to have a look, and I don't think what's been proposed is unrealistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Any further comments? Councillor Walker?
Yes, have to echo those sentiments. I think that the raised portion of the roof, while it does, it changes slightly the outlook. The essence of that peak is still preserved. These buildings do have to be preserved, and that means they need to be repurposed and used. And I think that this is, in general, a very positive outcome. And I think a lot of the concerns have been addressed, and I appreciate the work that's been done all round. And I'll move that the motion be put.
Okay, somebody to second. Okay, Councillor Palmer a second. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We put the motion, and now we vote on the motion. All of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Now we're just moving to our last planning authority decision. Then we will be taking a slight adjournment for a couple of minutes after this one. So this is the last one before we finish. This one is 11.4, which is 48 Bill Grove, Mowbray. We have no noted speakers to this one. So we will move through to the recommendation, which is that a permit be granted for residential construction of a dwelling and an outbuilding at 48 Grove, Mowbray, be approved to the subject conditions that have been provided as a part of this agenda. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, there are only sort of two conditions, I think, that are standards requiring planning discretion. One's the setback, and to be fair, it's a very big outbuilding. that goes along a boundary fence only a metre back. The setback required is 3.5, so there's a discretion required there. But, you know, the way that the roof orientation is that most of the height is actually, you know, 4 or 5 metres from the boundary. So therefore the apparent look and the way that the current fencing looks like, they're not actually going to see until about 5 metres away. So I think that that's a sensible thing. It's just a very big building and ideally somewhere else on the block, and it's a very, very big block, but I can understand why they want to build it there because of the topography of the land. So I think it's a reasonable discretion to have. And that's the other way, is the sensitive use within the attenuation zone. And I think that that's been dealt with, and I think their capture of water and making sure that it doesn't run off onto other land, and I think that's already being dealt with through the planning scheme.
Great, thank you, Deputy. Councillor Harris. Okay, Councillor Pentridge.
Once again, thanks God for my age, because that was my playground. I know the property. It belonged to one of our former wardens, from St Leonard's, Ernest Sluck, and I'll support. I need to support it. The point I'm sort of making that it's a pity we can't sometimes look at some photos. There was a lot bigger buildings there, and when the old family, the Lucks, decided to sell off, no one in the family wanted it, and it was subdivided up, and all the old buildings that were much bigger than this building were actually pulled down. So it's not as if the buildings weren't there, and I think it needs to move on, have a new life, and so I'll be definitely supporting it.
Great, thank you. Further comments around the table? Councillor Harris is the seconder. Nothing further to close. All of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We're going to have a slight adjournment. We'll be returning at 2:56. Councillors, we are now resuming our council meeting, and as we no longer sit as planning authority, we move through the agenda. Mayoral announcements at 12 are there and published as a part of this agenda. Do we have any councillor reports? Okay, a couple of councillor reports, and we will be moving one of the items forward as well. We're just waiting for the relevant officer to join us in the chamber. I saw Councillor Kai's hand first. Councillor reports, Councillor Dawkins as well. Deputy Mayor, we'll start with those three. So Councillor Kai.
Thank you. Well, on Tuesday, I attended the 16 Days of Activism event for the International Human Rights Day at the St Luke's Community Hub. Following that, I participated in the 16 Days of Activism's Walk Against Family Violence, where we honoured the 96 women who were killed in Australia this year. On Wednesday, I joined the Council's end-of-year celebration at the NTCA, and that afternoon, Councillor Palmer and I, along with the Mayor, awarded this year's Ariane Titmus Scholarship to Isabel Perry at the Launceston Aquatic Centre. Isabel is one amazing, talented swimmer, very deserving of this scholarship. Congratulations to her. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. Councillor Dawkins.
It was an absolute pleasure to attend the Indie School end-of-year celebration on Tuesday. What an absolutely fantastic school. And I'm not sure about you, but I've just kind of been hearing Indie School bubbling up around me over the last sort of 18 months. And to be there and to listen to the students speak, and with such confidence, people who had found themselves in such difficult circumstances at school that they were total school refusers, some of them, attended somewhere between 0% and 30%, most of the students, but up at the front of 100 people talking about their experience and their engagement with this alternative school practice, and it made my heart absolutely sing. So this is the first year that an Indie School student has qualified to go to UTAS. They will be studying IT, which comes as probably no surprise to anybody who understands perhaps what it is to have an alternative mindset, but all of you, please engage with this process. This is the school that our students have needed, because not everybody fits into mainstream schooling. And I think there were many of my peers who, if this had been an alternative, would have done so much better in this world.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Deputy Mayor.
That segues beautifully into something I attended on the 29th, which was the Children's University graduation out at UTAS, which is an amazing event where children from a lot of the lower socioeconomic areas go and do something and actually get given a degree at university, which is absolutely fantastic. And the noise that were coming out of my northern suburbs community, children and their parents on their receipt of degrees, they do 30 hours or they do 120 hours of something, just gives them that realisation that they can aspire to go beyond what they might have thought originally they could do. So a fantastic program. Also attended the opening of the St Luke's building with Councillor Harris on that day. Attended Snag Chat at the Mowbray House of the Northern Suburbs Community Centre with Minister Roger Jench, which was actually talking about the progress of that Snag Chat program and how we can improve it further, which was really, really good to see. I then attended the Country Club Christmas party on the 6th of the 12th. I'm not sure, I was out of area, but I managed to sneak in there for a quick look and look at all the sand they've got out there at the moment. On the 9th of the 12th, I attended psychosocial training presented by Legat. So that was an hour, which was two of us were at, but it was a very interesting hour of conversation. And we were all very nice to each other. I then attended on the 11th the Waverley School Award presentation, which was a lovely event. Fantastic for those young people to actually get up on stage, who actually ran the show for the morning. It was really, really impressive. And then rolled on to the council employees' Christmas party down at the NTCA with many others of you. Really good event, so well done to the organisers, fantastic job. And last night I popped out to Northern Suburbs where the Christmas carols, we went indoors, it's a bit cold outside, but we had a lovely sing-along out there last night, so it was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Professor Raze.
Thank you. On the 2nd of December, I attended the Northern Suburb Community Centre presentation in launching an initiative aimed at introducing a new Centrelink category, especially for the homelessness, and the campaign seeking to address the pressing issue of homeless people and acknowledge their unique struggle and advocating for systematic change that can provide vulnerable individuals with support they need. On the 6th of December, I attended the Glenara Lake Christmas Carol, and it was wonderful to see young and old participating in singing, but most importantly, following the elderly male choir, and even in their 70s and 80s, how much they have improved lately. And of course, on the 7th of December, I participated in Christmas parade. Now, do you know where was George hiding? Didn't you see that orange lobster? Yeah, I was the orange lobster thing. Thank you. But what impressed me most, it was pouring at 9 o'clock. And how by 11 o'clock, honestly, it was so beautiful, just a drizzly. But I was surprised. There were thousands of people on the street, you know, and it was just a real community gathering. I was so pleased about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Professor Razay. Councillor Harris and Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I also, as Deputy Mayor said, attended the opening of the St Luke's Health Building. Certainly a very worthwhile addition to this city, and in fact I think is now fully leased. So it's a great compliment and to the signature of confidence in our city that a new building can be built out of timber, and it has more embedded carbon than just about any building that's been built anywhere in Australia, to being done here in our own city of Launceston. So congratulations to St Luke's, but also the builders who did a fantastic job on that particular building. On the 2nd of December, must have been a popular day, I got sent out to Kings Meadows High School to talk grade 7 civics, so that all of the children could perhaps get their head around a little bit the difference between local government that we operate in, state government and federal government. The main question was, how was I going to introduce the social media ban? So I was quite happy to defer that to those at federal government level. I also, on the Tuesday the 2nd, attended the Tasmanian Active Living Coalition, where from around the state, representatives of councils and state government departments and other areas get to discuss all aspects of active living as far as the benefits go, includes the Heart Foundation and many other areas of government. I also attended Franklin House as the regular council representative on their monthly meeting, but also helped them formulate a full program for the next 12 months. And they are by far the most active of the National Trust properties. And of course, the National Trust started out at Franklin House back in 1960 when that property was first donated to it. So to Julie and her team, they do a wonderful job out there, and that's all volunteer run. And like many others, I enjoyed the end of year function out at the NTCA ground. Took the opportunity to sit down with what turned out to be the outside workshop crew and have a good chat to them about everything that was on their mind. And it is a great opportunity for us councillors to go and meet with the staff in a casual circumstance, but also to get them to speak honestly about what they think needs to be done. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. On Sunday, the 15th of December, I was the MC at the Lilydale Carols. I'd like to make a special thank you to the LDPA and the committee for putting on such a wonderful celebration for the community. Close to 500 people turned out. The weather was fantastic. We had the Lilydale District High School, and that was definitely the highlight. All those wonderful children singing Christmas carols really brought the house down. Yourself, Mayor, thank you very much for being there, and your wonderful family. And a special mention to Jade Howard, Chris, Dan, and a gentleman called Travis Hennessy. He just seems to be the shining light of carols, and we thank him very, very much. It really was a community event, and the Lilydale Bowls Club got involved, the Lilydale Football Club got involved, and all the local businesses put in, so it was a huge success. So thank you very much to the community of Lilydale. And yesterday, as Councillor Kai has mentioned, Councillor Kai, myself and you, Mayor, were at the Launceston Aquatic Centre to present the Ariane Titmus Scholarship for the 2nd year in a row to a wonderful young lady called Isabel Perry. There is a long, long list of achievements, so I won't go through them all. but she is a remarkable young athlete, and as you do, and Councillor Kai and all of us, look forward to watching her journey ahead. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Just a very quick mention to one of our staff, Josh Flood, on well done on raising the money for Movember and cutting off his mow and his beard. Well done, mate.
Thank you, and a good video too, Councillor Britton. Any further community reports from councillors? Okay, there being none, we will move through the agenda. Now, I need an absolute majority on bringing an item forward. So we're looking to bring forward 19.3, City Park Macaques. So somebody to move? I got Councillor Dawkins has moved, Councillor Palmer has seconded, and by absolute majority, all those in favour, that is all councillors present, the motion is carried, and we bring forward agenda item 19.3. Before we get to the recommendation, I do have a speaker that's been noted in the papers prior to council starting. So Ms Walkden, if was still here, yeah? I don't think we need to express that she's not here. That's okay. That's fine. Are there any other speakers to the recommendation? Okay, well, we'll get to it then. So the recommendation is that council receives and notes the report. It determines that in respect of the reproductive, genetic and social management of the City Park Japanese macaques, action is to be taken to prevent all breeding within the troop. And if recommendation 2 is resolved in the affirmative, it notes the consequences of that decision, and also it requests correspondence and conversation with the Mayor of Ikeda, our sister city in Japan, as a part of the way in which we were lucky to receive those monkeys. Okay. Moved by Councillor Dawkins, second, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. It's with great pleasure that I finally rise to speak to this matter, because it has been something that's come to council at least a couple of times in my term, and something that we've never been able to determine a way forward which is humane, takes into account the needs of macaque monkeys, but also the needs of our community. There's a lot of interest in these monkeys, as there should be, because there's so much interest in the way that humans interact with animals. I think we take it so much for granted that animals are a part of our lives. But to have wild animals like these a part of our lives is extraordinary for a community like Launceston. And perhaps one that if we were offered this opportunity now, we wouldn't say yes to. Because communities have changed. They've changed the way that we understand what wild animals need. And animals in captivity purely for the enjoyment of people is something that we've moved through. I think there's this great need to understand that these monkeys now that we've been able to employ a primate keeper are living a different kind of life than the life they were living before, and they're showing it by reproducing more. The enrichment that has been brought to them, they're now more fully engaged. Their diet has changed. They now have somebody who is managing them, who understands their needs. And to be able to have someone of this calibre be able to bring forward this report for us, I think gives us the foundation we have to make the decision we need to make today on the future of these animals. So we need to control reproduction. And I'm sure Ms Slattery will speak to how that's going to be conducted. We need to make sure that we understand that we've spoken to Ikeda, to the Mayor, the current Mayor there now, and thank them for the incredible gift that they gave the community of Launceston. But for now, that we need to bring contemporary practices to bear upon what happens over the next couple of decades, so that we can give these monkeys the opportunity that they need to be able to live the life that we've provided for them, but see a different future for monkeys in the city park. We understand that the enclosure that they have, 27, I believe. There could be one in labour right now. It was 25 on Monday. It was 24 Monday, 25 Tuesday, and perhaps even more today. So I think that speaks to what exactly is occurring in this monkey enclosure. So we've got room for 9 comfortably at night. This is not appropriate. If we are to keep these monkeys for the next 2 decades, as we reasonably expect if this passes today, we will need to spend significant funds. We'll need to enclose this entire enclosure. We will need to make sure that Miss Slattery is in fact supported, because at the moment we've got one person who can manage these monkeys with her expertise, but she needs personal leave. What happens on weekends? We need to make sure that we've got that built-in capacity to be able to give the contemporary care that we need to these monkeys. And I know that I think we're saying 160,000 now, that's going to increase. If we are to keep these monkeys the way that they need to be kept within contemporary practices, we will need to increase our investment over the next 2 decades. So the way that we've looked at animals in captivity has really changed in the time that I've been interested in animal welfare, which I can sadly say for my age is now 40 years. Which we now look at their mental health as central to a monkey's or an animal's experience at life. It used to be their mental health sat alongside nutrition, environment, behaviour and a whole lot of other things, but we now understand with the 5 domains of animal welfare that is absolutely central to everything that an animal experiences. And the reason we know that is because it's the same for us. You know, we share, over 93% of the same DNA with this species. Of course we understand what it is that they need. And I think it's really important that we are able to bring our community along on this journey. We are not saying today this is over forever, and that could have been the only option. At one point that was the only option, and I'm so pleased it's not. So today we get to make a contemporary, evidence-based decision for these monkeys and for our community based on the best advice that we can get. And I hope that you all support me in supporting our officer's recommendations for how we're going to manage this over the next couple of decades.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Before we get to the second, I've just got a question, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just note that in one of the reasons we're looking at this is genetic integrity. As the zookeeper is aware of, I got an email and had a conversation yesterday with a man who's been involved in genetics and talking about whether inbreeding is as bad as we think it is. We have a view about that and the integrity of the troops. I just wondered if you could, on the surface of it, our troop looks very healthy, but I just want to understand how the integrity of our troop is impacted by the inbreeding that we actually are having.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So on the surface, yes, they all look a lot more happier and healthier. There are a lot of things that we do deal with behind the scenes. So in the 18 months I have been here, I have seen signs of genetic depression in the troop, and records previously state that it's been happening for a fair while.
A seconder, Councillor Palmer. Further comments around the table? So I've got Councillor Britton and Councillor Walker.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I don't want to take too much time. I've got a dog myself, and I'd just like to point, if you go to the vet one day and the vet says that your dog's suffering and it could live 5 years, or you could do the worst to it, now you are posed with that position, that question. And obviously we've got that question today, and I think the motion as it stands, if it is passed, is the most humane and the best case for the monkeys. It will inevitably bring this enclosure and the monkeys being there to an end. And I know there's been some talk about possibilities with genetics and possibilities with breeding and whatnot. What I'd hate for us to do is sit here and turn that enclosure into a test tube science experiment that only really delayed probably the inevitable. So I'm very happy to support the motion as it stands today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Britton. Councillor Walker, then a question.
Well, I was going to start with a question, but you can...
Okay, questions? Yep.
Just in response to inbreeding, it's well recognized in animal kingdom that inbreeding can lead to deformity, disabled animals, and also increased death. Did we experience that with our monkeys?
Really, I can only comment 100% confidently on the time that I have been here. In my experiences with the genetic depression, we don't get to the birth stage. This is where I've seen signs of miscarriages and stillbirths. Previously, with the records that I have been able to find, deformities have been in the past. The signs of the miscarriages and stillbirth could mean that they're now past that birth stage and the deformities are happening inside the womb.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, further question?
A couple of questions, if I may. Certainly, it's understood that there are best practices in this area and we are potentially not meeting those, and that's very important. The welfare of these animals, I'm sure, would be everyone's concern. Having said that, there is, of course, artificial insemination. There are options that go beyond introducing new animals to the country, which is at the moment not possible. Could it be possible then that we could sterilise our current males but keep the females fertile or able to reproduce at a future date and investigate over time the possibility of bringing in new DNA for the monkeys? Now, that's only a question, it's hypothetical, I know, because I know there'd be a lot of other concerns around that. There's also a lot of concerns around the identity, I suppose, of our connections with Akita, 40 years of children growing up with monkeys in the park, and the consternation that brings, I suppose. On the one hand, 20 years seems like a long time, but on the other hand, that also means that there's probably a lot of changes in science and technology and medicine in that time too.
Thank you.
Primates, humans, IVF is definitely possible. I think when we start to look at artificial insemination, there's a lot more to it. So artificial insemination is quite common in livestock. It's a lot more simple procedure. You don't have to anaesthetise them. It's not as invasive. So when we're looking at AI with an animal that we don't even have in the country, we would have to look at where we would source that from, transportation and containment of the specimen or the sample, and then on our end, we would also have to anaesthetise the female. We also would have to make sure that we got it in the exact right season, which they only cycle about 2 to 3 times in their season, which is winter, and we would have to pinpoint that directly, which would make, we would have to pretty much do ovulation tests on that animal to make it worthwhile. Anaesthetising that female would put the pressure on, which would also increase the risk of miscarriage on its own. So, I'm not saying it's impossible, because anything in science is possible. I think the question would be, is it ethical with a species that isn't endangered and is classified as least concerned?
Yes.
Thank you very much for those answers, and I hope that elucidates to people listening as well as to people in the room today the difficulties surrounding, just one aspect of the difficulties surrounding what we have. We've long known that as a council. We've had various reports done. We've sought expert advice from Taronga Zoo, from zoologists, and now from yourself. This is an ongoing process, and I do think that the council has had the welfare of the monkeys first and foremost in their mind. It's a legacy that we've all inherited. I'm not sure about subjecting them to carols in the park, but that's another matter. What I would like to say here is that in sterilising the males, we haven't necessarily ruled out a future solution. I suppose that's why I asked that question. I think times have changed. Expectations are changing. We have a long, long history, if you'd like to look into it, of animals in City Park. Going back to the 1880s, we've had, I do believe, leopards, Tasmanian tigers, Tasmanian devils, various birds, eagles, hawks, kangaroos, emus, monkeys of other sorts. It's a long list. It's a legacy of a Victorian bygone era, I would suggest. in that regard, albeit a new manifestation with our relationship with our sister city, Aikido. So having said all that, apart from leaving the door ajar, I suppose, in terms of potential new DNA being introduced, I would like to think that we can put some thought, firstly towards what would become of that space in City Park, but secondly, if the monkeys, if it was found that they would thrive better in a larger space, in a more open, natural space, that we might put some thought towards that as well. I don't, have any initial ideas in regards to that or preconceptions, but what I do want to see is that community conversation to say, look, even if it is just for the next 20 years, why not have, if there are more amiable conditions that the monkeys could be in, after all, we're concerned about their welfare, then why shouldn't we do that, even if it's just for 20 years? If we find that particular enclosure, and I must say, I've always thought it's a fairly bare enclosure. It compares highly when it comes to the cages that used to be in City Park. When you see photos of those, they were like prisons. But it's still not what I would imagine is world's best practice when it comes to these things. I might be wrong. I'm no primate expert, but I'm just saying that I would love to see that community conversation continue, where we can potentially rehouse them. It could be, a new enclosure somewhere else. Doesn't have to be in City Park. And that, as I say, as technology changes, this doesn't preclude the idea that this symbol of our connection with Aikido, and let's not forget Aikido has wombats from Tasmania, and that's another issue that, whilst we've been involved in those decisions, and there are probably question marks about that as well that need to be addressed. So there's a broader conversation to be had. I think this is the first step. This is the baseline now that we will create if we accept this today, that we are no longer breeding macaque monkeys in City Park currently. As I say, I'd like to think that doesn't preclude some future arrangements. I don't wish to preempt them. I just wish that the conversation now becomes meaningful with the monkeys' welfare utmost in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much, and thank you for your great work since joining the team. I think it's really important to note that in 2022, a huge amount of work was undertaken that had, as was just referenced, the prime role of ensuring that the welfare, the practices, the safety practices for staff and the monkeys and the care of the monkeys was at the fore. It's a shame in some respects that we haven't made that report public, because it did in many ways congratulate the City of Launceston and congratulate in many instances horticulturists who were not skilled in animal welfare for their outstanding work that they had been undertaking for a number of years with regard to the care of the primates. And really, the recommendation that came from that was that we needed an appropriately skilled and qualified staff member to assume overall responsibility. Thus, we enter the next phase and we move on with some of the thoughts and processes that were identified in that initial report. The report focused a lot on the herpes virus. It focused a lot on the need to ensure that we could obtain veterinary care for the monkeys, which I know is still a big problem. So any procedures, whatever they may be, will still require that challenge to be overcome. But also, I think since you've joined us, the knowledge with regard to the genetic impact and the breeding program and the overcrowding have really come to light. And it's for that reason that I really congratulate the Acting Manager, Parks and Sustainability, for getting it back on the agenda. I think it's an appropriate time. I think also what needs to be considered is the 24 years that have passed with regard to the fundraising appeal that was undertaken by the community for the new U-Butte enclosure at the time, And I certainly take on board the comments that perhaps we've moved beyond that enclosure now, but important to note that the Taronga experts did say at the time that the enclosure, notwithstanding some more enrichment activities were needed, that the enclosure was okay at the time. So I think it's important also that we think about ways that we can utilise that space into the future for animal rehabilitation or the like, and I'm sure the CEO of the ASPCA will have thoughts around that also. But I think this is appropriate. We note that it is not indeed the end of the monkeys today or tomorrow. This is planning for the future, and that is appropriate. And I think the way that it's been approached and the way that the communications have ensued so far have demonstrated a really sensible approach to moving forward in a world that's changed with regard to animals being held in captivity for human pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further comments around the table? Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Professor Razak.
And thank you. I just want to say thank you to the officer in the work that she's done in preparing, I think, a very sensitive report. She's clearly a very caring person who's looked after these monkeys for the last couple of years. Councillor Gibson and Councillor Walker, there might have been 2 or 3 of us that were here where we were, we were faced with a much more dire outcome 3 or 4 years ago when we were talking about this, and thankfully after the Taronga Zoo visit and a number of other conversations, we've been managed to keep forward. So I think the genetic questions, and we've had lots of interesting input from the community, but all of those issues have been thought out and answered by our officers. So it wasn't as if, we hadn't thought about that. Pretty well everything that needed to be thought about has been thought about in making this decision, or making this recommendation, I should say. We're the ones faced with that lovely job of making the decision. Look, the macaque monkeys have been, my family, my kids, my grandchildren, they just love going down through there. So it's certainly significant in the lives of many Launcestonians and visitors to Launceston that the monkeys are there. We have a responsibility, I think, to appropriately deal with and make sure that we do things in a careful, caring way. I think that what's being proposed is doing exactly that. We're going to sort of stop the breeding, but hopefully the monkeys that survive and go on will live happy lives until the end of their time. It may become problematic towards the end when there are only 1 or 2, but the reality of it is this is a sensitive way to go forward. As Councillor Walker said, if we're not sterilising the females, then potential something else might change, and I think it's a couple of year program anyway with the males. Some will still be full males for a couple of years while they're growing into a level of maturity in which to deal with that. So all is not lost, but I think, as difficult as this decision may be for us to do today, we've had really good, clear advice in regards to what is the best for the monkeys and that troop going forward. So I will fall in favour of the advice that's been given to us, and thank our officers for the great work that they've done.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Professor Razak.
Well, these Japanese monkeys have been part of our community. My children grown since the 2000 actually, visiting in so many places. So they are so important. The community is really attached to them. And it's the right time as well to address some issues. Reason with the increased number of monkeys related to inbreeding, the health of the animals. That's very important. We can't just leave it to carry on like that. Of course, we should consider as well the space. The number is so big now, it have also affect the behavior of the animal. And therefore, I feel it's like the beginning of the conversation, and hopefully also with the community involvement, hopefully we can reach some like a best practice in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Professor Razak. Any further comments around the table? Councillor Pentridge.
I can't dispute anything that's been said, and I think it's good to see that we all care about our animals. My only concern is that, this came up in 2002 under different times. It came up again a week or 2 ago. I'm just hoping that we don't rush in some of the decisions that we're making, once they're made, they're not going to be reversible. So as long as, I suppose, I'd like to think that we've thought this through and proceed with a bit of caution. And I have no doubt. I mean, we've still got some major problems. We've still got 26 monkeys in an area that only holds 9. So, and what we're about to pass here today isn't going to solve that problem. We still need to do something and create more room. And I don't think that's the community at this point in time, although it cares about the monkeys, I don't think we can outlay massive amounts of money to increase the enclosures. So I hope that the decision we make here today, although I'm not in disagreement with it, isn't sending us down the wrong track. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, my fellow councillors, for your thoughts. Most of the good points have been made. I think it's probably worth considering when the monkeys were first gifted to us, they were somewhat endangered, and we were seen as a safeguard to put them offshore from Japan to us in the way that we've sent Tasmanian devils around the world as security populations as well. That's no longer the case. They have recovered in numbers and are no longer listed as endangered. And so we are now faced with what is the best solution for them. It isn't something that anyone is happy about doing, but we have to make the hard decisions. That's what we're here for. The really hard decision will be as they decline in number over the next 20 years and there is possibly 3 or 5 left. And at what point do we want to see, and what we do not want to see, is like what happened with the last Tasmanian tiger when he was seen pacing up and down his enclosure whenever we see the Tasmanian tiger being represented. So for us, it will delay that decision for probably 20 or 25 years, depending on how good their life is inside the enclosure. And Councillor Pentridge makes very good points about the fact we might have 27 in there in an area designed for 9. But hopefully that can be accommodated, and I'm happy to support the motion as it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Any further comments? Councillor Dawkins to close.
Thank you, and thank you all for the positive commentary. Councillor Harris, you're absolutely right. That image of that last thylacine, it just, I think it haunts us all, doesn't it? And we can draw a line, I think, to the way that we conceive of animals in our lives, to the way that colonial Tasmanians considered thylacine to be nothing but a threat to their way of life. And as our comfort and wealth and privilege has grown, the way that we view animals has grown as well. And I think this is really important to understand how the next 20 years might consider what happens to the last of these macaque monkeys, because the humane is how we're going to manage it, but the ethical is why we're going to do it, and what options are there for us to be able to make these informed decisions. So again, it's been a really fruitful and long time coming, this decision, and I hope that the people of Launceston understand that we've only got the best interests of the macaque monkeys at heart, as well as the incredible community interest in the safety of our people and of these monkeys.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. So we'll put it to the vote then. All of those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Thank you, officers. We'll return to the agenda, having pulled that item forward, at agenda item 14. 14 is council questions by councillors, which have been responded to and published as a part of this agenda. At 14.2, we have councillors' questions without notice. Do we have any councillors' questions without notice today? No? There being none, we'll move forward through to notices of motion. At 15.1, Councillor Harris, the City of Launceston, to establish a memorandum of understanding with Dorset Council to facilitate the development of Stage 3 of the North East Rail Trail. The recommendation. I don't have an amended motion in front of me.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I'm happy to read out what was read scribed, shall I say, at workshop, if you'd like, Councillor Harris, for consideration, which was as follows: 3 recommendations. Recommendation 1 being that Council provides in-principle support of the North East Rail Trail Stage 3, being Lilydale Falls to Scottsdale. Recommendation 2, that Council approves providing Dorset Council a letter of support outlining Council's in-principle support for the project. And Recommendation 3, that Council be provided with a project report to better understand implications to Council, such as costs, ownership and technical challenges.
Okay. Happy with that recommendation as the mover, Councillor Harris?
I am.
Okay. A seconder is the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, and thank you for that slightly amended motion.
Cool.
This is something that's been known, I guess, as the North East Rail Trail since 2012, when the Rotary Club of Scottsdale started their initial rail trail from Scottsdale towards Billycock Hill, completing that in 2015. The Dorset Council has then fought a long battle to get planning approval to develop the Scottsdale to Lilydale Falls section of the rail trail. Been through quite a process as detailed. They have now come to us to say, can we join together to present a united front for a funding application to the federal government. They have $1.47 million, which might have been enough when they first asked for it, but it certainly isn't enough many years later. They are after a further $1.8 million from the federal government, and our letter of support will help them in that endeavour. But it will also give us the time to do our research, to understand what is currently there, what's required as far as upgrading of bridges, railway crossings and others, so that we can, whilst we have their report, it is only a fact of due diligence that we should prepare and consider our own to make sure we know what we're getting ourselves in for. Hence the change in motion today. So I'm quite happy to go on as I can for hours on end about the benefits of what rail trails have brought to various parts of Australia. And the key learning from my attendance at the rail trail conference was about that a rail trail must be developed in conjunction with a business plan to understand the effect on the communities that it's going to go through and what services need to be there, particularly if tourists are to access it and take advantage of it. Because you need to have, if you're going to have a bike starting at Lilydale Falls and you're going to get off at Bristow Estate, you have to get back to Lilydale Falls to where your car was assumedly parked. So that is a new business opportunity for those who provide shuttle services. Plus, of course, the many other businesses opportunities that are offers for those existing businesses along the way, because it isn't just those businesses who can be right on the trail, but it is those that are close to the trail that also benefit. And this is what we have learnt from other jurisdictions who've introduced rail trails. And so that helps things like Clove Hill Vineyard at Labrina and their cellar door, which is only 1.5 kilometres off the trail. Bristow Estate, about 7.5 kilometres off the trail, is achievable, particularly on e-bikes. But also the Lilydale Falls, the 700-metre long tunnel that will be the longest tunnel on any rail trail in the country. It's not the longest tunnel in use in Australia for rail. That is still in use with trains running through it. Many people have said, why don't we leave the tracks there? My questions to those at Tasrail are simply that the tracks would not, if they were covered, they would rust and not be suitable. The other question they have is the train has not run on those trails for 20 years. They could not just be having a new engine go across the top of them. You would have to spend many millions of dollars before you could even consider running a train on those tracks. So this is advice from Tasrail, and that only confirms what we learnt at the Rail Trail Expo. And in fact, that's what many rail trails have developed because of the cost. And people are simply not using trains in the way that they were in the 1800s and early 1900s. different forms of transport. But what a rail trail does offer is a great recreational opportunity for the residents, not only along the trail from Lilydale through to Scottsdale, but in fact, the Lilydale to Warburton line rail trail in Melbourne, about a third of the users, of which there are 500,000 each year, come and walk or ride to the trail from their home. Another third come from Greater Melbourne. So in the Launceston context, that would mean a third of the users would come perhaps from the Tamar Valley. And the other third of users come as tourists from further afield. All of those tourists bring tourist dollars, and that is why rail trails are seen as a boon for many small rural towns who have suffered decline in their natural industry over time. So that is why I am suggesting that we go down this path of having support of Dorset Council. And perhaps with that I'll leave it, but I might just ask our CEO a question of when you were in Mount Remarkable as the CEO, I believe you helped, or a rail trail was developed in that area, and perhaps it might be worthwhile to have your personal experiences and in fact even to understand your personal biases about rail trails and how they now sit.
A point of order on relevance. Thank you, Chair. Asking the CEO's personal bias I don't think is appropriate.
Okay. We'll
I would then ask him simply to give us a report on his experience. Is that considered relevant?
Yep. Okay. I'll allow the report to be provided in summary.
Thank you. Through the chair, happy to give my professional experience as to what I have experienced in my previous council, as pointed out by Councillor Harris. Certainly at my previous council we did construct, and a majority of that was actually done in-house, project management and construction with our staff for a majority of that project, which was a 72-kilometre rail trail, which had a number of challenges, including a number of bridges associated with it and linkages with other councils, in particular linking into, not specifically on the boundary, but 5 other councils by virtue of the trail, which was linked right through to just north of Adelaide. So quite an extensive trail that went through the Riesling section of Clare Valley also. I must admit, I would have to eat my professional words in respect to I couldn't see the merit and value initially when it was presented to council. In fact, I cautioned some advice to that council at the time in terms of progressing, because it was quite divided in the community, particularly between farming, tourism and recreational users and community users, because our trail crossed a number of communities, straddled through 5 different communities. However, having seen the end result and the economic output that it actually created for that region was extremely significant. So much so we were considered quite the competition to Derby. How's the irony? Now here I am sitting here talking about Dorset and rail trails, and to the point where Derby actually stopped sharing information with us in relation to mountain biking trails and rail trails, because they were pretty open that we were the opposition to them and they no longer wished to share with us and participate. So they are relatively easy to construct. I say that, I'm not an engineer, I'm certainly not a civil construction operator also, but having been intimately involved with the project previously, that they are relatively easy to construct and relatively easy to maintain, but do provide significant tourism and economic development once constructed.
Thank you. As the second Deputy Mayor?
I'll try and contain my comments to about 60 seconds. Look, I'm much happier with this style of motion. As most people will be aware, sort of the rail trail divided between rail and trail was decided, I think, in a LegCo committee. So that's not in dispute. So therefore, the rail trail through to Lilydale Falls is what's been agreed. So my concern is that we've never been involved in the rail trail from day one. It was a Dorset Council initiative, which they were going to be the rail trail, what do they call them, coordinator, rail trail manager, anyway, whatever, corridor manager. We've had a presentation from Dorset recently suggesting they're now wanting to share that love with us. I may well think that's a good idea in due course, but I don't know enough information about that at this point in time. So my view is to get the technical advice from our officers is a really sensible way for us before you sign an MOU, whilst it might not be legally binding. all of a sudden you're in and you're seen to be in even if you're not. So in my view, this is a very prudent way for us to look forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, I've just got a question from Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if it might not be more prudent. I mean, we're saying that we provide in principle support, but what are we providing in principle support to? The idea that Launceston would be sharing the costs of the section of line between Lilydale Falls and Waiina, or that we're providing in principle support to Dorset Council developing the line from Lilydale Falls to Scottsdale? In other words, first of all, shouldn't we be better understanding the implications to our council before we provide in principle support to the North East Rail Trail Stage 3?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. CEO for clarification.
Thank you. Through the chair, the mover and seconder may wish to add at the end of recommendation 1, picking up on Councillor Walker's points, the words in concept only.
Councillor Harris. Happy with that? Okay, we have support from the mover and the seconder.
Thank you. More questions if I'm... Oh, do we have to vote on? No, we don't. That's the moved motion. That becomes the substantial motion. Thank you. Yeah, it's just in order to clarify what we are giving in principle support to. Quite a number of questions that I do have. I don't think we're here today to vote on whether we support the concept of a rail trail. We could be here for days if we start having that discussion. We're here to talk about whether we can find a way to move forward together with Dorset Council. So I suppose my question, first of all, is, what provides good governance when it comes to due diligence over such a proposal that we have been presented with? Would that require us doing all the research, essentially, that Dorset has done, surveys of the community, looking into environmental factors, looking into the likely success of such a rail trail? How far would that due diligence go?
CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Walker, for your question. As you would note in recommendation 3, the project report would be, the purpose of that would be to outline all of the project as an entirety, including asset assessments and condition assessments.
Currently, what area falls in Launceston's municipality includes, of course, Lilydale Falls, where Dorset had proposed to build a car park, which the Launceston Council did give them development approval for. Would that now become, if we were to agree to an MOU with Dorset about our contribution to that section of the line, our responsibility? And likewise, the tunnel, which has been reported requiring significant structural repair, as well as the bridge at Corula requiring significant structural repair. Potentially, could that become the responsibility of Launceston City Council if we were being asked to maintain the section of line to Waiina?
Okay, Councillor Walker. CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Just to be clear, we're not proposing an MOU as per the motion up on the screen. And again, as per recommendation 3, the report to be provided to Council would be outlining a majority, if not all, of those issues.
Thank you. Dorset Council was provided $1.47 million in 2015, and they matched that to bring that number to $2.94 million. Can we find out what's happened to the $2.94 million? Because in the proposal, it would appear that Dorset no longer have that money, and the whole basis of their acceptance of being the corridor manager was based upon them having that money.
Councillor Walker, can I just state that some of these questions will just be answered in the same way it will be in the report. So if we just sort of condense the conversation and questions around what you want to be in the report, will be a discussion for councillors to ensure that the CEO gets the relevant information.
It's reassuring to know that what will be in the report will be a discussion of all council. Then I will speak to the motion if I can briefly. Thank you, Chair, unless there's anyone waiting.
I do have a list.
Fair enough.
Yeah, okay. So I've got Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I do stand today to support Councillor Harris and congratulate him on this North East Rail Trail and what's in front of us. The CEO has stolen some of my thunder, but I do agree with him. Economic benefit, tourism, local businesses and community pride, health and wellbeing, and community is what we are all about. I know I definitely am. And if we talk about community consultation, for me, that is overwhelmingly positive for this project. So it's a no-brainer for me. I'm fully supportive of this. We had a recent workshop where the Dorset Council officers presented a wonderful, what did they present to us? All the information we need to know about this rail trail. And for me, that ticked all the boxes. So I thank them for that. And I would encourage all my fellow councillors to get behind this. We have seen what it has done in Derby, and we've just heard what it's done for Mount Remarkable. So thank you very much, Councillor Harris, for bringing this forward, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. I've got Councillor Pentridge next.
Look, I'd love to support Councillor Harris, and I think his enthusiasm for bikes and trails is not questionable. But I don't think we're doing the right thing by our smaller neighbour, and I don't have any knowledge. I know they've gone through some tough times. I have to agree with Councillor Walker. They've been given a substantial amount of money. Where is it? I think we're sending the wrong message. I think has been the bigger community in this region. I think by all means support. I wouldn't have any problems in supporting them, but I think they've got to do the work. It was their idea. They went to a lot of trouble to exclude everyone else, so they got the right to make all the decisions. I think they should come back to us. We shouldn't be sending them a message where they think that we're 100% behind it, because it's a long way to go before we get to that stage. And we've got enough money. We don't have the funds that we can start helping all our brothers and sisters in other communities, right? I think there's a lot of work needs to be done in Launceston before we go spending money anywhere else. So I think we need to be a bit careful in how we word it and give people the wrong idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, obviously, I don't think we're here to discuss the merits of rail trails or other rail locomotives or anything like that. Today is not the day for that. Having said that, Dorset Council's own report shows that really it's about 50-50 as far as Dorset Council goes through you, Chair, in terms of public opinion as to what is the appropriate solution there. No one doubts that rail trails are a great success in other parts of the country. That's not in question. So hearing a diatribe or a ongoing sermon about the wonders of rail trails is not really appropriate for today. What is appropriate is our relationship with our neighbour Dorset, who, as I said, got this money and became the corridor manager on the basis that they had the wherewithal to achieve what they set out to achieve. And it has become apparent that they aren't able to do that, or won't do that, or can't do that. And it's taken 10 years to get to this point. It's troubling for me that Launceston Council may become embroiled in that, and then that ongoing saga continues. So I thank the Deputy Mayor for his amended motion today. Well, while it is moved by Councillor Harris, I do believe the suggestion came from our Deputy Mayor. I think it's prudent that while we look at in-principle support for Dorset Council, that we're very cognisant of the shortfalls that have occurred so far, and that potentially the way that they became the corridor manager needs to be put into question, and that Launceston Council should consider becoming the corridor manager to the edge of our municipality. That would make more sense, whether it's a bike trail or whether it's a railway line. That would make more sense to me. So I'd like to see that included in those discussions. But I'm happy to support the in-principle notion in concept only. I don't think that adds a lot of weight to Dorset's case at the moment. You know, they are getting support from NCDC. It has been listed as a regional project. And by all means, they've progressed it this far with the money that they have got. They've just been unable to complete it. And they've only come to Launceston at the last minute when they've realised they don't have the money to complete it. And I think that should ring alarm bells for everyone around the table. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about the letter, if that's what it's going to be, the in-principle support. And I'll wait and see what others have to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further comments around the table? Councillor Harris to close.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. Councillor Walker hypothesises that the Dorset Council don't have the money. We don't know. Quite simply, they may well have had the money and they still have the money. To throw that sort of light on it is disingenuous, in my opinion. I do feel that Councillor Pentridge's point of we should be spending money to help benefit Launceston also fails to acknowledge that Lilydale is in fact Launceston's cousin, country cousin no less, and they have the potential to gain most out of a Lilydale to Scottsdale link, simply because every tourist who enters Tasmania in northern Tasmania will probably fly into Launceston before they get onto the Lilydale Trail to go to Scottsdale. So I do think there are many benefits for a rail trail that gets right through to Lilydale. Whether that ultimately follows the rail easement to get from Lilydale Falls to the Lilydale Township is a fight to be had on another day. And of course, it's only taken 10 years to get to this point for the Dorset Council because of the action of a few individuals who have tried at every step to block the Dorset Council from doing what they wanted to do. They have made life incredibly difficult for them, but the Dorset Council has been resolute in their belief that a rail trail is good for them, not only their municipality, but also our municipality, and in fact, for all of northern Tasmania. And in fact, when I Googled what are the 10 best things in Launceston, I think the rail trail would probably comfortably sit in the top 5. Because amongst the many things that it mentioned included going to a bar. Now, that is not something that is unique to Launceston. Bars are in many cities of the world. But I do think that a rail trail that offers many unique features is something that will be celebrated, and it will be one of those things that will turn people's opinions. And once it's built, they will wonder how we ever went without it. So I look forward to your support for this motion today and look forward to the report coming back early in the new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Putting it to the vote then, all of those in favour? Those against? 3 against. The motion is carried. At 15.2, we have a street art festival and street art laneways. No, I don't. Thank you, though. Thank you for the offer. I'll bring it forward myself as the creator of the notice of motion, with the recommendation being that Council, pursuant to the City of Launceston Public Art Strategy 2331, prioritises the opportunity for city centre laneways recommendation and street art laneway gallery to be developed for delivery in 24-25 and a second gallery for delivery in 25 and 26. Do I have someone to second? Councillor Harris. Thank you, Councillor Harris. Okay, so just briefly, Launceston, it has a great network of city centre laneways.
Excuse me, we don't have a chair at the moment.
Yeah, I'm the chair. Yep. CEO for clarification.
Through the Chair for clarification, as the mover of the motion, the Mayor is entitled to speak to the motion.
Thank you. So Launceston has a great network of city centre laneways, and there are heaps of opportunities for Launceston to work with inner city businesses and property owners to support the integration of public artwork in public spaces and to assist also, in which I thank Councillor Kai for her notice of motion today, around graffiti vandalism. So recent murals, such as those placed on Kings Meadows toilet block, Criterion Lane and the Patterson Street East car park, have demonstrated the effectiveness of street art in mitigating graffiti vandalism in urban areas and creating a sense of community pride. Public art programs have played a key role in spreading the transformational developments that we have for our inner city laneways, and we've seen that around the world. As the officer comments say, graffiti vandalism has increased over the past 24 months During the 23 calendar year, the council spent $41,500 removing graffiti. That was from the period of the 1st of January to the 23rd of October. The council has already spent $38,678 in removing that graffiti, which is anticipated to surpass last year's annual result. The council's recent mural installations have proven to be an effective tool in graffiti prevention, and with no new cases of graffiti noted in those locations. As per the Public Art Strategy 22-23, a laneway festival format plays to Launceston's strengths, attracting locals and visitors alike, and can involve artists and art organisations adopting a laneway and submitting proposals for the program that may be curated and produced by the city. Outsourced to a festival producer, and also it can be delivered in partnership. The festival can be used as a launch platform for new street art laneway gallery, which will also provide an ever-changing collection of works for an ongoing city centre attraction. There are several locations that you will see in the recommendation there as well that might be suitable for the city, including but not limited to places like Tatler Lane, the Centreway Arcade, Dicky White's Lane, Criterion Place, the furthering of that, and also the laneway at 123 and 127 Charles Street. Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Many of you will be aware that I was involved through another subcommittee, or through a local committee, community committee at Kings Meadows in the mural, I was looking for the word, the mural that's been put on the wall in the Kings Meadows Coles car park, which was actually 2 stories high and probably 2 stories wide. In doing so, that was painted by, I found my next door neighbour. So I had the opportunity to ask him why, how did he get into this, and what drove him to it. And it's interesting when you look at Councillor Kai's thing. He started off tagging when he had left high school, so he was a young adult, or perhaps nearly an adult. And it was something to do, and it was something that if he did it and it stayed there, then that was his mark on the world, and all his friends could see his mark. So that speaks somewhat to the mentality of why do people tag. They want to leave their uniqueness on there. However, there is a code amongst taggers. The first is if you remove it or you paint it out, I'll do it 3 times, I'll then go and find another space. The reality is if you do it for one tagger, the next tagger doesn't know that's what's happened and he sees a good wall, so he tags it. So as a property owner, it's a never ending. Hence, having something like this as a street art festival, I would suggest we need to base it on the very, very successful Mural Fest of the Kentish Council, which is based in Sheffield, where what cost the council only $1,000, a local committee puts up $38,500 of donated sponsorship to create 9 murals that are then painted in one particular session, if you like, or over a number of days. So each of the artists are paid $2,500. They are vying for a $10,000 first prize on top of their $2,500. So that actually creates a really good atmosphere, and the council then owns the murals because they're done on boards. Not quite what we would have. We're thinking about painting art laneways. We could put boards on there to attach, which means you could change them. I do have a problem with tagging and artwork on unpainted brick walls. It shouldn't be done. If a brick is still in its natural state, it shouldn't be painted, because once you paint it, you're forever painting it. And many of those laneways do in fact have painted walls, so there's not a problem. Criterion Lane is probably the exception. A lot of that is actually unpainted brick. It does have tagging on it though, so it is a problem. But I think this is a great initiative. Quite happy for council to consider in the first instance that we might provide more of the funding than we may be able to raise in sponsorship. But I think sponsorship from local businesses who would gain from it is something that we should consider going forward. Certainly it is achievable in the Kentish municipality, which is a rather small one in Tasmania. But I think this is a great opportunity for council to, as you say, enliven up those laneways. And street art is a great way of doing it. And of course, Melbourne does it better than most. But what we also see in Melbourne, if you catch a train out to the suburbs, is nothing but graffiti and tagging on every back fence along every train line. and every building that you can see from the train. It is just remarkable how much is out there. But this is a good step in the right direction. Very happy to support you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I too will be supporting this. I think what it does is bring forward initiatives that are already in the cultural strategy. It provides an actionable task with the support of everyone around the table to get on with it. And importantly for me, I think what we've seen in Hobart and with the firm that we commissioned to undertake the installations in Patterson Street is a really top outfit that can deliver incredible outcomes for the city. The festivals that I'm assuming the same company that did the two murals in Patterson Street, the administration of that festival in Hobart, Glenorchy I think, is outstanding and has grown year on year. I think it's, really dealt with all of those legacy items around how long the artwork lives for, if it can be repainted, and it's seen as a positive thing. It's not painting over people who are doing tagging, it's working with people who perhaps have got great skills and can redirect that energy and that skill in a different way that's seen as positive. So thanks for highlighting it. I think it's great. It's in line with the cultural strategy. It's in line with the public art strategy. It'll provide the person who's going to get the art role that's currently at market with a really tangible, wonderful thing to get on with. I think the community have already embraced public art and they want more of it, and I'll be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Yes, I too will be supporting it. It's interesting how an activity that's grounded in counterculture then becomes part of such a mainstream entity as local government, and how that kind of diffuses the sort of punk sentiment behind really like tagging and street art. But it's absolutely warranted. We've had a couple of goes with some little elements of the city, but we didn't have the momentum and we certainly didn't maintain those sites. So I think it's really important that if we start now, we have to continue this activity. There has to be a budget for it. It has to be able to be maintained, because the last thing I want to see is this really fantastic initiative fade away into something that is covered in tags or just faded. So yes, salute you for bringing it and can't wait to see them through.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Walker.
Just a couple of questions. I would like to know where we get our learnings from in regards to this, I suppose, because there's some, probably different ideas about the effectiveness of, the mural art and whether it encourages more, especially being a heritage city, painting on heritage buildings and things like that is to be discouraged. So how do we delineate in that respect, I suppose, in this post-punk world that we live in?
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Acting General Manager Aguilar.
It's a great question. We've certainly learnt a lot from the first few murals that we've done. I think what is demonstrated is that what we have done haven't been graffitied on, and so it demonstrates to us that the community really respects the art that we're putting out there through our expressions of interest process, through using our Cultural Advisory Committee to select those artists that have a connection in with Launceston and Tasmania, I think is really powerful. In respect to heritage, I'll get Marcus Grantham, the team leader of placemaking, to specifically talk to that item because it does have different requirements.
So for heritage listed buildings, and this comes back to Councillor Spencer's comments on unpainted brick, that it's correct for a, sorry, Harris, my apologies. But unpainted brick, you would not likely receive approval to paint on unpainted brick. However, if it has already been painted or tagged, then there is likely the case to be made that it can be for street art.
And one more question, if I may, probably more to our financial officers, just in regards to an identification of underspend on the Alexandra Suspension Bridge at the Gorge. I don't believe that we've spent that money yet, but there are works in progress in terms of replacing the celery top planking as well as painting the bridge. How has that money been identified when we haven't completed that project as a source of financing this particular venture? Has anyone... Why was it suggested?
Yeah, that one will give you static.
I've just been informed that that is in fact addressed at item 20.2 budget amendments today.
Just to speak. Thank you, Chair. We might have put the horse before the cart there, but nonetheless, we'll see what happens at 22.2. I do believe it is. Notwithstanding that this may not yet be funded, Chair, I do believe that if you're going to move a motion, that we should have a chair that still manages the meeting while you're speaking, in case you speak for too long, for example, in your moving of the motion. But I may be wrong. Maybe you can do that. I will stand to support this, notwithstanding the nature of the funding. I know it will be variable and there may be other places that the money can be procured as well. I'm quite happy to accept that. And I note that also, a few areas are mentioned, inner city areas, as possible sort of zones: Tatler Parade, Centreway Lane, Dicky White's Lane, Criterion Place, and the laneway in Charles Street between 123 and 127. I'm sure some discussions have been had in the past, and indeed Dicky White's Lane, the council did try and activate. We're probably going back about 8 years now, when the council made an attempt to activate that laneway, maybe not so much through public art, but certainly through activating events in that space, which had a varied result, I suppose. So I suppose it's just important, those learnings and what works and what doesn't, finding that right balance that's really going to attract. But I commend you for the motion, and I really look forward to the results and the success of such a venture. How we choose the spot, all those sort of things. As chair of the Cultural Advisory Committee, I'd like to think they would have a role to play in that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I stand to support you today with this motion. My goodness, how beautiful is our city? I look out the window here at Council and I can see beautiful heritage listed buildings, churches, government buildings, you name it, it's here. And anything that builds our city up and really enhances our city, I'm all for. And I'm definitely for this. I'm all for this. And we talk about Melbourne and we walk along Flinders Street and we look left up the laneways, we look right up the laneways, and we see all that amazing artwork. And you see the thousands of people that go to Melbourne, go to the city and look at this artwork. It's incredible. So I'm just so excited by this. I love this. Congratulations. I'm all for it. And I encourage everyone at the table to support you with this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Any further comments around the table? Councillor Professor Raze.
Thank you very much. I also support this motion, but I think it will be exciting addition to our street. My main concern is about the funding. Looking at Art Street Festival, quite often it starts by creating a partnership between private and public. And even if you mention Sheffield, it started like a committee before it went to the council. And they managed to raise funding from individual donations, state and local governments. With this funding, it mainly comes from the council. Have we done work about how to attract other, individual donations, departments in the CBD, etc.? Have we done that work as well? Because that will be important in the partnership to maintain it in the future. Thank you.
Sorry, was a question regarding partnering up with local businesses? Was that? Sponsorships? Yeah, sure. So a good example of this most recently is in Criterion Place, where we did partner up with S Group to deliver the mural for the whale and seawater mural from Creamart. So council funded half of that mural and then S Group funded the other half of that mural. And so there's a great opportunity, especially in Tatler's Lane, where we have spoken to local businesses who said they are very happy to support a street art festival in that space. Of course, as we're not going to preempt that will be the final location, but there is definitely opportunity there.
Thank you. Any further comments around the table? Okay, I have nothing further to close except to say that thank you for the support and also that there are other funding opportunities to go with Councillor Professor Raze's commentary with Launceston Central actually has a $25,000 public art budget as well. So thank you. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried.
Launceston Central had a bunch of part of the 600,000 given.
We got at 15.3, Councillor Kai, graffiti removal from private dwellings within the Launceston municipality, with the recommendation being that council considers expanding graffiti removal to include private dwellings and infrastructure by reviewing and amending the City of Launceston's graffiti policy framework to expand to locations throughout the municipality. Thank you, Councillor Kai, having moved. Someone to second? That's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Kai.
You may have heard the news that Launceston has been ranked 4th in the world on Lonely Planet's Best in Travel 2025 regions. That's not 4th in the state or the country, but 4th in the world, not to mention the Mayor's recent visit to London, winning 2 global awards. This is a cause for celebration, a testament to everything Council does to make our city an attractive destination. It is also a testament to the efforts of the tourism and hospitality businesses that work to make our city an attractive destination, and the community organisations that help preserve our heritage and keep our public places tidy and attractive. Unfortunately, the problem of graffiti across our city undermines these efforts and ruins the experience for our visitors. It is not just visitors who are confronted by the ugliness of this form of vandalism, but locals too. As a resident and business owner who loves living in Launceston and has a great deal of pride in our city, I feel that pride being eroded by seeing attractive shop fronts and streetscapes being covered in ugly spray-painted tags. Council takes responsibility for removal of graffiti on council assets. My motion proposes that we also offer this service to private property owners. By offering this service, we could help clean up graffiti quickly and efficiently. It would help people with mobility issues, such as older residents and those with disabilities, deal with graffiti on their properties. Businesses could focus their time on serving their customers instead of having to spend staff resources cleaning walls and shop fronts. The officers have estimated the cost of this policy at $25,000 upfront for removal of current graffiti and $130,000 a year ongoing. This sounds like a lot of money, but in the context of our budget, it works out to just 0.15% of last financial year's rating effort. That is less than $4 or a cup of coffee a year for each rateable property in Launceston. But we should also consider the cost of not adopting this policy. Lingering graffiti undermines our reputation as an attractive visitor destination and undermines the pride of residents in our city. This has both an economic and social cost. We could consider ways of reducing the impact of this policy on our budget. For example, some councils engage and train unpaid volunteers to remove graffiti while maintaining a contract workforce for the more difficult removal jobs. Experience in these municipalities have shown that there are civic-minded people who are happy to work on removing graffiti as a contribution to their community. And we can reduce graffiti by organising events to give genuine artists a legal outlet for their creative endeavours, like the Mayor's last motion. If this motion is passed, we would not be the first council to assist private property owners with graffiti removal. The City of Yarra, Hume, Glen Eira and Borumdara have programs to assist with removal of graffiti from private properties. There are a range of approaches, such as some offering the service only to pensioners and concession card holders, or others using a voucher system. The City of Melbourne's Rapid Response Clean Team focuses on graffiti hotspots, while Bayside City Council provides material support to a volunteer group called Graffiti Busters. Inspired by the Bayside group, other graffiti buster groups are starting to pop up around the country. Graffiti is a form of vandalism. These vandals are emboldened by seeing their handiwork remaining in place, but they will be discouraged if it was removed quickly. The question we need to ask ourselves is, do we want a small group of individuals who do not share our pride in our city to dictate to the rest of us what our city should look like? Adopting this policy is a small price to pay for the privilege of living in a place we can all continue to be proud of. I see councillors' reports support to approve this motion and to make our city an even more attractive destination. And it will complement the Mayor's motion for street art festival and street art laneways. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. Deputy Mayor is the seconder.
And thanks, Councillor Kai, for bringing this motion. I think pretty needed, because I think graffiti is a scourge of communities all around the world, unfortunately, not just Launceston. Anything we can do to make our city look a little better, I think, is important. I think key things that I've raised a couple of times in the past, the obvious issue with private owners of property is actually being able to locate them. What might sound simple, a lot of the rates notice and things like that go directly to their tenants, so the owners of the properties don't necessarily see it. But I think that if we actually write to the landowners, my sense, subject to it being legally okay to do this, is to sort of a positive motion that if you don't come back to us, we assume you accept that we will clean up the graffiti on your property. And I noticed the officers comment about 130,000 and the diversion of our staffing. I think volunteers may be an answer, but it may also, and I floated this with Launceston City and a couple of ratepayers in the CBD. This year we're about to phase out the CBD levy, the last portion of that. I don't know exactly what the amount is, but I suggested that maybe we left that in place and use that for actually funding the employment of somebody to actually do that job around the city. I know the motion is a bit broader than the CBD itself, but I would start there, given that that's the most seen bit, and then work our way out from that. But if we can get it funded by the ratepayers, and I certainly didn't get it pushed back from the ones that I spoke to, in regards to that, thinking that was actually not a bad use for that money. So I think that whilst it could come out of a current budget, we've actually probably got an opportunity, and this is our last opportunity because it's about to phase out this year, to say let's leave it there and we're going to divert that funding into something like that so we don't have to recreate something else. So I think there are many options. I really thank you, Councillor Kai, for bringing the motion today, because I think it's really something that we do need to deal with.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Now, I do have a question from Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is in regard to the estimated cost implications of only $25,000 to remove the current tagging. Having walked around Launceston on the Launceston Urban Fringe Trail of some 100 kilometres, I can tell you that there is an awful lot of tagging out in the community on people's back fences and otherwise. So does this actually just relate to the inner CBD, where already we can see there is lots of tagging, or is the cost estimate simply not valid? Because at $25,000, if you're paying someone there to spray it with a thing that's the normal cost for graffiti removal.
Councillor Harris, let's ask the question, and we can
it just doesn't add up.
Yeah. So, Acting General Manager, around the quotations and $25,000 and what that addresses.
I suspect you're right, Councillor Harris, and it relates to the CBD area. In order to have a proper costing for the entire municipality, I'd suggest we'd have to do an audit of tagging.
As such, should we amend the motion to only limit it to the CBD rather than throughout the municipality? Well, I'm asking the Mayor to say whether that...
Are you wanting to make an amendment?
I'm happy to move that amendment if the mover and seconder are happy to do that. And we would need to just understand what the CBD is, and I take it we'd use the current CBD rate area as that map, which is logical.
Well, I feel that if we're able to, like Deputy Mayor was saying, that if we're able to use the money from is it Central Launceston's collection there, there will be money from there to clean up the CBD. Therefore, the amount that the council officers has said the cost of the 25,000 could be used to further out. But if we look at the properties further out, there isn't anywhere near as many graffitis as it is in the CBD. And some of these researches that I've done, like with Graffiti Busters and all those other graffiti places, they started off in the CBD and then they worked their way out. But to limit this to just the CBD, it means that we're not going to be working on our way out. And some of these graffiti expert removalists have gone from one suburb to another suburb, and they're cleaning up their whole municipality.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. So that sounds like there's not support in the changing of the wording unless you want to bring forward something, Councillor Harris?
Would you be happy with a comma initially starting in the CBD and working out?
I'm happy to start with the CBD and work out, but not to
Limit
directly
to. I'll just get some
say-
clarification, CEO.
Thank you. Through the chair, perhaps by way of suggestion for the mover and the seconder and picking up the sentiments of the meeting, whilst the motion does say reviewing and amending the City of Launceston's graffiti policy framework, you may like it to read reviewing the City of Launceston's graffiti policy framework, of which we could actually break the framework down into zones. Therefore, we could talk about northern zone, southern zone, CBD zone, etc., and be very definitive on a map as to what those zones look like, and would then capture how we deal with it within those particular zones, i.e. there might be a greater priority within a CBD zone versus a western zone, for example.
As long as we're not restricting to just the CBD and not moving any further out. So if we could, I mean, I'm assuming there's going to be researches and work done. So if we start with CBD and then we work our way, like here, there might be volunteers who's happy to go out and do suburbs, or maybe there might be a group that might start out Kings Meadows and might do Kings Meadows, or a group out Mowbray that might want to do Mowbray, but I don't want to restrict it to, I mean, we belong to the Launceston, and I feel that all of Launceston should be included, not just one part or the other. But if Deputy Mayor was saying, you know, if we're able to get funding through with the rating from the Central City thing or whatever, sorry, it's called, there will be funding for that section, and we can go further out. Thank you.
So I guess the clarifying question is what's in the recommendation enough to cover what we're doing already? Do we really need to discuss the word framing as to the intention of Councillor Kai's notice of motion? Are you comfortable that it covers what's being asked, as is? Yep.
Sorry, through the chair, I am. The only word I'm not particularly comfortable, more I read it, is the word amending, because you're somewhat implying that we actually go and make those changes, and I'd feel more comfortable doing a review and providing that back to council for you then to consider.
I would be happy with the word reviewing and not amending, because we need to consider the economic impact on cleaning firms who are currently charging somewhere between $50 to $100 a square metre to clean off graffiti for building owners who may well be not living here or whatever. And if council is going to do it for free, then you will have an economic impact on those small businesses. So it is something that, I'll speak in more detail later, but just as a question, I think we needed to understand what the intention of the motion was, and how the words came out were somewhat different. And I do think we need to have a smaller sample to try it before we expand it, as Councillor Kai said, has happened elsewhere.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. So in terms of continuing the conversation, we'll keep going around that then. So I've got Councillor Gibson next, then Councillor Walker.
Thanks. Look, I'm totally in support of the words as they are. I think what we're doing is giving direction that we're going to look at the strategy, and we're going to definitely in some way or another consider the addition of the removal of graffiti on private dwellings. The officers will then come back with the mechanisms, the zones, the budget implications of how that will be. Maybe in year one, there's a real targeted approach on the CBD. Maybe on year two, there's an additional budget. Maybe into the future, there's a different mechanism. But for me, the notice of motion is asking for support around the concept, which I'm fully in support of across the municipality, equal and fair to all parts of the municipality, with different mechanisms and opportunities to achieve it, to come back in a review of the policy.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Walker.
I stand to congratulate the mover of the motion. I think it's an excellent initiative. It is a strategic move on our part. Let's let the operations people work out the details around that. They may come back to us with all sorts of suggestions about zones, about ongoing costs, maybe a small fee that we would charge. Who knows what that might be. But in the meantime, it's a great step forward, and I congratulate the mover of the motion. I can see how this could become not just popular, but also a part of a bigger picture of things that we're doing. And so that's where, you know, the rubber will start to hit the road if it actually has an impact, positive impact, whether that be through encouraging people to use other means to express themselves, whether it means, you know, just deterring people from doing that. I congratulate the mover and look forward to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I've got a question, Councillor Professor Razay.
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused here. In the first motion, 15.2, in which it stated that removal of graffiti in 2023 cost us 41,473, and in this motion, the cost will be current tagging is 25,000. So is this like, are we talking about the same graffiti? Is it just on the CBD? Is it going to be added to the 41,000? Can we have clarification about where is the money?
Sure. Acting General Manager?
I'm not able to provide clarity to that level of detail at this point in time, but prior to Councillor Kai bringing the motion, I did ask our operations manager to provide some indication of the costs, because Councillor Kai did query the 130,000 related to this motion in the officer comments in terms of recurrent annual expenditure. The advice was that based on current levels of tagging on private dwellings, it would take approximately 100 hours for a 2-person team plus consumables to remove existing graffiti. Ongoing, if the level of graffiti remains the same and repeated on clean surfaces, it is projected that 12 hours per week across the 52 weeks of the year with the same resource will be allocated. Current costing of the resource is about $160 per hour plus the consumables such as paint and applicators, and that's how we arrived at the 130,000. The only other comment I would make is that depending on the level of graffiti, I imagine it's not always a static kind of number of pieces of graffiti on walls, and it would have cycles. So I assume the costs would be a bit lumpy quarter to quarter.
Thank you. And that's mean actually what they are talking about. Is it the CBD with a private property in Launceston or just the CBD, private property in CBD? That's important too.
Yes, so when the operations manager was asked to comment, he was asked to comment on the motion as it was. So I don't have him here available to clarify. Essentially what he's provided in his comments is what I have to go off, which is what you have as well. So perhaps he did think it was only 25,000 to remove current tagging across the entire municipality. That's probably ambitious, but again, we'd need to know the level of graffiti in every single street to quantify that. And these comments were just based on broad estimates to satisfy officer comment for the motion.
Thank you. I've got to next to speak Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I think as a question, undoubtedly the current figures given by Councillor Razay of 41,000 in the previous year would have been the cost to remove graffiti just off council-owned infrastructure, which is if someone sprays it on our parks or any of our buildings, but it does not include when someone sprays something that is owned by someone else, whether it be Aurora in one of their boxes by the side of the road or a private building owner. I did speak with a private building owner in Hobart about how much tagging and what does Hobart City Council do for itself. And this is what we were intending to do is my question. Hobart City Council clean off graffiti within 1 or 2 metres of a footpath as part of their street hygiene tasks. So they don't go down the laneways. They're basically cleaning up the frontage of the street only, whereas most of us know that most of the tagging occurs, in fact, down the laneways and at the back of buildings where they can get in there in the night and can't be seen by passing motorists. So I do wonder whether the estimate given by the staff member was, in fact, even for the limited area of the CBD, 25,000, 100 hours, to me, may not be enough time to do it. So I'm just wondering what it is we're signing ourselves up for.
We're signing ourselves up for a review. And I'm sure that this... yeah, this information will be provided to councillors to make the decision forthcoming that review.
Yeah. So look, quite happy to support the concept of what Councillor Kai has brought forward, because as I said, one of the things that I learnt from a tagger is that if you do remove it, it takes their moment of glory away. If you do it 3 or 4 times, then that tagger won't come back. The trouble is others will. So we've got to start somewhere. I'm quite happy with spending $25,000 of taxpayers' funds to clean up the CBD, because it is in the CBD that it is most concentrated. However, I look forward to the review as to what that may well be, because certainly in some of the other areas of Launceston, there is a large amount of graffiti on back fences and pathway fences and everything else. So I do worry about that, but let's wait for the review. So happy to support it today.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge.
Look, I'm lost for words. I think what Susie was trying to bring up, and she did it extremely well, is having pride in our city. And you can't just take care of council property because it's our problem. The city is ours. And I think that what seems to be lacking in this conversation is the reality of how this works. One, the contractors won't be run out of work because they'll be doing jobs and there'll be people that will want it done. And so therefore we will be asking them to give us a price so we create some more employment, right? And then they'll have a group of people that will become a full-time job. So what they will do is go along, clean it up. I'm not going to go home and put their feet up. When they've cleaned, they can then continue on at our suburbs and continue cleaning, because we'll be paying them for hours worked, and it's up to them to itemise it and tell us what they've done. It's really all about pride in our city, and this argument, who should be paying for it, is irrelevant. The community is paying for it, not us. And I think the community would go along with this 100%. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments around the table? Anything further to close, Councillor Kai?
I'd like to thank everyone for their supports and comments, and like we said, it's a motion to move to start the review, and I think the sooner we start, the better it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. So putting it to the vote, all those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, moving through the notices of motion at 15.4, we have the exploration of the mobile LED screen. You might see a theme coming through these, that we've had workshops on these things. The conversations have been had. Let's make the decision. So that's coming here with the recommendation being that council investigates the procurement of a large mobile LED screen to support the city's activations and events, and that the project is to be considered as a part of the annual plan and budget discussion. So I'm moving this, looking for a seconder. Councillor Pentridge. Thank you. Just looking at the conversations that we've had, as stated, the workshops have been provided, the opportunities for things that we've seen pop up, like at the soccer finals, the JJs, opportunities to showcase other activations like what we had with the Heritage Sketch, having the pictures provided up there as the students are receiving their awards, and also the emergency management that's able to be potentially displayed on this. If the council wants to move in this direction, that's what we're asking for here. So that's basically it. Councillor Pentridge, anything you'd like to say?
I think it's a fantastic idea, and it's a means of providing something that's become very much part of the modern world. You can't always see the stage, and you can't always, but that sort of brings you back, it brings you into a situation where you're actually part of that moment. And I'm thinking it's also going to be a good opportunity where it's cost effective. I mean, we have to show the leadership, own it, but then we can still hire it out, and I'm sure it's going to be used on a regular basis. And it'll bring some money in, and God only knows we could do with fixing up some of our budgets by actually earning some money. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah,
thank you. I support the motion. There's a screen just there. We could take that one, Mark, so I can take that outside. But look, I support, I mean, I probably wouldn't have narrowed it down just to a mobile screen. I'd have said screens in general, because I guess whether we want to have one fixed screen, which they do in some places, or even a projected image on a wall. So I just probably prefer to have it a bit broader than that, because I think, I just don't, this might be the right answer, but there might be other answers.
Okay. Yes, yeah, Acting General Manager Ogulin.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. We did consider quite a lot of different options as part of this, including a screen in Civic Square. I think the issues and limitations we've got with Civic Square is some of the built infrastructure that we've got in place. Marcus can probably provide a bit more detail around some of the things that we considered as part of this.
Sure. So previously in 2018, there was a study for a permanent screen in Civic Square. And as the report mentions, some of the key considerations, especially for Launceston, is that it is a heritage city, and anything permanent would require quite a bit of infrastructure to integrate that screen into the heritage nature of our streetscape. And we also felt that there was a lot more opportunity to bring that screen out to, as previously mentioned, to be able to give that to different communities and different events in different spaces to activate not just one part of the city, but the entire municipality.
We also have considered projection as well, but that's quite an expensive path to go down as well. So we, as a first step, we're looking at
You've done the work, that's right.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I've got another question. Councillor Harris?
Yeah, just my questions in regard to the screen from the former UTAS stadium was movable. How many times did we actually move it from UTAS to set it up for an event? And also, before I spend $300,000 or $400,000, I would like to understand the demand for it. And is it possible, is it possible to rent or lease a screen on demand rather than purchasing one? Because I have very fond memories of buying a plasma screen TV at the time. Very quickly became something less than optimal within a year or two. And I do feel that if we do commit to buying something, that isn't in the council's best interest. So we probably need to prove demand first. So I'll just ask whether those questions, whether you can give any background on that, because I do remember it being moved once, but I can't remember how many times it got moved.
Sure. So to my recollection, and I'm not aware if it's been moved since, but it was moved to Civic Square for a screening in 2018, which was quite successful. And that was the trial to instigate the investigations for a screen. Regarding the cost benefit and payback period for a screen like this, assuming that it was about $350,000, would be about 30 viewings. For example, when the Matildas game was on and the Jack Jumpers, the cost to council to hire those screens in those spaces, which was not just the screen, but the actual event space, was between $5,000 and $15,000 per viewing. So the payback period, including operational costs, would be about 30 viewings if it was about $350,000.
Thank you. Got to speak, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I too would like to amend the motion to investigate the procurement of, because you may have done the work, but we haven't seen that work, and we have had a...
We had a presentation on it. We had a workshop on it.
It's not documented here. We've had a large projector previously in years gone by in Civic Square. It has been successful as a part of Junction Festival. And the ongoing costs of a movable screen could be problematic for council. Apart from anything else, it could be damaged, there's storage issues, there's training for council staff. If it's permanent, a lot of those things go away. If it's a projector, a lot of those things go away. If it's a screen that is a drop-down screen, I've seen it done with material, all sorts of possibilities. I'd just like to see that included in there. Therefore, I would like to move that the motion be amended to investigate the procurement, of a large mobile LED screen or suitable alternative, something like that. It's simple as that, just to keep those options open. If anyone would wish to second that.
CEO, can I have some clarifications on the wording? We're not seconding something like that.
Thank you, through the chair. And just to clarify, obviously the motion does say to investigate procurement. So I just think it needs to be clear for the room that if this was endorsed, we would then go away and look at the options to come back to present to council. So it certainly doesn't give us the authority to go and purchase something that we may think is suitable. In relation to Councillor Walker's comments, if I think I've got it right, purchase a large mobile LED screen and or equivalent
or suitable
to support city activation.
Perhaps. Keep your LED mobile in there, so that becomes the prime objective, unless something else, the idea of us making money out of it, hiring it out, like there's all sorts of liability issues, moving it around. Similarly, so you might be able to convince me otherwise, but in the meantime, can we just keep that door slightly
Can we just get rid of the word mobile?
We have a seconder.
Just a large screen.
Sorry, through the chair, for clarity purposes, you may wish to remove the word LED, large mobile screen, which I think would
just large screen.
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't necessarily need to be LED, doesn't necessarily need to be mobile.
Procurement
it does need to be large.
Yeah.
Or suitable alternative. It could be a projector. It could be a permanent one. All I'm saying is we have had some of those discussions, but $350,000 is a lot to spend. I know that projectors are also expensive. I doubt if they're that expensive. They are, powerful things, but they are expensive. Let's have the report.
Yep, so what words?
Well, we're investigating the procurement. It's all we need to change is just to keep the door open on a few different alternatives, rather than by accepting.
Sure. So let's go through the words. That's fine.
We've got
what words do what are the words though? What words do you?
Suitable alternative.
Okay. So CEO.
Through the chair, for the mover and seconder's benefit, to perhaps get the middle ground here, that council investigates the procurement of a large screen to support city activation and events.
Great.
Cool. Happy with that?
No,
as the seconder?
Seconder's over there. Harris is seconder.
Item 2, as I understand it, will remain.
It remains, yeah. That's fine.
So it doesn't need to be voted on because it's agreed to by the mover and the seconder that way. It's just quick and...
That's an amendment. It doesn't become my motion, does it?
No.
Yeah.
You okay with that, Deputy Mayor? Okay. Continuing around the table, had Councillor Harris.
Yeah, look, I'm in two minds with this. Like Councillor Walker, I think it's a lot of money to spend. I'd like to see a proven demand of the service. I did speak to one event promoter who used to have a large screen at his event and didn't for this year's event. And I asked him why, and he said because someone took it, sold it, because they didn't get enough use for it. And I said, well, how much would you pay? And he said, wouldn't pay more than $5,000 to have a large screen at my event. It's not that important to the event. And I guess some of the challenges of a large screen are that only, on average, about 1,000 people can see the screen that you have. I've always felt that the CBD would benefit from having a large screen for such events, whether it be here in Civic Square or, in fact, on the front of the Myers building, and we close off the foot area in front of that so that no cars can enter, where a greater crowd can gather and have it up higher, would actually, I know it sounds a bit like Times Square, but I do think that that would probably be a better location if we could get the permission of the owner of the Myers building. So happy to have it investigated, but the other sorts of things we need to look at before we proceed with any sort of purchase, because I think you've got to prove the demand. Having said that, there is no doubt that if you have access to it at a ready basis, you will use it more. We all find that. But having, again, from the promoter, he said the challenge is getting the content streamed to your screen. That is where the challenge comes about. So whether it's via the internet or whatever, whether you have people out on a running course and you're trying to stream that back, there are technical difficulties and great expense in doing that. And we need to get that sort of information in our report to understand what it could be for. Because in 2024, I'm not sure how many things that we viewed other than the Matildas playing in the soccer finals out at UTAS Stadium. I think the NBL finals, was that this year up at the Velodrome? I mean, we get charged for the Velodrome to use that, or did
No,
JJ's
state
pay
government,
for that?
State government helped us with the
Yep.
venue. We still paid the $5 at least for the screen.
Yep. So we hired a screen to put it on? Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. That sort of information would be very helpful for us to know what we're actually going to do, to understand what we've done in the past, to help us field the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks for the contributions so far. I too am interested in supporting the investigation of the procurement of a large screen and then it forming part of the what's in and what's out when it comes to the annual plan and budget discussions. It's important to note that the screen purchased at York Park at the stadium was done with this exact intent. The councillors of the time supported a motion to support city activation with a completely mobile screen with its LED panels that would make for easy installation, easy movement, and the pixel quality would be such that you could be watching a movie in Civic Square, or you could be reading words at a presentation. Unfortunately, once we actually got the screen, none of that was achievable. It was all beyond our capabilities in terms of the panels that had to be assembled and disassembled. It was a day's work to take it down, a day's work to bump it into the venue. So it just meant that it wasn't suitable. So I think all the comments around the availability of technology and the way that it is utilised across the municipality are really valid. And I'll be supporting it, knowing that today this is around initiating an investigation, which will then form part of our considerations with budget and annual plan as to what's in and what's not.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Penchard, you have spoken as the seconder, but if you have a question. Okay. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour of the investigation. So, is your hand up, Councillor? Oh, all councillors present, the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, 15.5. This is an interesting one. Bicycle donation to Tasmanian Police, with the recommendation being that council purchase 2 fit-for-purpose bicycles to a combined maximum value of $15,000 to be donated to Tasmania Police for the sole purpose of reintroducing the bike patrols within the Launceston Central Business District. As the mover, do I have a seconder? Councillor Britton. Thank you. Okay, some background on this one. So, as a community and as a council, we know that we've received numerous complaints throughout council's time around the CBD business owners who perceive an increase in antisocial behaviour in the city and a corresponding desire to see a stronger police presence in the CBD. With personal conversations with TasPol, including the new commander, we know that there is no real take-up of putting in the permanent police booth that people have been used to. They would be far more interested in the mobile use of police bikes and the police cars as they do come and park in there. So anecdotally, it has been the feedback to council that indicates the traders feel safer when the police are in the Brisbane Street Mall. To increase police presence while also minimising anxiety associated with police vehicles in the mall, I recommend that we purchase these 2 bicycles for the TasPol to enable bike patrols to resume. We've also had conversations that this was disbanded because of budgetary restraints in TasPol itself. The above has been discussed with TasPol, who have advised the previous service ceased because of those reasons following the decommissioning of those bikes. It's not been budgeted to return. And I think that this is an incredible way of us looking to what we can factor. We are not the police when it comes to being those that can actually implement legislated outcomes. And we are also not the justice system when it comes to perpetrators. This is an opportunity for us to continue to listen, to show that good faith with the Tasmanian Police, to show real good faith with our community in the way in which we can actually do something here physically as a part of what we're looking at here And I think it's well worth the money. That is the total value of. It is not saying that's how much we're going to spend. We'll look into best practice as to what it's there, what it's required, and we can look to actually taking some steps into what local government can do around reinvigorating this TasPol initiative. Councillor Britton?
Yeah, look, thank you very much, Mayor. I think you've summed it up very well. All too often we get asked questions about what we're going to do about antisocial behaviour in the mall, and obviously we're trying to activate the mall. And you know, in that area, it can be very, very, very hard for us to really do anything of real substance. And I think it is yourself who identified this. Well done. But you know, we can buy the police a couple of bikes. We'll have a bit more of a presence for them, and I can't see any bad out of that. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Further comments around the table? I've got a question from Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just in regard to the bikes, would that include, first of all, e-bikes?
It could absolutely include, dependent on what's voted on in terms of the budget, it could be.
Right. And the second consideration is, should we in fact be, if we purchase these 2 e-bikes to give to the police, should we in fact loan them so they give them back? Because I do recall that last time they had bikes, they were, I think, just ended up in the tip, basically, rather than being recycled or something good about them. Because I am supportive of the concept. I just think if we're going to be doing this, will TasPol then look in other jurisdictions for councils to provide their vehicles when it clearly is a state government role? I would see this as a way of proving that an e-bike patrol works really well, and that the Tas government should then step in and provide similar around, you know, Devonport, Burnie, Hobart, etc. So I just sort of, just wondering whether we'd be better off buying it but loaning them on permanently till they finish, and then we can take it back and reuse them for our own council staff to use, etc.
Sure. Clarification around that, Acting General Manager Ockerman?
I don't think there would be any reason why we couldn't. I mean, it just depends on the life of the bicycles. So if we give them to TasPol and on a loan basis and they use them for 10 years, the depreciation on the bike at that point, I'm not quite sure it would have much benefit or value for council at that point. Potentially it could be donated to a community group for their use, rather than council officers who probably don't really use bikes for a commuting purpose in the work that they currently do that I'm aware of. But it's not to say it can't happen. But again, it's a hypothetical. It depends on how long they use the bikes for.
Point of order, thank you, Chair. Under the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulation 2015 10.5, the Chair, if he is to move a motion or second a motion, should vacate the chair.
Okay. It's not the advice that we've been provided, but we can look into that. So Deputy Mayor, just keep an eye on it then, just in case. Okay, so further in the conversations around the table? Anything further?
I stand to not support this particular motion. I understand the sentiment, of course we all do, and it would be a wonderful world if we could fund everything, maybe Doc Martens for the paramedics and, you know, new tyres for the ambulance. But the reality is this is something that the state government should listen to council from. If we want the state government to put their police on bikes and the police want to be on bikes, then we should send that message loud and clear, and buying the bikes maybe helps to send that message, but I think it sets not a great precedent for council spending of ratepayers' money, so I won't be supporting.
Okay. Any other conversations around the table? Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just on what Councillor Walker said. So are we willing to consider loaning the bikes rather than giving them to them? Because my initial thought is that during the summertime, the next 6 months or so, they will be well utilised, but once winter hits, their desire to get out on a bike on a wet day may be considerably reduced, and as such they may sit in the bowels of the police station to then be forgotten about. And that is more my concern as much as anything. So what are we really proposing? Are we going to give them to them, or are we going to loan them to them to get them back?
I think that an important part of this is whatever we do with Tasmania Police, I think we should have potentially a memorandum of understanding. And I know it's a non-legally binding document, but that sets out the expectations of the use of this bike so that potentially during those winter months, when it is cold and wet and the bike is not used, that we perhaps have some leeway around the bikes being in storage, but that our expectation is in those warmer months, the bikes are used at certain times, numbers of the week to get a guarantee, and potentially there's something in the MOU that says if the bikes aren't used, there's an option for council to seek those bikes back. And that would be similar to potentially like grant funding where, you know, if someone is given a grant but they can't fulfil the entire obligations of that grant, I know, you know, you can always ask for unused grant monies back from organisations. So it could be very similar to that kind of scenario. But I think it would be about setting up the expectations of the use between us and TasPol, which I think could be easily achieved.
Thank you. That makes me feel much more comfortable with the concept of what we're doing, because I do think, as Councillor Walker said, you know, is it really council business to be giving the police the tools to do their job, or is it in fact the state government business to do that? But I think as a trial, I'm happy that if we do have a memorandum of understanding and that the bikes would be returned to us, that then makes it a trial, and that's always a good thing to do to see what, because you don't know what you don't know, and I think a trial is a great way to go. So whether the motion needs to be amended in any shape or form, or whether that's just the intent that we are now voting on, that is that we will have a memorandum of understanding with the TasPol and we will be loaning them rather than donating them, do we need to actually have a change to the motion? Is a question that I'm asking the
just
CEO.
clarification.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Harris. I think based on what you put forward, especially given the motion does actually use the word donated, so there would need to be structural change to the motion. If the mover and seconder were happy to do so, and or an amendment would be moved, with respect to the MOU, I wouldn't feel comfortable signing an MOU that hasn't been before council, based on the conversation, because I want to make sure that council has captured its intent, because I'm not entirely sure what your intent would be under that MOU other than the bikes to return when they're no longer being used. So if the intention is to have an MOU, I would have a preference from my perspective, and also from a staff perspective, that the MOU is actually presented to council for endorsement first.
So, Councillor Harris?
Point of order, you're still chairing the meeting.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, I'm happy, if you'd like, I'll take a step with the check. So I think that there's a change to the motion you're putting forward.
Well, I think there will be two changes. One would be develop an MOU with the police, and two would be purchase two bikes and loan them to the Tas Police for the sole purpose of the patrols, is probably the two things that would change this motion. Am I getting agreement or not agreement on that around the table?
It needs to be amended.
Yeah.
It definitely needs to be amended.
As an amendment, yeah. So I would move that I amend it in that way.
So, CEO, you captured that, do you think?
Through the chair, yes.
The Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, the Deputy Mayor. I'm trying to sort of wordsmith on the run here a little bit here, so please bear with me, unfortunately. It may be, and the mover is happy with it, removing the word donated to provided, to be provided to Tasmania Police for the sole purpose of reintroducing the bike patrols within the Launceston Central Business District, supported by a memorandum of understanding. So through the chair, for clarification, I would naturally bring that back because I'm not comfortable signing an MOU.
So are you happy with that as the amended motion?
I would be happy as that as the amended motion.
A seconder.
Joe.
Any further discussion on that?
No, it doesn't matter with us. You've changed it.
You've changed it, so I'll just put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, carried. So the amended motion is now the motion. So any other speakers who haven't spoken, wish to speak on the motion? Okay. We'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Thank you. Okay, our next one at 15.6 has been withdrawn because the mover of the motion is an apology today. So we'll look forward to that at a future council meeting. At 16, we have community reports. 16.1 is the Transport Committee meeting with the recommendation to receive the report. Somebody move we receive. Councillor Harris. Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris, anything to note on receiving the
No,
report?
let's just take it as read and move on.
Thank you. Councillor Pentridge? Okay, all those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Community in place. Now this one, we've got an in-kind support proposal for Able Australia. The recommendation is that council notes that Able Australia submitted a grant application in round 1 and the community grant program didn't have the funds allocated, but now they would like us to give them 10 visit passes valued at $1,200 for the LAC. So somebody to move, Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. I stand in my capacity, as I sit on the Community Grants Committee. Able Australia Services is a leading provider of disability and deafblind services and submitted an application in round 1 of the community grants. It was a very competitive round and the application was unsuccessful given the allocation of funds were exhausted. Part of the program seeking funding was for 20 clients of a variety of cultural backgrounds aged between 18 to 71 years who attend Able's Day services, receiving 10-day passes to the Aquatic Centre. These clients have complex needs, including sensory, physiosocial, intellectual and physical impairments. The Community Grants Committee felt that while we weren't able to fund the full program, there was a possibility to give some in-kind support to deliver this portion of the application. Providing in-kind support for this project will provide a whole range of impactful benefits to individuals with disabilities who, without the Council's support and Able Australia support, would otherwise not get to experience. At an in-kind cost of $1,206, the social, physical and experimental benefits are significant for the participants. I would ask my fellow councillors to vote in favour of the proposed in-kind support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Now I've just got a question from Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I'm certainly in support of this. Procedurally, though, I just want to understand it's been authored by a council officer. So I'm wondering, how does this differ, for example, to a request from the Peace Festival, who was unsuccessful? There was no officer authored report. Did this come out explicitly of the committee and the committee asked the officer to do that, in which case I feel like that should be referenced in the, because what we don't want is we don't want groups going to staff requesting things, because that will set up a precedent that is inappropriate to manage.
Sure. So yes, that came as a direct result of the committee. I feel comfortable to say.
So I appreciate, CEO, some consideration being given to some words that could be added that references that.
Thank you through the chair. I'll try and craft some words and you continue debate in the meantime, if that's possible.
Cool. Nothing further, Councillor Dawkins? Deputy Mayor.
I'm in support of it because I think it's very worthwhile, but I think, again, probably a little bit off what Councillor Gibson's saying, is making sure that we really put a tight net around what we're doing here. Clearly, this is something that's gone to the committee. It's been seen as worthwhile, but there weren't funds to fund it. So clearly, to do something like this has to have gone through a process like that, so that we don't find that we have extraneous groups saying, I want this and I want that, outside the process. So it needs to go through the process that we go through, the community grant process, and then only looked at in light of the fact that they've been a supported project and that we can do it through in-kind services. So just as long as we really put a tight net around that, so we don't end up with all sorts of things happening to us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A question, Councillor Harris.
Just a question, as this went through the community grants process, what was its score during that process?
Acting General Manager.
Thank you for the question. I actually don't have access to the score right now in front of me. My laptop is flat, unfortunately, now too. I'd have to just take that on. It is an attachment?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's referenced there. Any further comments around the table? Anything to close before we look at the wording, Councillor Palmer, or we'll wait till we get the wording? CEO.
Thank you through the chair, and you may wish to consider, and I would probably suggest making this recommendation 1 as opposed to at the end, which would be that council notes the request as outlined within this report is as a result of the Community Grants Committee. Make it nice and clear right at recommendation 1, and then the 2 recommendations as printed.
Councillor Gibson.
Happy to add or be stronger.
Just okay. A question, Councillor Harris?
Yes, that doesn't give the score given by the committee that I can see. It just has their application. Because those who are on the committee, do they remember whether there were, from memory,
not a chance,
five grant applications that scored more than 50% but didn't get funded? So was this one of the 5, or was it one who fell below the 50% is what I was asking.
My understanding is it would have received funding had the high scoring applications not exhausted the funding amount. So that's right, it was recommended for funding. It would have scored to receive funding, but the funding was exhausted by the time we got down to Able Australia's application.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Gibson?
Thanks. I'll be supporting this motion today, but I just think it's really important that these things are notices of motion. It's not the role of the officer to bring funding requests that are outside the budget allocation, that are outside the process, that are outside the procedures to a council for consideration. The question could be, why are there no other authored reports for everything else that wasn't funded from an events and grants perspective? It sets up a very dangerous precedent. It exposes the officer to unreasonable expectations in terms of other groups coming to them and questioning as to why one authored report was presented to council and not another. And I just think in future, if it's the will of councillors to support good projects like this, like the Peace Festival and other such things, it should come via a notice of motion.
Agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. And just to clarify for you, Councillor Harris, it scored 69%, so still quite high.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Okay, so as we formulate the words there, CEO, give us a thumbs up when you're ready, because we do have to just be very mindful of time. Okay. Okay, so just looking at the screen. How do you feel about that, Councillor Gibson? Mover, so this is an amendment though, so. Yes, seconded? Seconded by councillor Harris as the mover of the original. All those in favour? Okay. Thank you. So now this is what we'll be conversing and voting on now. So any further comments? No? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. Motion is carried. Okay. So this would be 20.5 and 20.6. Okay. Very good. And after this item, we will adjourn for the AGM also. So I need absolute majority to bring this forward into the agenda at this point right now. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris has moved to bring it forward. Deputy Mayor has seconded. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. We'll move 20.5 and 20.6 into discussion now. 20.5 being the lease, 8A Blyden Street, St Vincent de Paul Society. The recommendation is also an absolute majority conversation in which the council decides to lease part of the land situated at 8A Blyden Street in Kings Meadows, formerly known as the YMCA building, as published and identified in this agenda. Somebody to move? Councillor Walker has moved, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Walker? Yes. Actually, I will go to the public. Are you speaking on this one or the second one? This is the lease, and then we've got the advisory committee. Yep, okay. At the table for today, Sam.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Grace and I'm the Youth and Community Manager at St Vincent de Paul Society. We recognise what a great community asset the Kings Meadows former YMCA site is. And through that, we recognised that we are more than capable of bringing this back to life, reactivating and revitalising the site back into a community asset, getting community groups and also sporting and recreational groups to once again utilise the site, making sure that everyone within our community feels welcome and safe in the site as well. We have formed a community advisory committee, which Michelle will talk through in a moment. That is made up of local business representatives, community groups, members of the City of Launceston team as well. That group will guide us in essentially deciding who will utilise the facility ongoing, making sure that it's available for all community members going forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Sam. And do we want to further speak to this one as well, or in the next item? Okay, cool. So we have our mover as Councillor Walker and our seconder as the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and ever so briefly, Mayor, if I may just thank Sam and also Rodney Spinks, who's done a mountain of work in regards to activating the space out there up until now. Also members of the Homelessness Advisory Committee, and we note that the lease will commence forthwith if this is approved today for a period of 5 years, and that I do believe the land to one side of this particular lease used to be connected with that lease when it was part of the YMCA. What I note here is that seems to have changed, so I will ask a question in regards to that if anyone can answer that in the immediate future. There's an income associated with that land, lease to Coles.
That lease will remain unchanged.
Thank you very much. I heartily recommend it to the table.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor? Cool. A question, Councillor Harris.
Just a question in regard to the status of St Vincent de Paul for them to be the rental at $340 per annum is hardly commercial rate. Are they considered a commercial? How are they being assessed in this way? I was just trying to need to understand. That was all.
So this fee structure is in line with all our other community leases. So they've been assessed as a community lease.
Any further comments around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Walker? Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, so now we will move to agenda item 20.6. Councillor nomination for the Community Advisory Committee facilitated by St Vincent de Paul's at the Blyden Street site. Recommendation is, if required, following a ballot, appoints Councillor Insert name to the newly formed Community Advisory Committee to help steer the direction of the community's use of the site for the period of 2 years until 2026, when councillor appointments are next due for review. Now, we did have some internal conversations around this. Do we have more than one person who would like to nominate to be Councillor Insert name? Nominations coming from the table around Councillor Palmer? I don't think... Well, if we can go to ballot, if there's more than one representative. Is there more than one representative, is what I'm asking. There isn't? Okay, so we will be putting forward that in that recommendation, that it is Councillor Andrew Palmer. So that's what we'll vote on right now, okay? So somebody to move, we've got to have someone move that first. It's been moved by Councillor Britton, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Nothing. Comments? Queries, concerns? Good choice. Okay. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Congratulations and thank you for your patience around the agenda today as well. So we are going to go into an adjournment here. Now, I've got some official words. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations of 2015, I would like to adjourn the council meeting to allow for our annual general meeting to be held starting at 5:30. The council meeting will resume later tonight after the AGM at the conclusion to deal with the remainder of the agenda. Today's meeting is adjourned at 5:27. Thank you. Resume our ordinary meeting after the small adjournment for our AGM. The current time is 7:29 p.m. and we are going to go back through the agenda that we were currently working through at 17.2, which is petition response, community pantry reinstalment at Princess Square. We're looking at that, the recommendation B. Council notes the ongoing work by our Livable Communities team to install a new community pantry at Princess Square. So this is for noting. Somebody to move. Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor, just for noting, as the seconded, Councillor Walker.
I would like to congratulate the council on their response to this matter. It obviously came, from a community desire to see something happen. I do believe we're yet to see the installation. Is that correct? And the Men's Club at Roachley may be involved in the construction of the actual device, piece of furniture, street furniture. I do note that it's going to be built in line with the heritage of the adjoining park. And I do remember when I first joined on council and we put these bright stainless steel bins and replaced the old R2D2 bins in Princess Square, that I did ask if we could look into an alternative for our heritage areas for the bins, perhaps the Gorge, perhaps City Park, perhaps Princess Square. So I will make note of that during this time. like I say, congratulate the community and our council response.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any further comments around the table? Anything further to close? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Petition response also around the general retail and hire edition of a bottle shop in Invermay Road. The recommendation is that council acknowledges the petition is received and notes the development application, that it was properly advertised and that there were no representations. For noting, so Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Anything, Councillor Harris? Councillor Pentridge, round the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, at 17.4, Carols in the Park. The recommendation is that council approves the funding of $85,377 to facilitate the production of Carols in the Park to be held in the City Park on Sunday the 22nd of December in collaboration with the community and local businesses sponsorship, and agrees that any unspent funds from the allocated amount are returned to the special events sponsorship budget. Somebody to move. Councillor Dawkins. Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Whilst I'm moving it, I'm speaking the words of Councillor Palmer, who cannot be here right now because he is dancing. Upon the news of Carols by Candlelight being cancelled, we saw Councillor McMahon and the events team leader, Angie Hart, jump into action. Carols by Candlelight has been a time-honoured tradition in our city for over 40 years. We are a city of pride and tradition, and our community should be able to celebrate the Christmas spirit and unity that this event fosters. $15,000 of funding is available from the cancelled Carols event, and 2 events proposed for the 2025 are no longer going ahead, which means that there's a further $18,750 in the events budget, along with $1,627 that was unallocated. There is $50,000 also available that was previously allocated to Monofoma that can be reallocated. The community support shown for the creation of a new event speaks for itself. It has been overwhelming, which is a true indication of how much this event resonates with our community, and to see the passion and commitment from those willing to put a new event together in 3 weeks. Being someone who knows, this is not me, the effort, time and energy this goes into making, I give this recommendation wholeheartedly and encourage my fellow councillors to do the same.
Thank you. Councillor Pentridge.
I'll go along with what Councillor Dawkins has said, but I do want to acknowledge that our colleague that's put a lot of work into this needs to be commended, and I'm sure the community will appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Any further comments around the table? Deputy Mayor.
Support the motion. My question is really what happens next is beyond this. I mean, I think this is a once-up thing that we've done, so I think we need to be thinking about what does 2025 look like as soon as we come out, a debrief on what and what didn't work. I mean, I appreciate there's been a bit of vitriol and conversation going on in the background of all this. I think we should be just focusing on the beauty of the fact that it's actually happening, and it's going to be a great event in the park. Again, council's jumped heavily into it, which is really laudable, doing the things I think we do well, which is compliance, and on an ongoing basis is looking at who might partner with us if we're going to continue to do that. And I think sticking with our knitting and doing the compliance, which I know as an event organisers we hate. So let the creatives do their thing, and maybe our best thing is sitting around and wrap the compliance around it to make sure that it works really well from our point of view. So mine is what comes next. I'm happy to say yes to this, but making sure that we work out what a model looks like going forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A question, Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. A couple of questions. The $15,000 that was allocated to the not-for-profit group, Carols Inc., presumably a proportion of that would have been invoiced and received by that group in line with the way that the event funding agreement allows. Is that the case?
I don't believe so. I don't believe any invoices have been paid for that.
Great. So the $5,000 is outside of what the organisation was entitled to. The $5,000 is from their own bank account or residue funds from previous events.
That's my understanding.
The budget up to $85,377 previously this event for some organisations has received $5,000, and this year, because of the number of international attendees, it was assessed at a particular level that would allow it to receive $15,000. Is council going to be in the business of putting on large-scale logistical events into the future, knowing that it's going to be very hard for any community organisation to find a budget of $85,000 into the future?
Yes, the intention is for us to take a stronger leadership role in events. So things like carols, the Laneway Festival that we're looking at as well, that will sit within the placemaking team because that team is responsible for activation. They do the lighting of the trees. Well, they've got a lot of expertise. So, but I think with all of that, it's still a strong focus is on partnering with the community to make sure that they have input and participation as well.
Thank you, that's great to hear. And obviously also ensuring our staffing numbers reflect the amount of time and effort that's required for large-scale logistical events. So just to be sure, because it doesn't speak to this and there was no response to the previous questions, who is the presenter of the event? Is it just the City of Launceston? Because it's talked about partnering with other community organisations. So who is taking the risk?
The City of Launceston, this is a City of Launceston run event. We have got sponsorship, I think, from McGrath and also through the Examiner. But outside of that, it is being entirely funded and run by the City of Launceston. So we're following all our processes that we would normally, like we did with the lighting of the Christmas tree, to make sure that all the insurances and risk processes are in place. The events team has been working tirelessly on making sure all of those elements are covered around a whole range of different risk areas to make sure that the event is safe for everyone who attends.
Yeah, that's great. And, you know, absolute top marks for the amount of work that's going on. I saw one email that was sent to one officer at 3:30 in the morning, which is amazing. It says the proposed events will be delivered in partnership with local businesses. So just to be really clear, the only cash sponsorship is coming from McGrath Real Estate, and that's not part of this budget. So the event budget potentially is more than the 83.
I believe that to be the case.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at the moment.
Thank you. Further comments around the table? Oh, Councillor Harris, a question.
Just a couple of questions. One is the officer time, and you said there's been a number of them. I think 3 people have been working on this flat out for 3 weeks or so, and interesting at 3:30 in the morning. 5 people. Is the cost of those wages and other things being included in the 85,000, or in fact is that going to be in addition to?
It's not included in the $85,000, so it will be an additional. Well, the officers are doing it as part of their business as usual work, so the events team is able to take this on. We will have council officers working on the day, on the Sunday, on the 22nd, and that will be captured in addition to that budget, which I've been at pains to say to the team that we need to make sure that is captured so we get a true sense of the resources required to put on an event of this scale.
And are the volunteer staff members working on Sunday being calculated at staff Sunday rates, or in fact are they being offered time in lieu?
It all comes down to what is in our enterprise bargaining agreement. So staff have, I think, first port of call is to be paid overtime, and I believe it's at double time, but they can also then choose to have time in lieu, but that's only hour for hour. So it's entirely up to the officer which path they choose to go down.
And I guess finally on this matter, I think we need to be very cognizant of getting this event across the line. However, not at any cost. And in fact, I'm a bit horrified at $85,000 for probably 4,000 people, which could be only 1,000 or 1,200 families. And when you look at that, that's a lot of money per family. And I think, not that I'm going to be the Grinch that's going to cancel Christmas. However, for the future, if council is to run these events, we need to look at the venue, because City Park is difficult because you've got to bump in and bump out everything you use. And there are other venues that perhaps we could install permanent infrastructure like a sound shell that may in fact be a better use of our things. And I do hope that once this event has been over, and in early next year, your events team look at options such as, do they build a sound shell in City Park, which could be used for Festivali? Do they build a sound shell at River Bend Park, as was originally proposed, as an event space? Do they even invent or reinvent the basin and put a sound shell down there, which could be used every weekend for 6 months of the year, including carols on hopefully a warm, sunny night, a warm night in December. But that's for the future. But I do think that that's where we need to go as a council. We need to be looking at that, and maybe we'd be better off saying to a community group, this is your venue, it's already got this much in it, go out and get sponsorship for the rest of them. So look forward to seeing how things go on the 22nd of December.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further comments around the table? Councillor Gibson to speak.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say thank you for everyone who's been involved. I know it takes a team of people, and I think that is amazing. And I note that there's a significant number of people who are going to be performing and no doubt working on the gates, etc. I think for me, the challenge is it went from being an event that looked as though late into the evening that was going to be fully supported by goodwill to an event the next day that was being basically fully funded by council. And I know in my conversations with Councillor McMahon, as one person who's involved, obviously not the only one, but a person who's involved, there was definitely a thought that there were some sponsors that would have come on board for some of the infrastructure costs, stages, screens, even bands. I mean, I think we're paying musicians as well. We've never done that before. So I think the interesting thing for me is just how that came about from one night kind of being an event where everything was going to be covered and where some people were putting up cash sponsorship, and obviously the real estate firm has said they're going to do that, to now seemingly, other than some examiner in-kind support and some naming rights support, everything's going to be paid for. Mm-hmm. So how did that change occur?
To give you an idea of the timeline, so the day that it was announced, Angie Hart came and said to me that this is something we could potentially put on as a council, and then we looked into whether it would be possible. Parallel to that, and I was unaware of it, of what Councillor McMahon was doing in the background, because it was all kind of happening in parallel and at the same time. So I was unaware of it, but I can tell you hand on heart that council officers thought that we could pull this off in 3 weeks because they've got the expertise to pull this together. It is an expensive cost because hiring toilets, stage, sound systems, and everything that we need to keep the community safe for the event is a costly exercise. And I think that that's part of the reason why the cost is what it is, and also doing it in such a short time frame too doesn't give us an opportunity to go out and get quotes and different prices for things. There's been a desire to see this event happen, and our team is working with what we can to make that happen within the budget of up to $85,000. Doesn't mean that it will cost that, but things in such a short time frame are costly.
Yeah, and I just want to finish by saying I think it's an incredible effort. I've done it for 7 years. I know what it takes. The fact that council staff have stepped into this space is amazing to deliver the event for the community, and the amount of work that will have to have been undertaken in such a short amount of time is remarkable. So I want to celebrate that and acknowledge that, because it is a huge undertaking that ordinarily takes a not-for-profit group 6 months of the year, if not longer, to be able to undertake it. So it's absolutely a testament, I think, to the years and years of experience of our council staff, all of the people who have been involved before, who've handed over things and who are working behind the scenes to be able to achieve it, together with members of the community who have come on board. And it sounds like, most importantly, it'll be an incredible night. The lighting of the Christmas tree, by all accounts, was an incredible night, and this will just continue to add to our ability to stage great, safe, inclusive, amazing events that celebrate, for some people, a significant event on the calendar, and we look forward to other ways to recognise other milestone events in the year through funding mechanisms and opportunities that show just as much support.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Walker.
Christmas is a time of giving and, of course, goodwill, to all men and women. And so we should bear that in mind in this festive season. I congratulate the council for stepping in and organising what they have. I don't expect that this sum of money may be required going into the future. It's probably going to be a one-off as connections are remade and established and those types of things. And of course, we have to acknowledge Councillor McMahon for her contribution to that. And as I say, goodwill to all is the time of year that we find ourselves in. And I'm sure we're going to have a fantastic evening on the 22nd of December with the monkeys in the park.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further comments around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. Anything to close? No, putting it to vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. 17.5, Cultural Advisory Committee Representation Ratification. That sounds like a song lyric. That council receives and notes the report and endorses the appointment of Amar, Ariel and Judith as new community representative members of the Cultural Advisory Committee. I've got moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker.
This brings our community representation on the Cultural Advisory Committee up to 8, which is the complete number of community representatives on that committee. The committee is really starting to flourish, and so I really do welcome Amir, El Sayed, Ariel Shanko and Judith Ridge. I have seen brief bios of these people, and this process normally conducted by council staff to keep that what's the word there? Impartiality. Thank you very much. It's terrible when people start guessing too, because you're like, no, that's not it. No. But you've got it right. Impartiality in the process. So we have a full suite of community representatives there, and there just seems to be more and more tasks and items that are going to be coming towards that committee, including the Mayor's motion today in regards to street art lane celebrations and things like that, and perhaps a new sculpture for the mall at some stage. But yeah, I welcome these people to the committee. I look forward next year to welcoming them to the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris, anything further to add? I've got Deputy Mayor.
I think it's important, but I just think it'd be nice in the future to get a short bio.
Sure.
I know nothing of this.
Cool, thank you. Any other comments around the table? Nothing to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We have nothing identified in 18 of Creative Arts and Service Network. At 19, we have Infrastructure and Assets Network. 19.1, we have the Lilydale-Golconda MOU, with the recommendation that Council authorises the CEO to enter into a formal MOU under the following terms. Duration shall be the date of the signing until the collaboration outlined within the MOU is complete, or such time as either Council determines the MOU is no longer applicable, and the rest are there published. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris has moved. Councillor Walker is the second. Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Yes, this is another MOU that we might enter into with the Dorset Council about the Golconda Road freight route, I guess you would say, Lilydale Road and Golconda Road. This is the alternative to the sidling for those people who would wish to go to the northeast. It's something that has been worked on for a number of years by this council because of the sidling's condition. However, the sidling has been subject to an upgrade, a federal funded upgrade, which has improved it somewhat, but I still believe that this is a better, particularly key freight route between Launceston and Scottsdale. So happy that we have the opportunity to enter into an MOU and only be in that for as long as it still suits our parties, both parties' needs.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Of course, the Tasman Highway is a state growth road, whereas the Golconda Road, as it's known, is maintained by the councils. There's also the Bridport Road, of course, which is an alternate freight transport route. But what we find, of course, is the increase in traffic, especially heavy traffic on this road, but including, what would you say, private traffic as well, a steady increase, a marked increase in heavy traffic and a steady increase in other traffic. This road, has its issues, and it would be a significant cost for Launceston to maintain this. And of course, we do get grants, and we have got grants for this, and so has Dorset Council had grants for the area around Bluemont most recently. But to be able to coordinate those efforts will be a great thing for this road and for the people that use it, both tourists and regular users. It would be nice to think that we could encourage the heavy traffic to go on alternate routes. And that is something that we can also work with Dorset Council. If you've ever been stuck behind a truck on the siding, you'll know there's nowhere to overtake that truck. Similarly, on Golconda Road, there are very few places, and we're talking, 60 or 70 kilometres of road. There are a few long straights, but by and large, it's a meandering road. So I fully endorse this MOU, and I also look forward to building a meaningful relationship with Dorset Council. For a long time, our neighbour to the east has not been involved in strategic development in the north of the state. It is something that they have come back to in more recent times by the NTDC and other organisations. And I think it's important, especially when amalgamations are really off the agenda, I think, for the foreseeable future in Tasmania, that we work closely with our neighbouring councils and we find goals that are achievable together, such as this. Highly recommend this MOU. I do sort of direct people to look at the traffic count and look at how this, probably our most significant road that we maintain, how it's being impacted. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further comments around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Harris? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. At 90.2, we've got action in respect of a grant from the Tasmanian Government for projects in Lilydale. We've conversed over email around this one, and the recommendation is that Council receives and notes the report and requests that the CEO write to the Tasmanian Government to seek an amendment to the grant deed referenced in the agenda. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris. Seconded. Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it was an interesting thing that the state government prior to the last election went to the various community groups and asked what they wanted. And at Lilydale, they probably said, we want some money to get the link from the car park of Lilydale Falls back into the township of Lilydale, and probably plucked a figure of $150,000 out of their back pocket, thinking that might be enough money to do it. There's a lot more to it than that. And of course, we then had the state government announce the grant without further consultation with us, who had actually got to implement it, which often happens with sporting clubs as well. So I think this is a sensible recommendation that we ask the CEO to go back to the state government to renegotiate, rather than designing and constructing a pedestrian and cycle pathway, but investigate the possible locations, because it is considered difficult to get from the falls back into Lilydale along the road reserve. But there is, of course, the potential to use the rail line reserve for the construction of a pathway, even if you still leave the rail line there to the Lilydale Falls as per the current situation as it stands. So I think this is a sensible recommendation to, we don't necessarily want to turn down the money, but I think we should be trying to make sure that it's used for what it's could be used for, to then find a way to help connect the Lilydale Falls back to Lilydale itself, because that has, regardless of what happens with rail trails or anything else, having a pathway between the two is simply a much better outcome for the township of Lilydale.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge.
I'm in agreement with a small part of what my colleague's saying, but I agree that I think we should go back. There was a book called Rawlinson's. To offer the amount of money they did is ridiculous, and they'd know that. Anyone with half a brain would get the book out. If they haven't got one, I'd send them one. But I think that our CEO should write an appropriate letter and sort of suggest that you don't buy a lot for that sort of money, and maybe they ought to just have another look at it if they're serious. So, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments around the table? No, I wrote down Councillor Harris and Councillor Pentridge. He got you. Okay, Councillor Walker.
I do rise to say that we have previously investigated this. This has all been done before by this council, and we've found problems with a pathway on the road. We've found obvious problems with a rail corridor that is incomplete, and we'll probably find the same things again. I understand that while Lilydale is an active community and they have received a number of grants over the past few years for various projects around there, and congratulations to them, I think that this has been an ill-informed grant allocation. We need to work together with the state government on things like this and not be dictated to as to what our agenda is, just as we shouldn't be dictated to by various lobby groups who may or may not have good ideas, but really are not part of that decision-making process. It feels as though this decision has been made before us and put in front of us, and I won't be supporting it today. I would, however, countenance that if this recommendation is not successful, that I would move to support alternative 1, which is to accept only the pool component of the grant deed.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, I share a bit of Councillor Walker's commentary. $150,000, I think 40 is put aside for the pool, and I'd like to be able to keep that so we can utilise that. But what are we going to spend the $150,000? That troubles me, even though it's not our money, it's state government money. As Councillor Walker said, we actually have done the research in regard to the Golconda Road before, so we're going to do that again, just waste another $150,000 on consultants. So to me, it's about if we can retailer the deed to use the money for something else, I'd be a lot happier, because I don't know, again, $150,000 will do very little in relation to building of a pathway. If there's an alternative pathway that we can look at, then I'm happy to do that, but I don't know that we've actually identified that. And I don't think the deed actually talks about that, does it, specifically? So I am a little troubled about taking $150,000 and spending it on something that I actually don't know what it is we're going to spend on. Mm. So it's just about wasting ratepayers' money or taxpayers' money.
Mm. Thanks, Deputy. Further comments? Councillor Gibson?
Thanks. Yeah, I was watching this play out, and unfortunately it's not the first time, and that's the really concerning thing. I mean, even at the moment, there seems to be some announcement around park and ride initiatives with regard to new spaces in the city that, you know, we don't know about. We might know about in terms of a meeting, but that's not, you know, it's not working with council. So I think the approach is appropriate in terms of rejecting the money other than that for the pool, and saying we want to work in partnership, but we want to work in partnership to achieve things that have collective buy-in from everyone, rather than just, you know, tick a box exercise. And we also want to be involved at the initiation of these projects. We've got a whole raft of projects that we would love to do in Lilydale that perhaps money could be better used for, but we can't just pick and choose and you know, Councillor Deputy Mayor said in error that it's ratepayers' money, but invariably it's correct because there's never enough money, and the amount of work that we have to do in order to get the projects completed or to find suitable resolve to expectation in the Lilydale community or other community pockets as per the funding deed results. So we spend a lot of time playing catch up, whether it's resurfacing sports fields, installing men's sheds, you know, it's the same project. So I think I'll be voting against this and supporting, as has been highlighted, the recommendation 1.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Any other comments? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
Thank you for my fellow councillors. I would see that Harold, we spend $150,000 when in theory we perhaps know the answer. If the answer is in fact to acquire land under the council's power for roadways along the rail corridor, there is only one section that has been bought by a landowner who owned land on both sides, and he seems to have put a crossover between the two. So to me, that could be negotiated with him in the $150,000 on however much land it is we're buying. It is only a strip, as in a railway line, could in fact be used to help pay the costs of the acquisition of the land, and still negotiate with the property owner that he still is able to cross that land even though he no longer owns it as he currently does. So to me, I think we should be looking at those options and not necessarily running up the flag to say that we don't know what the answer could be. So I look for the support of those around the table to say that let's try and make the most of this $190,000 rather than giving it back saying no thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Putting it to the vote. All of those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost, which brings forward Councillor Walker's foreshadowed, what was it called? Alternate 1, wasn't it?
One, I would like to amend that if I can to add point 3 that council determines to the state government in order to negotiate an alternative use for that $150,000. At least enter into discussions to repurpose. Thank you.
Okay, so we've just got the CEO scribing at the moment. So once the CEO's got some words crafted, we'll just voice those together.
Thank you. Through the chair, item 3 would be write to the state government seeking to repurpose the remaining funds for the Lilydale community or for projects within the Lilydale community.
Yes, yep. Councillor Gibson, second. So we're okay with that? Any further conversations? No. Okay. Putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, at 20, Organisational Services Network, 20.1, we've got the City of Launceston Annual Plan 24-25 progress. Recommendation is receive and note the progress against. Somebody to move for noting? Deputy Mayor's moved, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to make one comment, just in relation to, I think the documents are a hell of a lot better than but I just take on the Aboriginal Partnership Grade and say, makes a reference in there to...
Makes a reference in the document about, I think, Aboriginal employment. And there is actually no comment in the narrative as to what we've actually done about that. So to me, if we're going to have that as an action, we should have some response to say, have we done it or haven't we done it? So just looking at just little things like that, I think just can tidy it up a bit.
Yep, that's a great call. We can certainly add that into the future version of this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Dawkins, any comments around? Oh, we've got a question from Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, and if they're covered in something else that I've missed while I've been on sick leave, please let me know. Question one, with regard to the strategic plan, specifically action item 1.1 and the advocacy strategy, is the intent of that to have, if you like, a grab bag of projects and it be a living document so that for Lilydale, for example, there are some multifaceted, multi-scale projects. I appreciate it's on hold, but moving forward, is that the intent?
So, sorry, just for clarity, Councillor Gibson, you were referring to item 1.1?
1.1.
Yeah, so that was a list of specific advocacy projects with regards to the federal election, seeking funding for 5 different projects. So I wouldn't say it is a living document. It was developed specifically for the upcoming federal election.
Yeah, sorry, just the narration plans to develop an advocacy framework inform the future advocacy strategies are on hold. This is awaiting completion of the new strategic plan. Is it the intent with the new strategic plan to have an accompanying list of live advocacy projects? Is that the intent of how we'll use our learning from this for the federal election moving forward?
Through the chair, Councillor Gibson, yes, you are partially correct, absolutely, with the new strategic plan, and I know that our strategy and innovation team are already working on an advocacy framework, which will actually go beyond the federal election, but how we advocate more broadly as an organisation for particular projects and or for particular policy positions with both state and federal government.
Yeah, thank you, perfect. My next question is page 13 with regard to action 3.5. Continued delivery of the corporate application replacement program. I obviously have read the narration. Is there any further update with regard to where that project is at?
We're currently reviewing the project at the moment, and we hope to be able to give councillors a full briefing on that once we work through some issues early in the new year.
Great, thank you. Page 14, action item 3.7, commence negotiations for the City of Launceston Enterprise Agreement. I know this is a huge body of work for a new CEO, for anyone. I am just wondering, it's at 25%, but due to expire quite soon. I'm wondering where that work is at and how are we going to get there?
Thank you through the chair. We also have a dedicated resource that is supporting myself and the HR team with our EA negotiations. We are presently working through an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, with the respective union, being the Australian Services Union and our people, to provide us a hangover period, which will allow us to start negotiations we anticipate mid of 2025.
So no concerns? No. Almost done, page 19. Items 4.6, 4.7, the Albert Hall renewal program. Construction works continue to remain on track for Q1 2025 completion. Not a criticism, just a question. I may not be fully up to date with it. Still sitting though at 25%. Are we comfortable that we're absolutely on track for the first quarter of 2025?
We are certainly planning for that to be finalised this financial year. That progress percentage may be a bit light on, but all indications are that this project will be completed this financial year. What I will say is the reference to construction works being completed in Q1, I would say, is correct, but then there's other works before we can actually take active possession back of the facility.
Yeah, thanks, and I absolutely agree with that. I think we should start some comms aligned with that, because the whole way through we've kind of determined to our community that once the works are finished, she'll be ready to open, and obviously we know that's not the case. So something to take on board. Could we take that on board is the question. Item 7.2, continue work on St Leonard's residential growth strategy and master plan. Obviously we've got a date of the 31st of May, again up until the end of September, showing at 25% completion. obviously we knew this was going to be tricky in terms of the amount of work required. How are we going with that?
Look, that one is very much on track. We've been very clear with the consultants that we've engaged on this, that our deliverables are in line with the progress update there. So there is a lot of work happening in the background on that. So we're very confident that that will be met.
Thanks so much. And my final question is just with regard to the Princess Theatre and the funding. Correct me if I'm wrong, but was still, Princess Theatre was part of the advocacy program. We've obviously got a timeline of dates and closures, but yet no funding. How are we thinking we're going in that space?
We have submitted a application for a significant grant to help with that redevelopment of the Princess Theatre. We're anticipating a response very early in the new year on that and are quite hopeful that that we will be successful. Obviously, when we find out, we'll be making a public announcement on that and advising councillors. That's to be expected, I believe, in February next year.
Yeah, thank you. But that's after the forced shutdown starts. Do we have a backup as well, just in case?
If we're unsuccessful with that grant funding, the council decision is that we will fund that with council funds, and if needed, we will borrow funds to facilitate that.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Question, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just a question on item 7.8 about the Launceston Transport Strategy implementation, shown at 20%. The cycle route project is scheduled to commence in early 2025. Are you able to give any further information on what that might be entailing?
Just trying to confirm exactly what I wrote in this update. That's the Forster, it's in relation to the Forster Streets. Oh no, sorry, it's in relation to the gap analysis. So the resourcing for the gap analysis component that's listed there will commence early next year.
Any further questions or comments? Deputy Mayor to close. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 20.2, we've got budget amendments. So we're looking at the recommendation that is council, by absolute majority, approves the published changes to the 24-25 statutory estimate. Somebody to move. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
I don't think I need to speak to them too much. I think there are a few things in there and there are some budget movements which actually were relied on for a couple of things earlier in the meeting that we approved in regards to the, I think the swinging bridge in the gorge, and some of that budget allocation wasn't required and has been moved to other places. Again, each of the items that have had changes have got explanations beside them, and I think they all make sense to me.
Thanks, Deputy. Councillor Harris. Okay, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just note the movement of money from capital to operational works as far as the town hall and the annex goes. What has changed, if you're aware, in that regard? Noting, of course, there are sort of ongoing concerns in regards to the annex. So if it is to do with the annex, are we looking at a significant cost at some point for its refurbishment, or are we looking at just ongoing spending in that regard? And would that not be capital?
So the nature of the expenditure is items like carpet, paint, refreshing meeting facilities, office space. $300,000 is no small sum of money, but when you spread it out across all the individual parts of the building, they are quite small, so they don't quite meet our capital thresholds. So that's why we've done it. This is going to be a rolling program for some time. We've not all of a sudden just gone out and spent $300,000 on the office. So that's essentially the nature of that expenditure. In terms of future expenditure on Town Hall and the annex, the executive team is doing a body of work at the moment, looking about where our long-term home might be, but obviously we'll keep councillors informed as we progress. That is some time away from materialising.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. I've just got a quick question from the Deputy Mayor.
Sorry.
Just following on from that, I guess, are we comfortable that our processes when we're looking at our big items and capital items, because that 300 obviously makes a fair difference to our bottom line. When we had a 600, we've sort of gone up by a third. Are we comfortable with our processes in identifying what we think's capital and what is operational are as robust as they should be, could be? I guess we had a fair idea of the sorts of things we were likely to be doing in the annex, and maybe we just looked at it in Globo, I don't know. But just a question as to whether there's anything we need to do, because these things can come back to haunt us. Same cash, but it's coming out of a different bucket.
Yeah, it is. What I would say in this specific example, there's a lot of money in the Town Hall and Annex refurb capital budget, still $900,000. That money's been allocated over a number of years for a really significant capital refurb of this building and the annex. That hasn't materialised, so we've reallocated some of that funding to operational funds. To answer your question though, do we review budgets for capital versus operational? Yes, we do, and we allocate where we think that will end up being spent, either in the capital or the operational space. But as we get through every single project, generally there is a split between some operational, some capital, and that's when we will provide that to councillors.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To speak, Councillor Walker.
Just a point of order that the Deputy Mayor asked the question much better than I did. Got the answer I required.
Excellent. Any further comments? Anything further to close, Deputy? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 20.3, we've got 24-25 fees and charges amendment. So we've got the recommendation here that council approves the published fees, which will change the previously adopted fees and charges 24-25 as listed in the agenda. Somebody to move. The deputy's moving. We've got Councillor Pentridge as the seconder. Deputy Mayor.
I'd speak to it, but I don't understand it. Could you just explain
Okay.
explain what the new burial, it's obviously a new thing, and obviously it's non-taxable. So I assume that people can now go and buy these things and pay no tax on them. Is that what happens?
Essentially, yes. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but the ATO's released a determination which has confirmed their interpretation that the burial rights component is GST exempt. So in the past, our fees included the rights of burial as well as the act of burial. Now, through this determination, we have to identify the two separate components of that. The rights are exempt from GST, the act of burial is taxable.
So just a follow-up question on that, and so we haven't dropped our burial fee. Does it mean it's now costing us another $1,000? Is it costing me $1,000 more to have a right to burial and then be buried?
No. It's the same fee, just split.
Okay. So all we've done is just broken it out.
Yeah,
okay. Thank
that's
you.
right.
I'm very happy with that then.
Okay. A question?
Just a question on that. So was the fee 3,100 before, or was it 4,200 or thereabouts on the first one? I'm trying to understand what the single depth burial interment only fee is. When you said there was no increase, so I just wondered whether that's being split out.
Yes, it was 4,200.
Thank you. Yep, makes sense now.
Councillor Pentridge is the seconder. Cool. Any comments around the table? Anything to close? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. 20.4 is the investment policy. The recommendation is that council approves the investment policy as published as a part of this agenda. Somebody to move. Councillor Pentridge has moved. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pentridge? Deputy Mayor?
I think this has been through a fair hearing. Everybody's had a chance to input to our risk rating and all sorts of different things, or our risk appetite. We've had professional people give us advice in regards to it, and I think it's only in the matter of $5 million that we're looking to use at this point in time and try to extract a better return out of it than just bank interest, but in a very conservative way.
Thank you. Any other comments around the table? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I do take some interest in this, and I've tried to help pursue this along its way, and I do thank the council officers who have worked on this, progressing it, getting the exterior advice that we have received both as a council and also in the audit committee. I also thank the people of the audit committee, external auditors and advisors who have helped us guide that process as well. This is the beginning, I suppose, of the council being ever so slightly more, I would say entrepreneurial, but it's not even entrepreneurial. It's really just being open to the opportunities, but as always, progress with prudence.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further comments? Anything to close? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, we've got the lease at the Tamar Yacht Club at 20.7. Before we do get to that recommendation, we do have some extra words from the CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the Chair, and as discussed at workshop earlier, I have been given some words from our very good friends in legal to make sure we read out before we begin this. It's nothing controversial, so don't fear. So item 20.7, Tamar Yacht Club lease. If approved, the motion under consideration will overturn part of the 13 June 2024 decision of Council to grant a lease to the Tamar Yacht Club. Recommendation 2 of that decision included an approval to grant a lease from 1 July 2024 for a period of 5 years with a commencing rent of $8,000 per annum plus GST. The proposed motion would grant a lease from 12 December 2024 with a commencing rent of $340.34 in line with Council's lease and licensing policy as it applies to community leases. The terms of the 13 June 2024 decision are otherwise carried forward. The 13 June 2024 decision did not explicitly direct certain action to be taken. However, council officers have worked to have the decision implemented. As the proposed rent was not accepted by the Tamar Yacht Club, the lease remains in holding over.
Thank you, CEO. So that recommendation is that council, by absolute majority, decides to lease part of the land situated at 11 Park Street, Launceston, and part of 88 to 96 Patterson Street, Launceston, as identified on the plan in the agenda. Somebody to move? Deputy Mayor's moving. Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I want to speak just on this because I did speak at the last one. I guess the issue is the activities that go on in that yacht basin area, and I note there is a clause in there about being responsible to the EPA. I just question, because I know in speaking to other people who are involved in yachting areas, other parts of the state, that this anti-fouling and stuff like that is a real concern from an environmental point of view. And I note that it says in here, Tamar Yacht Club acknowledges the environmental sensitivity of the area and its proximity to the Cantilever Tamar estuary and will comply with the environmental protection notices. Do I take it that from that we don't actually control that? That's something that the EPA are involved in and not us? Or is that part of our role?
I believe that's a role mainly for the EPA, not council.
Yeah, I just highlight that on the basis of the activities. I think traditionally they've gone down there, and the anti-fouling stuff that goes in potentially has gone into the river, that we make sure we connect that. So I'm happy with the revised thing, but that environmental thing's still a question mark in my mind, and making sure that that's been properly monitored by somebody.
Thank you, Deputy. Anything, Councillor Pentridge? You okay?
I agree with it. I'm in agreement with the recommendation that it's more of a commercial enterprise than a social one. I'll go along with what the council suggests.
Thank you. I've got a question from Councillor Harris, then Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a question. There are 3 areas of land that have been leased, 2 which clearly seem to be used for the slipping of yachts, and the third one is being used as a car park, all for $300 a year. That would seem to be a bit cheap for a car park that's close to the city, along with everything else. And I just wondered why that was actually included, other than historically it probably always has been, and why it doesn't probably belong to the tenant who leases the actual yacht club building, and why this goes to the yacht club as their parking. Just a question.
Any questions around the boundary?
Yeah, I couldn't answer.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, we'd have to take that on notice and come back to you. Sorry, I imagine the car park issue is a historical one. I can't provide more detail now. I apologise.
And based on that, if you're paying $8,000 a year, you wouldn't notice it. However, to only pay $300 a year for what looks like 2 or 3 parking spots off Park Street, it just seems to me to be something that perhaps is being utilised by the yacht club or otherwise, when perhaps it shouldn't be. I'm quite happy with the other two areas, just that one is a bit of a question mark for me.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Harris.
I don't know how we handle that. We don't want to split the lease. Coming back to us later will be too late. But it just seems a bit of a funny one.
I've just had another question arise. Councillor Gibson?
Isn't it hierarchical in terms of, it says Commodore, Assistant Commodore? I think they're historical leftovers from a time that was.
I do believe that is the case, and I've just read a little bit more into the report itself and the budget and the financial implications, and addressing Councillor Harris's concern. The market rental value was assessed at $8,000 per year for the total area that's being leased. So in terms of the value of the car parks, that would be included in that figure.
Councillor Walker?
Look, it is an area that we're going to have to work on into the future. I think that they've done well to get themselves a lease at $340 a year or whatever it is. It could be argued that the toss of the coin either way in terms of commerciality and otherwise. It is an area where there are environmental laws that are changing. It is becoming more strict, the actions and the controls that have to be in place. I think council probably do have to play a role in that. If it is our facility, we have leased it as that type of facility. So I think that, this is ongoing into the future. This has been the same down there for as long as any of us can probably remember, or maybe I shouldn't speak for everyone in the room, but, generally, as long as I can remember, I went to Launceston College there. It looks the same as what it was then. It really hasn't changed. And it seems like some of the boats are still the same ones that are on the strip as well. I'm just saying, I think it's a flag we have to raise. But I think for the purposes of this, we accept the current status quo and move on for now.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further comments? Anything to close?
Yeah. Well, just on the basis that I think that probably what it does is it gives us this 5-year period just to have a look at what it is that we might see the future looking like. And I think we need to have meaningful dialogue with the yacht company, or the Yacht Club, during that time to say what is their intentions and so forth, because it may well be that that's a shifting change for all of us, and we just need to probably use this next period to work through what that might look like.
Thank you. Putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. That motion is also carried. 20.8, we have the lease, Launceston History Centre, with the recommendation that council by absolute majority decides to lease the land situated at 56 Frederick Street, Launceston, as identified in the plan and the agenda. It's been moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker?
Yes, I note that this refers the lease negotiations to go to the CEO to determine the exact terms of the lease and the exercising of council's rights, options and discretions. I have been told previously that this will allow the lessee to be able to act once the building has been secured and deemed safe, that it will allow the lessee to invest in the building at their discretion. I'm not sure if it's the CEO or who it is who can explain that a little further.
Okay.
So the idea behind the decision today is to allow to pass on the History Centre to be the lessee of the building, to give them a guarantee that they're going to be in there. What we need to do prior to that is to make the building habitable, and then the agreement will be that once the building is habitable, then anybody, whoever the lessee would be, so this, in this case the History Centre, would then be able to take possession. It gives them the ability, knowing that they're going to be the lessee, that they can now go ahead and have some drawings done for a development application that they do want to put forward, knowing full well that they may have some sort of security that they'll have a 10+10 lease. So it's being able to get the wheels in motion there, and the money that we have in our budget to make the building habitable and secure.
secondly, then I will ask, does that mean that they will be at that point still? I mean, they'll look to DA, which is strange to us as the landlord, who then gets to sort of vote on the DA. Will they still have to come back to council to get everything approved, not just as a DA, but also as an investment in our property, or are they free without that encumbrance, if that makes sense? It's a fine line there, because we're the planning authority as well as the landlord.
My understanding of the matter is that they would need to still comply with all the relevant legislation, regardless of the fact if we're the asset owner and the building owner and they're leasing it off us. They would still need to comply with all the building regulations, etc. So we'd work through that with them. And should they need to come to council for specific approvals, that would just happen in due course.
As the mover, then I'll just speak, if I may.
I've got a question with Councillor Harris.
Just a question. We're going to get the building habitable. Is there anything that we're doing in getting that habitable that we understand that they may then choose to knock down? Because that's what I wouldn't want to see us refurbishing the toilet block so that it's habitable, for them to knock the toilet block down to build another building on it. So is everything we're doing just bringing it to a point that they then will take the rest?
So the meetings we've had is we wanting to do this in line with the History Centre. So the idea would be to make the building habitable. We have to make it compliant with some DDA toilets. So we've discussed with them the plans that we have had drawn up as to where the toilets need to go, because they need to go near the ramp, they need to come inside, along, and then discuss what they want to put in the back as well, so that there's portions of the current toilet that are actually holding up part of the building, so they need to be moved, the new toilets put in. So we're going to work together so that nothing gets ripped down, and have them be able to, I guess, internally put office space in, or petitions, or whatever they need to do.
Okay, Councillor Walker is the mover.
Thank you, and I thank the council officers for progressing it to this point. I'm sure lots of people around this table know John Dent and the enthusiasm that they have for establishing a Launceston History Centre. It's going to be spectacular for Launceston. I think it's something that we, you know, in hindsight, probably should have been supporting years ago, really, but it's not something that's come across our desk before or our agenda. Having said that, I've also said to John Dent that if he has any problems, he should call me, and he hasn't called me, so I can only suggest that you've done a fantastic job in progressing it to this point. So thank you very much. You know, 10 by 10, they're willing to make a significant investment in council infrastructure here. A building that was gifted to us, of course, by the trustees of the Launceston Kindergarten, gifted to us about 100 years ago, if not longer. The building itself, of course, approaching 200 years old. I think it was gifted to us 130 years ago. So
let's not get lost in the details.
Very relevant to the point that it is in safe hands, and it is appropriate that the History Centre has that security of 10 plus 10. But I would like to think, if all this goes well within the next few years, that could be negotiated far further out for the perpetuity of a History Centre in Launceston.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder.
Yeah, I can't help but agree with Councillor Walker, but I have talked, as obviously Timmins, that they are happy. I mean, but the only comment they made, it has taken a long time to get to this stage. I think they're a great organisation, and I think they'll be great tenants for it. So they're happy, so I think if they're happy, we should be happy.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I agree. They are happy, but they're really keen. And CEO, this is a nice project. There's nothing about this that is anything other than an amazing partnership that will be welcomed by not only the historical group themselves, but all of the users who they have said that they wish to accommodate at some point in the space. So certainly appreciate since April through to now, work has been occurring, but it would be great if we could move it along. Because their enthusiasm and their preparedness to get on with it is there, as well as their dollars. So yeah, we'll be supporting the lease today and hoping that it can move on.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further comments around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Walker? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. 20.9, we have the intention to lease 4 hospitality venues at the Launceston Leisure and Aquatic Centre, Gorge Reserve and Albert Hall. Recommendation is that council forms the intention to lease the properties currently known as those just described for 10 years. It's been moved by Councillor Dawkins, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Yes, it's clearly that intention. We've got 2 venues at the Gorge, one at the Albert Hall and the Aquatic Centre, which we were briefed on today. They're at various stages of EOI processes, 10-year leases. We understand the process, and that should be that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Harris?
Nothing further to add to
Anything further around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay. Chief Executive Officer Network. Proposal to establish a public register of interest at 21.1. Recommendation is that council indicates its support for the development of a policy which may be similar to the proposed policy outlined document, which is attached as a part of this agenda. Moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson.
I think this is very appropriate and is in line with good governance and best practice. All I would say is that I note some other councils and other council laws have in some instances weaponised the intent of the good governance that underpins it. So we would need to ensure that we learn from those examples. A current Tasmanian example is the City of Hobart, where one councillor has utilised the assets or the things that one councillor has versus what another doesn't. That's certainly not the intention. And I think that this in practice is a really good step and obviously the way that local government is going and should be going.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, not much more to say. I'm surprised in a way that we haven't had this in the past. It's something that it has probably been an oversight, and I thank the CEO for bringing this forward. It is, the nature of public work that we should be held to account. As previous speaker, as the mover of the motion has said, this should not be used against people in any shape or form. Other than to keep things accountable and transparent in the name of public interest.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further comments around the table? Councillor Harris?
Yes, I did look at some of the detail of what's required and things like superannuation fund and any other funds, why that would be relevant of interests for anyone else, how much individuals have in their super. And similarly, the election donation campaigns will not replace the requirement to maintain the gift register, which is fine. I just sort of wondered where these have come from, if there's any ability to answer that one.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor Harris. I must confess I'm a little surprised Tasmania doesn't already have this, coming from South Australia, which certainly has had this for a number of years. You'll note the report also says that Tasmania is still the only jurisdiction in Australia that doesn't have such an interest required under the Local Government Act also. To touch your particular question around superannuation being a monetary value and an investment, super funds are an investment by virtue of having shares, etc. If I can give one example that I was exposed to in South Australia, we had one of our councillors who had their money tied up in a super fund, and that particular super fund was trying to acquire property from the council, commercial property, and therefore obviously a disclosure was required in that particular instance because they would have benefited by virtue of their super fund purchasing that investment and the commercial transaction with council as well. So the idea is to capture all pecuniary interest that someone may have. It can be a little bit confronting, but it's also incredibly transparent. I'm also used to practices in South Australia where the CEO and executive officers also have the same obligations.
Thank you. Any further comments around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Gibson? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. Oh, those against? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against? The motion is carried. I don't like it either. 21.2, Tasmanian Government response to the Future of Local Government Review final report recommendations. The recommendation is that Council notes the Tasmanian Government response to the Future of Local Government Review and upon release of the discussion paper prepares a submission. Somebody to move? It's been moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Anything further, Councillor Walker? Anything around the table? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Late items, 22.1, acceptance of urgent late items. The recommendation is that Council determines to deal with an item around St Leonard's and Waverley neighbourhood plan updates and also determines to deal with an item around waiving parking fees in multi-stories over the next couple of Saturdays. Somebody to move that we're happy to deal with these. Councillor Pentridge, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried to deal with these items. 22.2 is the St Leonard's and Waverley Neighbourhood Plan Update. Recommendation notes the content provided. Somebody to move. Councillor Pentridge, seconded by Councillor Harris. Anything to add, Councillor Pentridge? Anything, Councillor Harris? Anything round the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. 22.3, we have waiving of parking fees at multi-storey car parks on the 14th of December and the 21st of December. The recommendation is that Council waives the requirement to pay parking fees on those dates at the Council-owned car parks. So the 14th of December 24, 15th of December 24, 21st of December 24, this is of old, and the 22nd of December is the updated recommendation, and those car parks being Patterson East, Patterson West, and Elizabeth Street car parks. And it also notes that the parking controls across the municipality are otherwise unaffected. Moved by Councillor Dawkins, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Dawkins?
It's entirely appropriate. You know, the cost of living crisis, people are doing it really tough. Of course, we're going to do anything we can to help. This is a tiny, tiny little thing. And it's a shame that we couldn't get Councillor McMahon's motion up as well, because I think any small thing that we can do right now to show our community that we want to help them is a really good idea.
Thank you. I've got a question before we get to the seconder. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thanks. Absolutely agree. Procedurally, just wanting to understand, this is a fee and charge. How would this differ to, for example, the aquatic centre being open with no fees being charged over the weekend just gone?
Okay.
Yeah, it would be open for council to waive the fees at the aquatic centre if they wanted to do that.
No, sorry. Procedurally, that happened. So that's already occurred. So that's a fee and a charge that's been waived. Is that coming retrospectively?
The aquatic centre example, yes, that will be coming to council as an item. We, as you would know, we bring forward a long list of fee remissions towards the end of the year for approval, somewhat in retrospect. With regards to the pool item, they will prepare an agenda item and get that to councillors early in the new year.
Thank you.
A question, Councillor Harris.
Just a question as to why the car park in, don't know what sort of, the one where we park. CH Smith, why that isn't included amongst the other council-owned car parks being offering free parking on the day, because unfortunately what I fear is that on these days those staff members will race and park their cars in there for free, meaning their attempts to tempt shoppers in will actually find the car parks already full of all the staff who won't have to walk as far, because normally they would park on the outskirts of the city and walk to their place of work. So I do have a question as to what is happening, why CH Smith isn't there.
It's a good question. I can't answer why it wasn't included, but what I will say is the number of available spots in CH Smith is significantly less than these facilities. You've got council officers have got a whole level, then there's Taswater who do lease out a significant number of spots as well, and there's a number of privately leased out spots as well. So you'd be looking at a a couple of dozen, if that, down at CH Smith.
Okay. Anything, Councillor Pentridge as the seconder? Cool. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think that's just raised the issue about the use of the car park, because my concern is obviously it fills up and people don't go home, or they use it as staff. So I wonder whether there's an adjunct to what we're proposing to do, that we in some way communicate with the owners of the shops and advise them and say, look, you need to be mindful. This is for your people who want to come in and enjoy using your shop or buying your shop. You need to encourage your staff not to park in there, because it defeats the purpose of what we're trying to achieve. But just something that we might make a communique to the owners or the operators of shops in and around Launceston to sort of make their, they can talk to their staff. We don't need to deal with that, but maybe just ensure that they let their staff know that by them parking in there, it actually prevents people coming to shop in where they get paid.
Absolutely. We can reach out to the CBD businesses tomorrow. We've got a register of all their contact details, so we can do that tomorrow.
News Launceston Central. Any further comments around the table? Anything further to close? Excellent. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? It's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, late items is done. Closed council. What do I do here? Moving into closed council. So the recommendation is to move into closed council to discuss the published items on the agenda. So we now have Councillor Harris moving, seconded, Councillor Pentridge. All those in favour to move into closed council? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, councillors, as we've moved out of closed session, somebody please to move our public-facing table that the matters were discussed is in true reflection in the table. Councillor Harris is waving. And Councillor Professor Raze. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Meeting closed at 9:49 p.m. with the next meeting to be held here on the 23rd of January, 1 p.m. 2025. Thank you, councillors. Have a great break.